Who the heck is Peptalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Peptalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Peptalks. Peptalks.
Who the heck is Peptalks?
They want our women. They want our children.
Peptalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Peptalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Peptalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Peptalks.
We found weapons of mass
Peptalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Peptalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new week of High on Politics. Hope you guys are all doing well. Oh, man. Had a good weekend. Hope you guys were able to catch the pep walk on Saturday. It was a good time. Welcome in to anybody who is new here. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. It was a very light news weekend, huh? I mean, I don't feel like I really missed anything. Ha, 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 ha. Knee slapper. So, yeah, you guys get to figure out. You guys get to hear what I think about this. We'll see. I got some opinions. I do have some opinions on this. Also, it was kind of weird because yesterday I was a little bit hungover. Let's just say that someone went and got some Mai Tais because I was kind of feeling it. On my way home, I was able to grab some Mai Tais. So, yeah, I was kind of feeling that. Now, I have to say, because I was feeling it, it was weird. I saw what happened. Like, I saw the news. Like, as it happened during the night, and I was already kind of like, halfway through I was halfway through my session of Mai Taiing. Yes, the physical, Muay Thai boxing, except the boxing was more like this, grab cup, not my best, but still, yeah, man. The next morning I was not feeling great, and holy crap, when I looked at Twitter, I kind of felt like I walked into a parallel universe where I was just like, oh, I don't know how to, oh man, really? Like there's a lot. There's a lot. That was a lot of, yeah, not gonna lie, you already forgot that it happened. The thing is, dude, like, yes, and I will say that is Donald Trump's fault. That is his administration's fault. That's just, they, I don't think that they understood that when they flood the zone, that they do actually lose the news cycle. So as quickly as they get people to get bent out of shape and they get their talking points, just as fast people forget about it. And even people on their side, they kind of forget like what the script was, or you have the big surprise that happened today. Like I was kind of, God, I hate this. You guys did this to me. I use Twitter like as I actually like scroll through Twitter. I hate that I do it, but was scrolling through Twitter and I saw more than not as far as like a bunch of like MAGA. They're either MAGA accounts and then you have some like MAGA adjacent that they kind of strike me as more libertarian. But a lot of these guys are coming out and just saying, false flag. They're just saying it. They're just like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not really adding up. And the big one is the Jimmy Kimmel attacks. Apparently that like people are kind of waking up to this where they're like, this doesn't strike me as important, especially when you just kind of had what happened. You would think that you'd be addressing, I don't know, your Secret Service, the head of your security, any of it. Nope. First thing he does, this is why I need a ballroom. This is why I need a ballroom. It's like, this is why everybody's looking at it and going, yeah, this is a little fucked up. This is a little odd. That's the first thing you fucking think of. And then, of course, the show must go on. I didn't believe it, but yeah, I guess the show just kept going. Then you got the footage of, you got the nonchalant photographer who, I'm not sure if he's my hero or if I think that guy's legit, like, I don't know, just like so checked out. Like he's so old that he's just checked out. He's just like, if it's my time, it's my time. I'm gonna enjoy this steak because you know what? I don't get an invite here so too often, so I'm going to enjoy every bit of it. Are you going to finish that? Doesn't look like it. Oop, lobster for me. So yeah, man, like I've been seeing a lot of the breakdowns on what happened, and then of course you got the Melania angle, which I again didn't see this coming. Where all of a sudden they're talking about like, yeah, Trump fell on his way, and like you had Caroline Leavitt and a whole bunch of people in the White House trying to say like, yeah, he fell because he was worried about his wife. And then you watch the footage, and it almost looks like Secret Service pushed him. And then he comes out, he's like, I didn't fall, I was just ducking gracefully. It's like, God, why? Oh, why? Every time that he opens his mouth, he's a effing cartoon character. Is this a pro-Trump channel or a real channel? Real channel. Chaz is back, baby. Chaz, as a fellow Chaz, what's up, man? Yeah, no, this is definitely not pro-Trump land. I'm I'm a leftist, but I'm not like I'm gonna just say it. I'm not an annoying leftist. Although you could be the judge. We'll see. I do try to welcome people of a different political persuasion in here, even if they are MAGA, which sometimes is to my detriment, but you know what? I'm trying my best. I'm trying to do something that other people won't do. I know. Maybe my mental health is going to suffer for it, but either way, welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here, Chaz. Hope you stick around for a little bit. My cat is already going at it. He is... We ended the Friday show with my cat getting in trouble. So he has been a little pisser late. Like, I don't know. I thought maybe it was like because he might have like a health issue. No. It's just him. He's going through it. I think that he's just kind of going through like, the springtime. Gets to stare outside. I'm thinking I might have to build him like a little catio or something. Do you think diplomacy will give us free health care, affordable housing, and living wage will be taken care of by... No. Because I don't think that the second part is also going to be... Like, that's not the answer for it necessarily, and I hate to sound like a lib on this one. Because no matter... Like, I don't think that people see past that because they think that it's going to work. Look at January 6th and just, like, kind of how that was tamped out. Like, I'm not trying to, like, piss on people's dreams, but that's not... You're not going to French Revolution your way out of this one, kids. I'm sorry. Also, I thought about this, and this might be kind of a simple thought, but how come the French Revolution didn't really do anything? It didn't squash capitalism. They still got capitalism over in France. In Francais, they still let Napoleon fucking happen. Like, it kind of pisses me off when I think about that. I'm just like, they had an opportunity to really do something like huge, but nah. How long before Israel isn't allowed to donate to politicians? We'll see. I mean, it is becoming a poison pill, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't have these answers. I'm just a fucking political commentator, but I appreciate the questions. I'm not an authority on this. I'm really not. Like, I watch this shit daily, obviously, more than some. I think that my opinions are, they're worth something here. There's no... I wouldn't turn the mic on unless I thought that, but Napoleon had the people. But that's the thing. Like, all of a sudden, the people just went right back to, like, following a leader. It's never, like, dude, no. This is where I'm going to just say humans are dumb, because the second that they get a little bit of freedom, then they start, like, longing for the days where they had, like, the grand leader controlling them, telling them exactly what to do. Do you like Kyle Kulinski? Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. Sometimes I disagree with some of his alarmism. He's very alarmist. He likes to, and something that drives me fucking absolutely crazy about Kyle Kulinski is just how he'll always do this person needs to be fired. This person needs to resign. Spare me. Fucking spare me, you're pearl clutching. Jesus Christ. Like, I get it, but you sound like such a fucking Karen when you, like, frame it like that. This just okay. It's not gonna happen. So, like, I guess the same exact thing will happen if I go take a shit in my front yard. Well, actually, no. If I take a shit in my front yard, that might actually, like, institute some backlash from, I don't know. But whatever happens to me would be more interesting than whatever is going, like, would happen to Kyle Kulinski, because my point is nothing would happen. Nothing is like, dude, I hate that shit. I hate it when he says MAGA loves sucking Trump's nuts from the back. That's pretty funny. Actually, here, you'll like my channel because usually I do a little poll here. Let me start this. Let's see. Yeah, I usually like in my polls, if you don't like my, so like for instance, if you don't like my stream, I'm just going to assume that you're lining up to huff Trump's farts. You're picking his pubes out of your teeth, although that one's a little gross. Not sure how it's grosser than sucking farts, but yeah, that's how this goes. I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna think about where else to go with this. Oh God, welcome to Poop Talks. I'm not doing that. We're not going to do that or do that. Yeah, you know what? God damn it. That's like 4 bombs in a row. I am not on point today. So forgive me for not being on my best with my fucking my comedy today. Why did Ghislaine Maxwell talk to Todd Blanche? Because she thinks that she's getting a sweetheart deal, which she did. It's the same, dude. It's the most corrupt administration in the history of anything. Like, you want my take? I think that Trump didn't expect to win the presidency. I don't think he even expected to get past the primaries. He was going to try and use that for his business deals. But then he had that moment where he even was just like, what? They're doing what? They want me to do what? And then he, at one point, it did wash over him where he's like, I'm about to be the most powerful person on the planet. Like that kind of shit. And then he found out that he had some loose ends. So 2019 comes. Jeffrey Epstein is in good spirits and telling everybody how he can't wait to, get out of prison and all this stuff and win his case. And then all of a sudden, oopsie poopsie. He gets a little hung up, if you know what I'm saying. And yeah. And then you get Ghislaine Maxwell, who gets convicted, is in the prison that she belongs in, where she is, she should stay for the rest of her life because she is a convicted offender who trafficked children. I don't even have to say allegedly. Then what do they do? The second that he gets into office, his personal defense attorney, who has absolutely no experience as a prosecutor, goes and talks to her, and then all of a sudden she gets moved to another prison. The thing is, I'm actually getting a little over how stupid America is, and how even his supporters, the independents that I guess just don't watch the news or fucking focus on anything, and the liberals too. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the fact that the Democrats couldn't make more of that, and they just don't focus on it even more than like the. I got to give what's his name? Not Gallego. Garcia. I got to give Garcia and Ro Khanna some points on that one, but yeah, I think that it's just fucking blatantly obvious. That's why, like, anybody that just says Epstein class, he's in the Epstein files. It's. I'm sorry, man, and we get to do this. The fact is, like, now all of a sudden people are believing the biggest liar on the fucking planet, and I had this moment this weekend where I was thinking about Truth Central or Truth Social or whatever the fuck it's called. The fact that he has the balls and somehow, like, people buy it that he's the truth. Like, what the fuck? Like, how? That's where I'm just like, you know what? Some people just aren't even worth trying to save. Like, if people come here with intellectual curiosity, fine, but I'm not making it my mission to fucking be like, I gotta change your mind, Mr. MAGA. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna point out how intellectually inconsistent most people are, because everything that they had a problem with Biden, as far as the corruption, all this stuff, falls to the wayside when it's Trump doing it in way, way broader scale. That's the craziest part, is how, like, this, and he's doing it in the open. And somehow, some way, everybody's just like, yeah, but that's just him. They always have an excuse where it's like, hey, he's just saying things. He does things. Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever. He ain't Biden, and that just makes me happy. It's like, cool. True Social's so good. Yeah, sure. And what, the 12 people that are on it? I mean, for real. The only people that follow Truth Social are the fucking either like the most sycophantic people, and they only follow one account. It's not like you guys are like, it's not like it's a successful social network in any capacity. Just look at the numbers, look at the engagement. It's not there. It's the same with everything else that he creates. It's all a sham. But whatever, man. Biden was president. What? I don't care. Like I don't give a fuck about Biden. He fucked up. The Democrats fucked up by propping him up the way that they did. I'm beating a dead horse on this one, man. I think that he's fucked. Like, he was fucked. Democrats are stupid, but they're not as blatantly like dangerous to the idea of maintaining our democracy and also maintain, like, for everybody that like wants to maintain a status quo, apparently that doesn't track with the people. People like are just like, yeah, I want these to get better, and just blatantly ignore that it's getting worse. Prices are fucking through the roof, but whatever. Butler shooter lived in Bethel Park, PA, and was in a BlackRock commercial. His home was sterilized. Doesn't surprise me. The fact is, you don't even have to be a conspiracy theory to think that it's weird that he hasn't talked about it. Dude, this motherfucker is talking about Jimmy Kimmel hurting his fifis. That's what he's focused on today. Like, for real. That's it. Pep, can you check? Yeah, they are. Yeah, it was reported on last week. I don't need to check, Steven. You have a computer, obviously. Either that or you got a pocket-sized computer. You're watching YouTube on something there, pal. So why don't you type it in and do it? Okay? And the shit sandwich and, like, whatever, man. Then just disengage from politics altogether. The thing is, I will say this much. I haven't lost all of my wits on this one as far as thinking that, oh, voting doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. It does. It totally does. No, because we were going back and forth in chat. What do you mean? I'm just saying, yes. Yes. He is seeking a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, maybe not him. She's seeking a pardon for herself, and Todd Blanche is now trying to get people to be on board with it. I don't know. When you get the top-ranking Republican members to kind of agree to it, it's a problem. Was the other guy bringing up South Park? Yeah, South Park isn't always the best fucking analogy. Like, South Park does great work. They're hilarious, and I love South Park. But I also recognize that the creators are also shithead libertarians that have consistently kind of pivoted their politics to benefit themselves. I mean, they're actually just as bad as a lot of people in media. It's just that Trump, it's Trump. They're not going to not make fun of him, which that's where I'll stand behind them on that one. But yeah, I don't know. Not only did they polarize an entire generation with that bullshit, they didn't do anything to offer up better ideas, and that's my biggest problem. Like, you can do a lot with parody, but this is what I liked about Bill Hicks, is every time that he would point out what's wrong with the system, he would wrap up his comedy specials by saying, this is what you can do to make it better, or this is what you guys can do to actually, like, try to make things better. The first step is recognizing that things are broken. The next step is trying to figure out how to fix it. Now, in politics, it's very special, where it's not as cut and dry as, like, you have storm damage. Okay, let's call a contractor. Let's get a siding guy and all this stuff out here. It's not like that in politics. It's literally like, okay, we need to fix the system. Well, how do we do that? Well, we should probably, recognize that we have a lot of gun deaths, and we should probably do something about that. We should also probably focus on, making sure that the billionaires do pay their fair share, because it seems like they really skate paying their taxes as much as they can, offshoring all their profits. But yeah, I don't know. Who am I to even ask about this stuff? Who am I to fucking point out that, those shortfalls are the reasons that they tell you that we can't have healthcare and we can't have social programs, which they also simultaneously go out of their way to make you hate the people that need those social programs, which is insane when you are at least 1 to 2 paychecks away from needing said social programs. So I don't know. It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane, the class warfare that is perpetuated on us, and somehow, some way, it's always the same fuckers sucking on the teat, going, oh, the teat of misinformation, yum, 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 yum. Tell me what my talking points are, daddy. Come on, GOP. Come on, daddy. Do you live on the West Coast? No, I do not. I live in a what some people call Chirac, or the, you know, the liberal hell of the Midwest. But I love it here, so I absolutely love where I live. But no, I'm not a West Coaster. Just because I don't indulge in local, your local post movement. Oh, he was forced to do it. How do you know that? Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you having a conversation with somebody? I'm not. Listen, if you guys are trying to address me, do a little bit better. Why would the presidency seek a pardon? Why would the president? Dude, I don't know. Why is he doing? This is my favorite part. Why is Trump doing it? Why is Trump, 2.5 years removed from the possibility of him being out of office, even floating this idea that not only him, but his administration's also going to get pardoned? Shut the fuck up. You don't care. Like, if you're mad about Biden doing shit, at least be mad about Trump doing the same shit. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck about what you think. As I said, intellectual, honesty is something that really, I really value. And as long as you can admit that you do care about, both being as corrupt. I have had conversations with people that are just like, oh, no. Biden sucks, but Trump sucks, way worse. And, then immediately I'm like, oh, we can talk about this. Because you're not doing this thing where you're just like, but Biden and I was sold this line by a bunch of disingenuous people that are trying to rob me blind. But you know what? I don't care. As long as I feel better about seeing the libs cry harder, libs. Why is sauce on top of acceptable for a pizza? The thing is, Chaz. Little secret about Chicagoans. Even we admit that it is a casserole. It's a pizza casserole. You know, we call it a deep dish pizza. It's not just called a pizza. Our pizza is something that we keep to ourselves, and we like to, this is why I'm being nice here, and I'm also, I might get in trouble with some of my fellow Chicagoans. You gotta order the tavern style. It's called tavern style. It's our thin crust pizza. We cut it into squares. That's our pizza. All right? So... how do you eat deep dish without burning the roof of your mouth? I admit that's, yeah. Especially when you got some, so good Lou Malnati's or a Gino's East pizza just waiting for you. Ooh, yeah, it's hard to not just go right for the freshy fresh and burn the roof of your mouth. Sometimes it's just, you make that sacrifice there. You just gotta buck up and understand that it's for the betterment of your body, and just also you got to get that fresh crust taste. It's the roof of your mouth, the tongue. Yeah, it's not like you're fucking with the taste buds. Speaking of pizza, how about that Epstein class? Tavern is regular pizza. Yeah, Santino said that recently. I don't know who Santino is. Andrew Santino, the comedian. Wait. See, wait. Did he, break through or something? No. How did I miss that? Yeah, Andrew Santino? No shit. Got a little history with that guy. Nice dude. Huh. I was not okay. Does he have, his own podcast or something? I might have to check. I haven't fucking heard... Dude, I'll be honest. I haven't thought about Andrew Santino in a long time. Oh, that's right. Google. Dude, I don't know what happened. I updated my computer, and now all of a sudden it wants to use Bing again, which, yay. And trust me, I already did what you think. I already went in, set my defaults. It's not working. It always takes me right back to the fucking MSN bullshit. I'm so over Windows 11 and just Microsoft's bullshit and their fucking stupid AI. Can I just say it? AI has just made things so much worse. I haven't had AI actually benefit my life in any way. Computer algorithms seem to work just fine before, but here we are being convinced, yeah, it's so smart. No, it's fucking not. God damn it. Oh, Jesus, he's doing a podcast with Bobby Lee? Oh, fuck have I not? Okay. Huh. Wait a minute. Wait, he's married to Danielle? No shit. No. What? I thought he was married to Chelsea. Okay. Inside comedy stuff. Yeah, no, he's a good dude. He was actually like one of God, I hate to say older comics. But he was like one of the guys that had been on the scene for a while. I really respect him. He's put in more than his 10,000 hours at the clubs. So, yeah, no, he was always a super fucking cool guy. So I hope that he does cool commentary. Although, Bobby Lee? Bobby Lee? What the hell is going on with this? Anyway, time for a pep show. Hell yeah, Reverend. For pro wrestling fan, you are very woke. Have you ever watched an AEW event? Also, yeah, okay. I'm woke. Cool. Yes, I respect basic human rights, and also don't get hung up on, other people's gender shit because it doesn't affect me. So, I don't know. AEW's not real wrestling. All wrestling's not real wrestling, you fuckhead. Oh, so you like the corpo bullshit? You like watching, Saul Ruka get a fucking nasty concussion on the Slim Jim table? Shut up. Shut up. Fucking WrestleMania sucked this year. Just admit it. Admit that you know that the WWE is also being ruined by corporate greed. But it's almost like everything in the world is being ruined by corporate greed, but then you have people that are just like, yeah! I love my conservative values, yeah! Ugh. God, how? I just don't get it anymore. I don't get how this many people fucking still. It's disgusting. Did the White House Correspondents' Dinner attempt to assassin actually have an IDF sweatshirt? Was that AI? No, that passed the AI sniff test from my understanding, but who cares? Oh. Still real to me, damn it! That's one of my favorite, all-time internet videos. That shit's hilarious. We got one chilled, one at Chill Chat. Honestly, I gotta figure out what's going on with this, because I had it happen again today. I was able to do a, why would anyone non-Israeli have one of those shirts? I don't know. Like, it's the same reason that I wore a fucking army shirt back, when I was a teenager. I don't know. I was doing it ironically because, I wasn't in the military, and I was very anti-military at that point, but whatever. I'm pretty confident the sweatshirt thing was proven fake. Was it? Okay. I don't know. I don't want to spread misinfo, so okay. What the fuck is going on here? Gotta go buy my dad McDonald's. I take care of him with Alzheimer's full time. Take care. That sucks, man. Alzheimer's is rough. You seem like a Gaza bitch. What's that supposed to mean? What, that I respect the sovereignty of the Palestinians and recognize that, yes, it didn't really work out the way that we thought it would, just going into Israel and just being like, yeah, or going into that land and just being like, here's your promised land. Oh, there's people there. Oopsie. Yeah. Promised land, my ass. Again, this idea that it's like, oh, they said it in the Bible, the Bible books. How come we don't give the same kind of sovereignty to Muslims, even though their Bible's a little bit older? I don't understand that. I promise I'm not gambling, I'm just curious. Yes, it's alright. Cash Patel. If I had to guess, Cash Patel. Ooh, Twitch is looking a little spicy. Twitch is Twitch. It's doing things. Yeah, take care, Steven. Anyway, yeah, if you guys haven't already hit the like button on the stream, please consider doing so. Also, Thank you for following. That was my next ask, is if you guys can follow or subscribe. Really helps out my channel, and yeah, I'm trying to grow. I think that, dare I say, I have a pretty fair place on the internet here. Like, I'm trying, man. I'm trying my best. I don't want to be another fucking one of these echo chamber pits, man. Like, I've spent enough time in those chats or just like watching that kind of stuff. It gets annoying, you know, because I feel like we're just constantly going around the room and nothing is ever getting done. I kind of feel like I get the most done when I'm talking to, like, even normies. You should stop growing your hair. Why? Been growing my hair for fucking years by just sheer laziness. I mean, shit, I don't think I've had a haircut since 2024. No, I cut my hair one time when I started the stream. I think it was like last year. It was right before my mom died. How chuddy and fake was Patel chugging? Again, that was disgusting. As a hockey player, I think that it was more disgusting that the coaches would even entertain something like that, because I don't care how big of a friend you are with any politician or anybody that works in the government. That was for them. The fact that you didn't have other celebrities going in there and doing the same shit, that was abysmal. And honestly, I'm proud of, like, the few USA hockey players that came out and said that, where they were just like, that guy fucking sucks, and he ruined a moment. The thing is, most people are not talking about the actual win of the hockey team and the gold medal. They're talking about Cash Patel and his antics. That's what sucks. Woo! Pep, happy Monday. Let's fucking go. Double tap that screen. Show the Pep some love. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. Also, hope you had a good weekend, man. It was good seeing all you guys on my pep walk. Also, yeah, real quick, if you guys haven't checked it out, I went for a walk on Saturday and I broadcasted it. I decided to go to my hometown where I grew up, and I hadn't been there in about 20-something years. It was emotional. It was really emotional, actually. When I got home, it kind of all hit me, man. Like, that was a lot. Especially, like, my cousin passed recently, and I just had to say, man, like, that, it really all hit me. Stay up. Hey, man, thanks. But no Peptalks? Oh, there were Peptalks. What are you talking about? There are tons of Peptalks. I ran into like 20 ducks. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck. I was down by the... Oh, wait a minute. I didn't broadcast the Algonquin part. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, that's coming out soon. I also got my whole trip to the Trump store. I took a trip to the Trump Truth store. I was a little bit of a... I was a little curious. I wanted to go see, like, the party. I was just like, okay. She posted her online. Like, she actually, that day, she went and posted at, like, 9 a.m. that she was going to be open from 12 to 4. I was just like, I guess I can do that, because I was already going to be in that area. So I was just like, hey, fuck it. You know what? Good as time as any. Got there. No one was there. It was sad. It was sad. I kind of covered this a little bit, I think on Saturday, but yeah, it was kind of sad. What about the rapid rise in what? People out here using their free will to actually eat dry sandwiches? Is that a thing? Fuck you. And fuck what is... Whoa. Is that real, or is that just like you trying to be funny? Because I don't even know anymore. That's how you know we live in absurdist times. It's just... This dude's talking about how there's a rise in people not putting condiments on their sandwiches and their hot dogs and just their burgers, and that's crazy. I'm a condiment, like, I love condiments. Sauces, that's where it's at. Russian friend eats dry sandwiches, and your friend's disgusting. Like, as much as I can make, like, some mayo jokes being a white dude, like, oh, come on. Like, what are you doing? Can't even like, I like me a good aioli. I like, you know, oh god, flavor. It's called flavor. I'm a ranch dressing dude. Like, I love, like, okay, so like my secret to a perfect, like, Italian sub is add a little bit of ranch dressing. Not, like, don't go crazy, but ooh, that little bit, that makes it That's a good amount of flavor right there, especially if you're not trying to get like too spicy. Too spicy. But no, I like me some red peppers, some chili like I like to eat a lot of spice. I know. Pap, you beautiful son of a person. Hey, what up, Dix? How you doing, man? It's always good to see one of these. It's always good to see one of my trolls turn like watchers. Like, I cannot get over how many of you guys I have kind of gotten to return here, and I don't know. Some of them have just completely, like, Dix here, kind of turned off like the whole trolling aspect of things and just kind of became a watcher. So. Best bread for sub sandwiches. Oh, don't hate me. Do not hate me. Because I know that, like, there's some people in here that are just like, the sodium. Oh, sodium. Sodium. For my MST3K folk out there. Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's. I love Jimmy John's bread. We have a Jimmy John's near us that I'll stop by and I will get a day old and I'll make my own sub. Like, I ain't gonna fucking pay their prices for their subs, but the one I go to, I actually like bought so many like day olds where it was like, 50 cents or some shit like that the owner, every time I walk in, he's just like, boom, LeMayo. I was like, why is he singing Sodium? I got the MST reference. Great monster movie when you use salt to defeat the creature. Oh, the sodium. Yeah, that's what. God. You can tell someone here has been watching some MST3K reruns. They have a 24-hour channel on YouTube, which thank God for that. Sometimes I just need to. I need to get out of the politics and just turn on something stupid, and that's right there. It's perfect. So I have a few go-tos now. So when I'm feeling like I just need to tune out, but I don't want to pay attention, Bob Ross. Then when I want to kind of pay attention a little bit or laugh a little bit, MST3K. And then Deep Space Nine for my nighttime getting out of my head space. Yeah, no, it's been actually pretty good. Rosemary parm bread? Hell yeah. No, that's what I get, is the rosemary. I get my, I think it's the number 5. Shit. No, that might be Jimmy John's. Whatever the turkey sub is. The turkey bacon club. I love that thing. I like a good club. I hate to do the Mitch Hedberg joke, but goddamn, it was fire. It's like, you can't be part of the club. You want to be part of the club, you have to cut it into very specific triangles, and then you need a toothpick. Happy Little Trees. I mean, yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. I'm trying to think what else is like. Oh, my comfort movies are it's easy, the Alien franchise, which, man, I went back and I watched the director's cut of, I watched the original cut of Alien because that's actually the superior cut. You don't need to see the egg scene. Like, for anybody that hasn't seen the director's cut of Alien, there's like one different scene, and it's just, you kind of figure out what happens to some of the crew. And spoiler alert, it's something that's not canonical, I guess. So if you guys don't want it spoiled, come back when I give you the thumbs up. So yeah, there's a deleted scene where you find, oh god, I keep forgetting his name. He was the captain. But yeah, you see him getting turned into an egg, where like half of him is already turned into the egg. Which again, it's not technically canon because it doesn't happen in any other film, and they have kind of insinuated that no, and that's not how it goes. But how else? Think about it. Like, realistically think about it. But I know that with Aliens, they wanted it to be like, because of a queen species of alien, so they didn't want to like just be like have a drone have the ability to carry on its race like that. But then again, it does kind of lead to the holy shit. One of these things gets out, then it could just it could propagate and just I mean, it's the whole premise of the Alien franchise is how they're technically the perfect being. Arguable. Yeah, sure, if you're trying to like take over the universe, but there's no control there. Devil's Advocate Productions with the rave. What up, brother? Good to see you. I'm talking about Aliens, the franchise. So here's the thing, though. I want to get to this. Got to Alien 3, watched the assembly cut, which is essentially the director's cut that was not sanctioned by David Fincher. I had never seen it. It's actually good. I'm not going to say really good, but it's good. Like, it's actually a good movie. I like, yes, I have problems with them killing off Newt and Hicks, but realistically, guys, like, it's the Alien franchise. Nobody's guaranteed survival. That's kind of part of it. Like, I don't like plot armor just for the sake of plot armor. So having them go was kind of like, all right. And then they have an autopsy scene with Newt where that wasn't in the original cut, where I was just like, oh, damn. The Kite Runner. No, I have not. But yeah, new Alien Isolation tease. I saw that. Yeah, maybe that's what did it for me, where I was just like, I want to watch some Alien. But yeah, Alien 3 kind of made me like open my eyes to how we're not going towards Star Trek world at all. We are totally going to the Alien franchise way of doing things, where it's gonna be like United States of America's Weyland-Yutani. That's it. I love seeing my favorite characters die. I don't necessarily, but when it happens sometime, like, I'm not one of these guys that all of a sudden will get out of a show if one of my favorite characters does. But you know, sometimes it's kind of nice to see them at least make it to the end, kind of thing. I don't know. But Frilly Toothpicks, I'm for them. Yeah, that's right. Up the pucks. Nice. Mitch Hedberg, real, like, for real. That's some of the best, like, just one-liner comedy out there. But no joy, only suffering. No joy. Oh, I see what you're doing here. We must all suffer. Also, welcome to the show here, Dr. House Lupus. Appreciate you being here. Also appreciate you being a watcher of my boy, Devil's Advocate Productions. Oh, man. Okay, I'll bet. Sorry, guys. Just had a little thing pop up here. Okay, what the fuck? Do you eat your hot dogs from the front to the back? The side. I go inside. I go in sideways and I eat it like this. I corn on the cob that shit. Yes. You got me interested in checking you out on the stream. Hell yeah, dude. Well, welcome to the show, man. Appreciate having you here. Yeah, I'm a little all over the place. We'll be talking about politics here in a minute, but I was mostly excited about how I watched Alien 3, and I was just like, holy shit. We're literally doing the thing. We're going towards that. The 5 corporations, because that's the first time that they mention it, where it's like there are no countries or anything like that. It's just corporations that own everything. They elaborate on it in Alien Earth, which is also very, very good. But I don't know how I missed this, but holy shit, I don't know how I missed, like, just how we're slipping towards that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end the next decade with Elon Musk buying a country. And I mean, like, not just like a small who gives a shit country. I'm talking like, I don't know. He becomes the bankroller of, you know, us. Who knows? You're a John Lennon lookalike. Uh-oh. Is that good? Strikes me as, I don't know. What was that guy's name? God, I used to know his name. The dude that, you know, did the thing. But didn't he get out of jail recently? Eesh. Yikes. I remember that there was a movie about it too, where, yeah, Jared Leto was in it. Mark Chapman, yeah. Yeah, isn't he out? God, that's weird to think about, man. Yeah, two cool people hopped into my stream towards the end. Doctor's one of them. Hell yeah, man. But I got to run right now. Might be back later if you're still on around my bedtime. Take care. I will catch you later, brother. Yeah, I should still be on. I think that I'm going to be on for a little bit today. Got a lot of politics to cover, you know, but gonna be chilling. Also, we are super 420 friendly here. I realized I missed mine. Damn it. So, cheers. I was too busy welcoming people in and hanging out. I just realized that my description is totally not right. What the fuck? Ah, you gotta be kidding me with this. Give me one sec. Pep covers the White House Correspondents' Dinner fallout. And... wait. And how summon MAGA. All right. Sorry, I got to do this real quick. How summon in MAGA. Staged. And more. There. Yeah. Sorry, guys. You're coming along with me for this ride because when I started the stream today, for some reason, everything from my last stream took over as far as my titling and all that stuff. There we go. There we go. Much better. And kind of discovering what I support. Oh, wait. I'm a freshie to politics, so it's nice hearing everybody out. Okay, actually, bro, you mind if I ask you a few questions? So, Dr. House. Also, nice name. That's a show I could actually go back through. But without stun locking here, I do have a question for you, since you are freshie into politics. Are you just getting into politics now because of, like, hearing some of just the rumblings of what's going on out there? Are you younger and you're just kind of finding your way? Because I always, especially if you're like a little bit older, or like, you know, mid-20s to like mid-30s, and you don't know your politics, I'm always very fascinated by people that aren't always politically engaged. You're younger, so first time I'm able to vote. Oh shoot, that's cool, dude. That's a big deal, man. I got to vote in Obama 2, or no, Obama 1. My bad. Yeah, no, because it was... I missed Kerry. I missed being able to vote for Kerry by a month. Because my birthday's in December, so I wasn't able to vote in that election, even though I turned 18 then. That was bullshit. I was kind of pissed about that. But yeah, I voted for Obama 1. And 2, because Mitt Romney wasn't great. He was not great at all. So, dang, yeah, I'm a little bit older. I'm definitely your elder in this one, so I'm happy to give you a little bit of guidance. If you, I mean, I'm not trying to like push you one way or the other. That's the one thing. I do want you to like go through this journey organically and kind of figure out where you stand. So there's a few things that you can do. So I'm gonna just say there's something called the Overton window. I'm doing politics 101 here, guys. Bear with me. So if you can just type in the Overton window dash political compass, even though some of the political compasses, not great. But still, I wish I had done this when I was your age, because it does help. It does kind of help you gauge where your politics stand. Pep only looks young. Yeah, right. Although, dude, I had a situation. I was at the liquor store picking up my Mai Tais, and the dude typed in 40. Like, he didn't card me, and he just typed in 40. And he was like, I think he was having a bad day, but his bad day totally rubbed off on me because I was like, wait, I look 40? No. I'm like, no, don't tell me I look my age, you son of a bitch. I was so mad about that. I legit got back to my car, and I did the thing where I closed the door. I was like, asshole. 40, you do not look 40. Thank you. I thought you were in your 20s. In my 20s. That's a W. All right. I like you a lot more. Hey, everybody say hello to Dr. House Lupus. You know, one of my favorite chatters today. You look great for 40. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I think I do. I mean, I see some of my friends, and I see, no offense to them. No offense to them. I love them. It's just, you know, some of my friends have kids, and the kids tend to take it out of you, that's for sure. But yeah, you know. But then again, I have to be fair here, because I got a buddy he just turned 50, and yeah, I mean, he looks no older than like 45. So, I mean, that nah, he looks like he's in his like late 30s, early 40s. Because every time that like we're hanging out, we kind of talk about that a little bit. But Pep, you look like you're 12. Oh. And now the other side where I'm like, oh, that's not good. Nah, dude, because how you have 0 wrinkles. I need your skincare routine. I'm doing it right now. Moisturize. Anytime you start feeling a little ashy, you got to moisturize. I also use like a hydrating spray, and then I put some, it's like a sealing lotion. It's all about, dude, seriously, I wish it was more than that, but it's about moisturizing. It's about, like, keeping up just with your skin. Always ashy. I'm the Lord of Ashes. I've told the story here quite a few times, but I was at work at a Radio Shack. That should actually tell you how old I am. But yeah, one of my buddies that I worked with, he just goes like this to me. And I was like, what the fuck was that? He's just like, I wanted to see how ashy you are. And boy, you're ashy. I was like, what? And then he just points to this big thing of a vino that he had behind the counter. And he's like, why do you think that's there? I'm like, that makes sense. I didn't think about that. So, pretty funny. I gotta cook now. I'll be lurking. Hell yeah, Mitch. I will see you. Well, we will chat more when you get back. Yeah, happy cooking, man. Yeah, I gotta start doing my meal preps. I got some. I want to make some barbacoa, shredded beef. I just got a new recipe. I'm gonna try it. It's a slow cook recipe. It requires about 8 hours on low. We'll see if it's worth it. Anyway. Just thought of something, though. I'm not gonna be able to... Well, maybe. It's like part of that, too, is like the... what do you call it? Like the... like the dip. You know what I mean? The burrito dip. Yeah, 8 hours. When I saw that recipe, I was like, really? But I guess it does make sense because it's melting all the fat down, and yeah, you're supposed to use a chuck roast, which for a chuck roast, I thought it was, 4 to 6, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, still knocking. Yeah, I'll take the political compass test you recommended, though. Currently, I think I'm more left-leaning, libertarian, minarchist. Minarchist? What is that, like Minecraft politics? I'm just kidding. Jesus. No, that's actually kind of cool that like you already have an idea of where you're at. See, I didn't even really know my political identity until I was in my like mid-20s. I'd always had like the inkling that I was more Democrat. Because I remember when we did like a school, like a political debate in school where we were trying to figure out like essentially what our politics were. and I did the debate as like the affirmative for Democrats, and I did an okay job because that was the first time that I was able to use Jesus as like, something like as a leftist idea where I was just like, okay, so you know how like we read a lot about this Jesus fella? Well, there's a few things that he is not about, and that is violence. And I was just like, I don't think that Jesus would be able to conceptualize the idea of a bullet, let alone a gun. And it was funny because my doctrine teacher at the time, he was kind of, he was giving me pointers, or like he was giving me points for that, because how do you not, because he could not convince me otherwise that Jesus was a gun-toting, yeehaw. And that was right, like, this was pre-MAGA. Like, MAGA was a little different when it was like the, what do you call it? The don't step on Sneck guys. What were they called? Tea Party. Yeah. Yeah, there's always been some of these radical guys, but this is also where I look back at, like, how I came up through, into politics. I did kind of watch it happen organically, where I was just like, oh, wait. So the don't step on Sneck guys, they organically became MAGA. And not only did they become MAGA, but they started permeating into, like, the popular consciousness of other conservative networks. They got the Rush, like, I think Rush Limbaugh, before he passed, it was like he was kind of behind this idea, right? And it was like, it wasn't like a totally radical idea either when you saw it kind of happening. When it really got out there was fucking QAnon. That's where, honestly, I hate the fact that I would even try to give them some pointers on this, but it's like, that's where they should have just stopped. They should have, because that would have been it, like, a good stopping point for your average fucking independent to kind of buy into the idea that Trump was, like, the glass shattering politician. He's going to make sure that he breaks through the swamp and blah blah blah. Which, when he won the first time, I didn't vote for him, but I didn't feel as dour as most people did. Like, my mom was devastated when he won. She's like, this could be the end of our country. I'm like, really? But then again, my mom had been alive a lot longer, and she had seen Trump's bullshit. Like, not like, I knew him from The Apprentice, from Home Alone 2 to The Apprentice. I didn't really know much past the fact that he was just a boisterous ass with weird hair, and the guy that, shaved Vince McMahon's head at WrestleMania in fucking, what was it, 2003? Yeah, that was a weird one. That was with Bobby Lashley versus Umaga. That was the champion versus champion. Or, not champions. Actually, that wasn't a championship match. I need to correct that. It was their champion. So it was, I think Donald Trump had Umaga. Or, wait, who had Lashley? No, he had Lashley. And, Vince McMahon had Umaga. I was shocked when he won against Clinton. Yeah, we all were. Everybody was. Glass shattering. That's what happens at the dinner. He definitely broke glass in a bad way. Yeah. If Kamala won it, would have been the end of the country. If shut the fuck up in your hyperbolic bullshit. The thing is, you're literally watching the decimation of the idea of democracy and, like, how our country is run. You can't say that you love a country and that you're going to make it great again, and then the only people that's getting made great for are billionaires and people that make a certain amount of money. You do not make that amount of money. Trust me, Eric, you have just as much of a fucking possibility as ending up on the street as any of us. I don't think you understand that. And that's kind of part of it. A lot of these people cannot conceptualize a future in which they fail. That's why in 2008, a lot of people blame Democrats for that shit. I swear to God. Which, that wasn't their fault. If you go back and think about it, oh yeah, Obama, he ruined it just by because this is what they were saying back then. He ruined the country by even running, because the possibility of a black man being the president apparently shocked the markets into a fucking recession. That was the first hint that I got that some of these people are disingenuous in their arguments, that a lot of it is just a fancy way to frame their racism. Plain and simple. And their unpopular ideas. Kind of sucks. But it is what it is, man. Anyway. Don't think I'm... Wait, I believe in mine you can, but either way, I plan on hopping the fence in the primaries. For what? Wait. I felt similarly. I thought more independent. Also, if Jesus was still alive, I definitely think he'd be a leftist. No greed, love everyone, support others. I can't see Jesus any other way. Well, that's Jesus. The thing is, they want you to see, American Jesus instead of Yahshua Bar Yusuf, which, again, they hate reminding you that that's not, like, Jesus isn't even his name. Like, the dude was very much brown. He was very much, of his people at that time, which, again, it wasn't lily white. Our man didn't look like our man. I don't believe in Jesus anymore. Not like that. But that your guy, there we go. Your guy fucking did not look like Obi-Wan Kenobi. He definitely did not. I mean, fuck. The fact that we somehow got that, like, into pop culture is still crazy to me. But, definitely broke the glass in a bad way. I believe in mine you can. What do you mean you believe in mine you can? You might have, I'm assuming you mistyped. But either way, I plan on and this is what I'm most curious about. What do you mean you plan on hopping the fence? So did you already vote for Republicans in your first election? Like, did you vote for Trump? I mean, again, if you're a Trump voter, I have to preface, I think differently to, like, when I see a Trump voter and when I see a Trump supporter. People that voted for Trump that are just like, yeah, I really fucked up. Now, if you're a 3-time voter, maybe I might have to tackle that a little bit less delicately. But a one-time Trump voter, especially if it was their first election in this last one, that's where I can at least have a little bit of sympathy, or not even sympathy. What's the word I'm looking for? Just openness, where it's just like, okay, well, I think that you can kind of see where you might have screwed up. Because I've explained this. I have some friends that voted for Trump, and they did it because they couldn't bring themselves to vote for Biden again. Because realistically, and I wasn't listening to this when it was happening, they kept telling me that it's like, you can't tell me that, this shit does not smell bad when you're rubbing shit right in my face. He's like, that's what they're doing with the economy right now. They're telling me that this is not shit. This is very, very good chocolate. And it's like, that is shit. Which, that's, the Dems definitely, they lost that election. I want to say fair and square, but I don't know anymore, man. I kind of feel like this motherfucker actually might have rigged it. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows anymore? All I know is that this one's a fucking hoax. This one is, I'm gonna just say it, man. Like, you got a fucking lot of MAGA hoaxes going on with this shit. I think that the biggest one's the Butler one. I think that it's all just, it's MAGA hoaxes. It's kind of like, also, can the Democrats maybe play the game a little bit? Like, the way that I watch Jamie Raskin answer the question with Dana Bash, or Dana Fash as we call her, because we're original here. But yeah, I hated his answer because it was just like, how in the fuck you not just going to be like, here, hold on, Dana, hold on, I'm going to pull up his tweets and just go through a few tweets. Like, just because the idea that this rhetoric is coming from the Democrats is insane. I'm sorry. I'm not one to stand up for the Democrats and like be like, what do you mean? The Democrats don't play this game at all. But they don't. The thing is, the Democrats are too nice to you motherfuckers. The Democrats are sitting on their hands. And not only that, actually, I would argue that they're sitting on their thumbs. Like, they're, and like, thumbs up, fucking, thumbs up, 7-up, right up the anus. Because that's, they can't get it out. It's stuck. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy. It's kind of gross. I don't know, but they look stupid. That's my point, I guess. Is like it's like you caught them where they're just like, you weren't supposed to see this. Oh no. Oh well, it's stuck. Because that's where I feel like that's where they're at. They wanted to watch Trump bury himself, but they don't understand that, like, even if they win the midterms, man, this is going to reflect poorly on them because they haven't done anything. Their pushback is, well, we just got to wait it out. You know, we're in the midterms. We don't want to be too aggressive. Whatever. I suppose so. Someone needs to undo all of Trump's BS executive orders. It's not just his BS executive orders. There's a lot of fucking stuff. Fucking Doge alone. The shit, the damage that he caused with Doge alone is going to take years to undo. You got the education system. It's going to take years to undo. But this is literally part of, like, that's the plan. You know? Like, anyway. Third or Fourth Amendment on Trump. In his press conference is all about crowd size in the ballroom. I mean, the second that he said, this is why we need the ballroom, I mean, that's when I went, you faked this, didn't you? Like, dude, I haven't been I started off conspiracy brained. When I got into politics, I was very much into the 9/11 conspiracy stuff. Kind of grew past that. And even if it is kind of true, I don't know. I kind of fucking just started to accept that. It's like, our government's corrupt as shit. And they're all working together at some point. It's all fucking bullshit. But this is the first time, again, going back to when Trump got inaugurated, I was like, oh, it seems like he's really pissing off people. And that's where, you know, Alex Jones, the deep state's mad because he's in there. Then all of a sudden he does everything that the deep state was doing. And I think that was realistically what the problem was to him, was that he wasn't at the forefront of it. He didn't like Trump does not like not being the richest or the richest. I'll just say the richest person in the room. He hates that shit. He hates feeling like he has to be jealous of somebody, which he's always going to be, because once he has all the money, then he's going to be like, oh, wait a minute, this guy has his looks, his charisma. I have more riz, as the kids. I mean, dude, that's one of my favorite things to watch in real time is him age. And it's pissing him off. He hates the fact that he's losing control. He knows he's losing control, too. And a lot of people that recognize the signs in their own relatives, you know, it's being disingenuously used by a lot of people in the left-wing media. I've had it, ladies, in the way that they do it. I've had it with the Midas touch in the way that daily you have fucking, I'm Ben Mycelis. Donald Trump is at death's door. It's gonna happen any minute now. The MAGA attack is coming, people. We're waiting. This man is just, he's doing so poorly with his health. Look at his hand. Look at his ankles. Blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. Literally. Until that day, stop. Because I thought it was lame when the fucking, the right wing was doing it to Biden. I think, I thought it was, I'm going to be better. I thought it was stupid. I really thought it was stupid. Because anytime that, you know, the right wing was coming out and saying, Biden's not even going to make it through his presidency. Dave Rubin said he would quit. He literally said that if he made it through his presidency, he would quit doing podcasting. Yeah, nothing came of that. It's almost like they actually don't believe in anything, and they also, you know, don't have integrity. So anytime that you make a bet with a conservative, you can also bet that they're not going to hold up their end of the bargain. Because it's literally, if it goes their way, they won. If it doesn't go their way, they still won. They just got cheated. I mean, how do more people not see it? How do more people just not see it for what it is? This motherfucker, he comes in. He loses an election. Now, all of a sudden, that's the first time that, you know, the elections have been rigged. Come on, dude. I hate how and the media, they all buy it because it sells to us. They want to keep us all on our toes with this bullshit. And they know that if they play into, his impulses a little bit, You know, they don't give him everything, but they just a little bit. Where, like, again, Dana Fash, dude, she's been fucking, like, CNN is unwatchable. It really is. CNN is fucking unwatchable. Abby Phillips. All right. I'll give her credit. But Jake Tapper and Dana Fash, they're insufferable. And it's been obvious about, like, just what they want out of this. What they want is they want the news cycle to continue, and they know that if Trump starts getting checked, then all of a sudden they're not going to have as much to cover. That's why when he did go for Iran, they were just like, yes. LeMayo, Pep's got a soft spot, a little bit. Trying to be fair here. Fuck, man. You ever have a tea bag that kind of like broke? Happened to me. That's such good tea. Cannot waste. Anyway, he's got his lowest approval ratings ever. He's got a huge boost after every attempt. Nothing more important to him than image. Do they listen to Trump when he speaks? The thing is, leaves in my tea. Delicious. Tea bag. I knew it was coming. I got a black tea right now. Tazo black tea. It's one of my favorites. Not a big fan of, like, going for Tazo because they had a contract with Starbucks for as long as they did, but goddamn. CNN is lockstep with Fox News when it comes to striking Iran. Yeah. Well, yeah, because I think that it's you're going based off the White House press corps. It's so obvious at this point. Like, the fact that they platform all the information from Pete Hegseth and all the the people in the Pentagon is with uncritically at this point. It's just so crazy. Read the leaves left in the bottom. Oh yes, I must read the tea leaves. I see what you're doing. I see. Ooh. But realistically, man, this is kind of where I'm at, where I wish more people would just be honest about this stuff. Everybody's so caught up emotionally in it that they don't want to look at things for how they actually are. And there's also some other things that we really need to shape up here, man. Like, especially as leftists, we have got to get behind the idea that some of our politicians, they suck. And like, the idea of somebody wanting to be a politician is actually inherently, like, bad. Like, they're not great people. You know what I mean? Like, they want a degree of power. Like, there is something to that. Not everybody is gonna be fucking Gandhi. And the other part about that is we don't live in a world where that's gonna work. You can't have somebody that's too nice. It just doesn't work. It legitimately doesn't work. Nobody likes a face. As a wrestling fan, I can tell you this with certainty. There's a reason that heels get the pops that they do. And there's also a reason that faces get a boost from having a really good heel. Right now, in politics, we have a great heel. We really do. The problem is, we have the worst we got the Lex Luger of, like, faces right now, where it's like they're trying to sell us on Lex Luger, and we're all just like, that ain't Hulk Hogan. Stop giving him an American flag and telling me to like him. Now, for my non-wrestling fans, there was something that happened back in the 90s where Hulk Hogan was kind of getting out of wrestling. Holy shit, you just explained Trump. Hey, for real. But yeah, Hulk Hogan was getting out of wrestling, and there was not out of wrestling. He was kind of toying with like going to WCW, and there was this like whole thing where people were also getting really bored with Hulk Hogan. So it was either we give this to Ultimate Warrior and we let the heel win, or just Hulk Hogan again. So what they do, they actually they let the Ultimate Warrior win. Whoa, from parts unknown. I always love I hate to admit that I hated or I loved the Ultimate Warrior when I was a kid, but then as I grew up, I was just like, that guy's a real piece of shit. But yes, it's literally the same thing, man. So what do we have now? Like, if I'm going to look at this from a wrestling booking standpoint, we have got to get are CM Punk. You need somebody like CM Punk, somebody that's great on the microphone, that has a little bit of that edge, a little bit of that fuck you attitude. Like, you're not going to fuck with me. You're not going to tell me what to fucking do. And honestly, are you offended? Cry me a river. That is what we need. And honestly, like, when I saw Mamdani, I thought, okay, that could work, but even he's a little bit too nice. In this world of Trump, we actually, like, we need someone with a little bit of an edge. But I don't see that coming. Like I said, we got fucking Lex Luger. I'm not okay with it. We need Face Macho Man to make a fucking yeah, coming out of retirement. Yeah, retirement from the grave. Gonna make a scene. Yeah, bring in the heat. Only a heel knows how a heel's mind works. Well, Jesse Ventura is literally available right now. Jesse Ventura is also ancient, dude. I don't know. Jesse Ventura is doing the old man nod. Like, you know, there's one thing that Jesse Ventura and a newborn baby have totally in common is when they go like this. Their head bobs for no reason. Peach Creek Media gifted 100 joules. Thank you. Appreciate that. Soy Boy's got no edge. Oh, this guy called me a soy boy. Oh, my low T is leaking out of my pores because he made fun of me. No. No. We need, like 1,000 Mamdanis, I think, progressives in local communities. The thing is, progressive policy and just in general socialism, we need to sell it on the American public a lot better before we just try to force feed them. Because the thing is, that's part of electoral politics. Like, I believe in the idea... Dude, what up, Distracting? Good to see you, bro. How you been? Fuck, I haven't seen you in chat in a minute. Anyway, also, yeah. I never liked Hulk Hogan, by the way. Just so you guys know. Like, I never got behind him. But 100%, I automatically do not trust politicians. I don't trust a lot of people. It's not just politicians. You know how many fucking shitty-ass contractors I've dealt with? That are lying sacks of shit? Bro, it's not locked into politics. Some people just suck. The reality is, dude, some people just suck. Most people want to get more than their fair share because for some reason we've all been conditioned to think that it's like, well, if I don't get mine, then I can't give people theirs. That's literally politicians. That's how they fucking think. Like, do you ever wonder how much your city council, like, makes? I mean, we sit here focusing on senators and a bunch of these assholes, but we're never talking about, you know, the blatant corruption that happens in your city, just literally your city councils, your HOAs, you know, a lot of your elected officials that are, you know, that you could easily vote out just by showing up to these things. You know, you could have a lot better of an existence, but for some reason we just think that, no, down with all HOAs. I wish that, yeah, that's great. But you know what? It's not a practical reality if you just go sit, like, this is going to sound shitty, but this is where it is. Like, you can't just go protesting. You can't just have a sign. Like, there is actual action in activism. And some of that action is boring. It's not being a badass, like, again, with your signs or, you know, having that picture of you doing something, you know, for the cause. You want to know who the real badasses are? The ones that just wake up, put on a suit, and then they go and they run for a local office that they realize is uncontested because they've realized, oh, wait a minute. You know what? This fucking tax increase that just happened to me came from a local vote. Oh, wait a minute. The data center? That just came from a local vote. God damn it. Those are the real fucking winners. A lot of it is just calling in, writing emails, paperwork. Yeah. No, yeah, a lot of it is just, logistical shit. But again, this is where, like, the DSA, I get mad at the DSA because you're not going to solve, you're not going to change politics just by handing out pamphlets on the fucking subway. It's not how it works. Especially with, like, people that are already, like, kind of disenfranchised by politics. Like, this is another thing that a lot of people, whether they're on the left or right, don't want to recognize, is that the largest voting contingent in America are non-voters. And that is who I try to speak to. I'm not trying to even get the fucking, you know, I don't care. Like, honestly, Dr. House, this is why I enjoy talking to guys like you, is because you're not so locked in on it. Like, you do come at this with, like, a level of curiosity that's organic. It's not all steeped in, it's not like you have these ideals that, like, oh my God, if you step out of this, then you're somehow betraying the cause. Like, that kind of shit. And also, just in general, like I was saying, I think that I consider myself a progressive DSA supporter. If you don't know what the DSA, Democratic Socialists. And I think that democratic socialism is something that you could sell in America pretty easily if you kind of, this is where you, like, you got to eat a little bit of the vegetable that you don't like with this one. You got to take that spoonful and just go, okay. Oh. Because it is us kind of recognizing, hey, okay, so you can have your little bits of capitalism here. We get it. You can't conceptualize what like a communist society would be, because a lot of people can't explain it well either. Like, you do have some people, but on a wider scale, I haven't seen anybody, like, really break out and just cover it in a way and, like, to change people's minds. And also, like I've been saying, a fucking rebrand would be good. I don't understand, and I know that I got some people in chat that disagree with me on this, but I think that, like, the idea of just being like, well, we can't not call it communism. I'm like, why? Like, this is my point about the Tea Party. The Tea Party already did, like, just this. Like, they rebranded and it worked for them. I'm thinking that it's kind of similar, because they also did kind of take some ideas where it's just like, oh, shit, like, this one worked, this works. If you don't take or run for a local seat, a Republican or a fascist, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they understand how the game is played. They 100, yeah, Anna, I know that me and you disagree on this one a little bit, but I feel like a big part of the issue is the American mindset. We've never recovered from the Red Scare. Yes, but the Red Scare was not organic. The Red Scare it's literally to dissuade you from even looking at communism as a viable option, because you know who doesn't benefit from communism? Big corporations, the rich. That's that is just the bottom line. This is all to propagate the wealth of a very, very small fraction of people that also have a majority of our fucking money at this point. It's insane. It's insane what we've done, just letting them hoard our wealth, but whatever. Let's keep arguing about our fucking social issues. Straight up American propaganda. So many Americans don't realize how much propaganda they're subjected to. Oh, on the daily, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, especially in the 90s. Fuck yeah, man. But that's also where it kind of failed, is because George Bush and the GOP really they fucked up. They put way too much of their confidence into or they had too much confidence in thinking that Americans were not going to at some point be like, hey, what the fuck are we doing? And the whole weapons of mass destruction thing falling apart. They really thought that was going to work. DSA is stinky. PSL forever. I'm not going to join a fucking group anymore. I think that honestly, I think I'm done paying dues to the DSA. I'm not exactly thrilled. Like, I can sit here and support their politicians if they had one. That's where I'm fucking done. They got nobody in this upcoming cycle, and they said that they're not going to back Daniel Biss, and I was just like, you know what, fuck this. What am I doing? What am I paying for? Like I said, the fucking first meeting I went to, they wanted to focus on microaggressions. Oh, okay, that's really going to fucking move anybody. Enough. This is why everybody thinks to the left. Like, honestly, this is why, like, your average American does think that you're, like, super leftist is kind of a joke. Is because you got assholes out there that kind of fucking fit that mold. Like, And it's the loudest voice paradox, where it's just like, oh my God, the people with the loudest voices are the ones getting the most attention. Look at that. You know, worked out for the right, but for some reason on the left, our loudest voices tend to be kind of jackasses. I'm sorry, it's true. It's fucking true. Anyway. A moneyless, stateless, privatized trade. It's a hard sell. Yeah, no, it is. It's a hard sell. Because people automatically think, well, what about my status quo? Because they're, you know, I want my house. Like, what most people want is to get paid more at their job, to have their job valued at way more money. But they also are convinced that if that happens, then they're going to, like, then you might accidentally overvalue the fast food workers and the people that keep you alive, ironically. Quality of your DSA is really deepened on what chapter you're at. It's Chicago DSA is a fucking failure. And, like, the fact that they had the convention here and they didn't ride that wave to actually produce something good. I don't know. I just got to say, it's a lot of mental masturbation, man. It's like, it's just, I felt like it's just a fucking circle jerk where, okay, we can sit here praying. Like, I kind of felt like I was in church again, where I'm like, oh, kind of praying for this thing that might not ever come to fruition because we can't get over infighting in our own ranks, you know? Because, yeah, Anna, I also had a discussion there, how they were talking about how, like, PSL was stepping on their toes and how they were getting angry at them organizing some of the marches. And I was just like, oh, that's cool. That's wonderful. Wonderful. You know? And this is why I'm kind of unmoving in my way of looking at this, is because I don't think I'm wrong. And this is one of those rare times, guys. Like, I think that if you watch my show, you know that I'm not always, like, I'm not just, like, set my fucking feet in and just lock, just fucking put the stakes in. I don't do that, you know? I do kind of think that I can be moved on certain things, and I can see points of view and adjust my way of thinking. Oh, infighting is the worst. I hate it so much. It sucks. It fucking sucks. So I've heard, but I don't actually think anything against the DSA. It's just friendly ribbing. No, I know, but, like, you think you do the ribbing. It's just people don't understand that, like, like that, like you doing that to an actual, like, person in the DSA Chicago chapter, they would look at that and just be like, so you have anti-DSA PSL in your fucking chat? Which, when I say anti-DSA PSL, immediately I want to go, because fucking what? Your average person in politics is hearing that and they're just like, that sounds stupid. That sounds really stupid. Why do you have all these acronym things, and why are you all fighting with each other? You get free cancer treatment in America? Is this what? No. Free cancer treatment? Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, this is, and yes, to answer your question, not trying to be a dick, but that is why I am fundraising for my wife, and I haven't added, but we also are fundraising for my dog as well, because he's got some tests coming up here, anyway, can we not, thank you for the concern, and I appreciate that, and I am not doing as well with the reality that my dog also has cancer. It kind of really hit me this weekend, so, yeah, if you guys can donate anything to the cause, I really appreciate that. Realistically, liking and subscribing and doing all that, like, to push my stream out there so I can get certain metrics so I don't have to rely on my audience as much, that would be great. But perfect world shit. But I also am very lucky to have you guys, and I you know what, I really appreciate the fact that you guys are very generous, so thank you so much. By the way, discourse and curiosity is progression. Oh, thank you. That's so sad on your wife in all of Europe. You would pay nothing. I know. Best of luck with your fundraising. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, I threw my whole life upside down, and I didn't know who I was without it. I had no idea what life could be. I mean, I've always been this way, I piss off a lot of people. People have called me a fence sitter. I've been called centrist. I've been called a lot of things. And this was even before I started this channel. I'll go follow and share on YouTube to try and push the video. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you're confused, I have a vertical and a horizontal stream over on YouTube. It actually worked today. Yay. So, it has not been working all the time, and it's been forcing me to only go with a vertical, which... Oh, crap. I just realized I need to... Oh, crap. I forgot to record this. Damn it. I meant to do this as a segment. Thank you. Oh, Ravy. Thank you.
At Ravy
much love
Baby
to you and
20
yours,
Australian
DSP.
dollars. Much love to you and yours.
Oh.
DSP got approved, so I have some cash to throw your way.
Thank
2
you.
hearts emoji.
Thank you, and awesome. I'm glad to hear that that worked out for you. Was I the first to call you stinky? Maybe. Actually, yeah. I guess so. I haven't heard that one lobbed my way before as far as just being DSA, so... Extremely cheerful, that was unironically... Wait, Wait, you know if you turn up in Scandinavia or UK with your wife on a tourist visa and just overstayed, it would... So either way, so right now we're actually at the point in her treatment where we cannot mess with this at all. So like even if I theoretically, like it is better or like we could be better off financially, which I don't know. Because you got to think about that. How long do I stay? Where am I? What am I paying? Like I mean, yes, I make some money from this, but I do, you know, I got to work, and there's other like there's things that might not be practical. At least not now. Maybe at the beginning, had I had a little bit of a clearer head, but either way, the only thing you get as a fence sitter is a sore perineum. Am I is that what you're calling me, a fence sitter? Or is that, I'm not at all. Because I also try to be honest about this, where it's just like, yeah, you're not going to persuade me to go MAGA. That's just not how it is, like, at all. If anything, actually, Anna can, like, she can say that, or I can say this. Anna has, Alirda in chat, she is one of the people that has kind of made me realize that, no, I'm not as, like, she kind of broke me from that, where I used to kind of identify as more of a centrist person. But I'm really not. When you actually break my politics down, I'm not. And, like, that was the same thing. That's why, Dr. House, I told you to take the political compass test and kind of see where you fall on the Overton window. These are like the basics of poli-sci, which honestly, what else do you learn in poli-sci that's worth all that money? Jesus Christ. On both streams at the same time. Haha, nice. Hey, appreciate that. Also, thank you for subbing and sharing. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I need to... It's easy, dude. It's like a 5-10 minute quiz. Nah, you have empathy? Yes, I do have empathy. It's staged. The last one was. I mean, based Saxon coming in here, dropping some facts. Or not facts, I don't know. I need to be careful with that. The views of Peptalks are not... I do not necessarily share all the views of my chatters. So I'm just kind of reading my chat here. Just in case, you know. So, allegedly... What's it called again? My memory is horrible. The Overton window. Hey, you're like me. I have a... Here, I'll just type it for you. But so, like, for instance, I've also noticed that a lot of right-wingers, they don't come at things with like an educated perspective. You know what I mean? Like they're all in the fifis, and like that's how they kind of base a lot of their politics. But then yeah, you know, the left, they tend to get a little too steeped in their books and the theory side of things, and like I said, not being able to sell it in a very easy way, which that has to happen. Like, that's my number one thing, is like, we have got to figure out a way to simplify the message into people just they cannot, so they can't deny what we are trying to sell them. Like, it's just like, dude, do you not want fucking healthcare? Do you not want this paid for? Why do you want your job tied to your healthcare? That's insane. Wouldn't you like to save that money and maybe have that in your 401k? Well, I'd be taxed more. Not really. Not really. Because honestly, the other thing is, like, bro, you're gonna see a time in your life where you're not as fortunate as you are health-wise, and you're gonna need healthcare. And oh boy, when that moment comes, it's a fucking awakening. When that first bill comes in, I'm not even kidding, man. If there's one thing I could go back and kind of push on myself, is how bad our healthcare system is. I didn't realize it. I've been reading about it, and there's always been a degree of separation. But then my mom died because she couldn't get healthcare, and long story short, and then yes, I'm dealing with all of the fun that is the American healthcare system, and all the, figuring out, oh, do you need this disability? Do you get this? Do you do this? Have you paid this? The big one is, have you paid this, asshole? Anyway, actual strength is the willingness to have your mind changed when you are wrong. Well, I try to, this is also why I try not to have, like, this, oh my God, you can't fucking break my, you can't break my preconceived notion of what the world is. That would make things awkward. Honestly, that would be so weird, because I would still be such a shithead. God, my mid-20s, actually early 20s. Mid-20s, I started coming into my own. Phrasing. But yes, I realistically think that, the left just needs to kind of realize that we can win these elections. It's just, you gotta separate occasionally and just understand that some of the people you're talking to are not your people. It's so, God, it's so easy, especially when you go to protest parties, political events where you have a lot of like-minded people. And this isn't bad at all. I do think that this is something that should be practiced. I think that people should be reminded that there are a lot of people that agree with them. But I also think that that's where things can actually be done to kind of have a step in the right direction. But, even for what was going on with Kat Abu Ghazali in my district, if you guys don't know, I was part of that whole debacle. And I honestly kind of felt the pressure too, because I had my own issues with Kat. I also, this kind of brings me to, this whole video about the smear campaign behind her. But I think that what didn't help was not having the DSA just overtly going, hey, yeah, you should support her. You really should support her. And then having, other candidates theoretically, I'm not saying that they should have dropped out, but for Mike Simmons and for Bushra, I'm still wrestling with this one too, because they had every right. They started their campaigns at the very beginning of the cycle, and the way that Illinois politics works is you can't just necessarily drop out at the 11th hour so you can get a lot of support behind another candidate. We actually kind of set it up so you can't just do that. They left her out. Nah, not really. No, because this is ignoring the fact that she's not perfect, that she, honest to God, kind of fucked up on some ways. She didn't have great answers for things. She also was a little too focused on getting her name out there with people like you. Unfortunately, she wasn't focusing on the locality. And for her, now that we can look at it in retrospect, yeah, you know what really fucking hurt her? When she missed that giant campaign event that had 4 different districts. Or it was 4 different districts that were also involved, because we also had, I think Illinois 8. We had, 7, 8, and 5. we had candidates come from that, and then we also had the 9th. But, so it's not about them dropping out. It was about them. It's an interesting thing here. So I wish we had ranked choice voting in a perfect world, and that's kind of where I'm at. So it does just kind of seem like, yeah, they did kind of split the vote. As much as I support, I wanted to vote for Mike. But I had to do the one that was like, well, I want to see her on the national platform. I wanted to see her there just as badly as she did, apparently. But that was also what she wanted. You know, like, she wanted to go out and focus on the people that don't really matter, you know, to a local election. And yeah, her sacrifice was the people that went out and voted, which I still hold that even if Bushra and Mike's supporters did support her, it wasn't enough to for Biss to lose. That's also something that's a big deal. And here, actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Welcome to the watch mode. Hold on. Oh, come on. Why is it every time I try to pull up X, this does it? Wait, Zach? What the heck? Cheers, dude. Thank you. Hey, by the way, been having some major issues with the fiber here in Chicago, to the point where, yeah, there's like a small little Facebook group that got to go together to bitch about it. So hope they fix that soon. No, that's not it. Fuck, dude. It's happening again. Why does this never work? Okay. Well, let's do this. Fucking Christ. Sorry, guys. My OBS has been just dog shit. Dog shit. What the fuck, man? No, that didn't work. Okay, let's do this the hard way. Fucking Christ. This is the second time this has happened. I said fuck politics, live life months ago. Well, that's cool. I appreciate that sentiment, but I also, politics is important. But, yeah, you don't have to be, like, too deep into them. Just make sure you pay enough attention and also demand the right things from the people that represent you. Alright, let's do this. There we go. Finally. Alright. This is the second time I have had to delete my my source and just go to and recreate it. That's getting annoying. All right, so this kind of brings me to the track APAC thing from my last little rant here, talking about Kat Abugzaleh, because one of the big problems that I had was that she was using the track APAC thing very disingenuously when it came to Daniel Biss. This whole idea that the J Street donations, when you go back and you look at the J Street donations, and they were technically labeled as small dollar donations, which then you go and find that technically she could have had the same thing. And then you go and you look at Bernie Sanders and you look at AOC, and then you find out that they have the exact same thing, or the exact same contribution. So it's yeah. Bought a new motorcycle, so I've been working, heading home, and riding the rest of the night. Nice. My pops is big into motorcycle riding. He did over 5,000 miles within just like the last 5 weeks. I was like, dude. Almost got a Dewey. Yeah. Oh, you're a month sober. Congratulations, brother. I'm proud of you. I'm glad that you're still, you're recognizing this. Hey, it's okay when you, if you fall off the horse, just get back on, man. Don't do that thing where it's like, oh my God, I failed myself. That's one thing that I always hated about like the AA culture, where it was like you were a slave to the coin, and then you didn't want to lose your coin, and you didn't want to, because there's shame attached to losing the coin, and then like, yeah. Every once in a while there was something there where I was just like, that's toxic, and I just realized how bad that is for long-term stability and sobriety, because my mom was very much that way, where she would lie about her sobriety because she didn't want to lose the coin and have to deal with the embarrassment in AA. It's heartbreaking to see. Yeah, so many people in AA just lie about their sobriety time anyway. Yeah, exactly. Which then kind of makes it like, oh, well, I'm not lying about mine. What the fuck? Like, I really, again, if you got it in you and you're proud of yourself, good. Do that. Be proud of yourself. But if you're lying to yourself, just understand that technically it might not even be your fault that you're lying to yourself, because you got yourself in bed with a fucking organization that kind of prides itself on shame. I don't know. So sometimes, like, I went to a few AA meetings with her as a supporter, and I don't know. It kind of made sense, where I was like, oh damn, now I know why some people come out of AA and they're just like, ooh, yeah, that was not good. Also, relapse isn't that big of a deal. No, it's not. It's good. No, statistically, it's gonna happen. Like, statistically. All right, so to the Kat Abu Ghazali point. All right, so Adam Mockler posted this. I think we watched it on Friday, but I'm gonna go over it again. Here we go. This guy is doing a little, like, some people are calling it a hit piece. It's actual journalism though. Like, the motherfucker is like, he has stated his intention. He wants Track APAC to not lie or misrepresent their information, because then it kind of makes it harder for anybody on the left specifically to use Track APAC as anything but a disingenuous fucking, like, Fifi's machine, where it's just like, oh, look, the person that I already didn't like took some APAC money, so I can be mad about that, with simultaneously ignoring what their candidate is doing. So this is where I want to get the I want to get the disingenuousness out of some of this shit. I really do. So because I made a comment on Adam's post, which I gotta admit, it was kind of cool. He liked my post. Of 3 people too. Let's get my numbers up there, folks. Come on. I've been asking. I know you guys, some of y'all don't use X because of Elon and all that, but your boy could use a little bit of a boost. You know, this is what I get for joining social media at fucking almost 40. Well, when I say social media, you know, I'm like a good millennial. I just maintained a Facebook account, and that was it. Dude, I got mad when Facebook Messenger became a separate thing. I was just like, why you gotta make this a separate thing? Like, I felt so old when that happened. But anyway, yes, I've been on X more, and I've been replying and doing stuff. So follow me. It's actually kind of interesting. But I just said, Adam's not long, can't be lying. If it helps bring down corrupt people, you win with facts. So that was in response to this video. Let's give it a little look.
We have to talk about Track APAC. You've probably seen their graphics, and I have troubling news that essentially means that all of their numbers are wrong. So I was sent an Excel doc of their tracking of James Tallarico, and it's bad. If you look closely, the majority of the funds that they're tracking in their graphics are from lobby donors. What we discovered is how they define a lobby donor is anyone who has ever given an itemized donation to a pro-Israel or Jewish PAC. If this doesn't sound insane to you, here are 3 reasons why this methodology is insanely stupid. Number 1, we looked at the lifetime lobby donations of the people in the spreadsheet. Some of these individuals only gave $200 and not to APAC.
Right. Now, these same donations are the ones that you can go and you can find that they gave to other campaigns.
Guys, someone that gave $200 10 years ago to the California Jewish Democrats is not in the Israel lobby. To track every subsequent donation.
And yeah, so the serfs came out and was just like, well, it's technically the same thing. It's they just changed their name.
That
It's
they
like, oh,
to every politician, and
the point was about the 10 years ago
add that
portion of
number
this.
into a red graphic is beyond misleading.
Yeah.
Number 2, no politician that raises a decent amount of money can beat this test. Don't believe me? Here's James Tallarico's red graphic. Over $100,000 from individuals in the pro-Israel lobby. To someone just scrolling on social media, this looks like he got $100,000 from AIPAC. But guess what? We cross-referenced those 96 donors in the Excel spreadsheet and found that they'd also given thousands of dollars to politicians like AOC and Bernie Sanders. This is because James Tallarico has now raised over $40 million. Of course there's going to be crossover if you use this methodology. Number 3, your organization is called Track AIPAC, but you've been very open that you track more
Mike from PA did the same thing. It was so
than
annoying.
just AIPAC, including
Yeah, I saw Mike from PA in this comment section.
J Street. However, J Street has given direct and earmarked donations to candidates that you give green graphics.
Or the non-Timu version of me, apparently.
So then tracking individuals who have given a couple $100s to J Street as Israel
shit, thank you for the
lobbyists
10
is
jewels. Appreciate
inconsistent at best. So track AIPAC. If you want to follow the money, do that. On our integrity index, we track AIPAC. We have all their direct donations, earmarked donations, and super PAC spending. It's all public. But if instead you want to track where politicians stand on your policy goals related to Palestine and Israel and make graphics reflecting those policy positions, do that. But you have to choose.
Yep.
You have to be consistent and accurate. And until you update your method,
This is where I was in agreement with him, and like to see the comment section just completely missing the fucking point on this one
spreading
it was a little fucking annoying.
misinformation.
Because they were just like, they literally turned into, how much did AIPAC pay you? How much did Chorus pay you? They could never interact with it substantively. So he released this reply.
Last week, we made a video about a large concern we have with Track AIPAC's methodology. Now, since then, we've reached out to them for a meeting to discuss how their methodology could be improved. We want to be as transparent as possible about what we will present to them in that meeting so that y'all know what our intentions are and don't just think we're being paid off by BB. Joking, but seriously, for us, it's always been AIPAC, but we have 2 major concerns with Track AIPAC's methodology, and yes, they are major. Number 1, we still have a problem with their definition of a pro-Israel lobby donor being anyone who's ever given an itemized donation to any of the 67 PACs that they track. By that methodology, this should be AOC's total. This should be Ilhan Omar's total. This should be Rashida Tlaib's total. This should be Bernie Sanders' total if they were being consistent. When reached for comment on this, Track AIPAC says that it has always used a combination of the spending by the Israel lobby and the politicians' policy positions when making graphics. However, not only do we find this methodology sloppy, but the journalist who Track AIPAC cites as the reason for changing their methodology said this to us. My reporting on Illinois' 9th Congressional District primary required deep investigative reporting on AIPAC's fundraising efforts. Applying the same facts broadly without the same confirmation or work could absolutely lead to glaring inconsistencies and raise more questions than the ones it seeks to answer. So that's the first problem. The second issue we found might be even worse. After talking with researcher Tyson Brody, we believe that they are double counting millions of dollars of donations. This is because they're counting Schedule B earmarked disbursements from the pro-Israel PACs and the same earmarked donations when they appear in the candidate Schedule A disclosures. If that made any sense to you, please go outside, touch some grass, but essentially it means that they're counting the money when it comes out of the PAC and when it comes into
I appreciate that.
the candidate. Long
Like,
story
you
short,
know
the
too
numbers
much.
in Track AIPAC's graphics, we are pretty confident are wrong. Our intention is to work with them to make them right. We are doing this process publicly because we think it's important to call out misinformation, and unfortunately, at this point in time, Track AIPAC's graphics are misinformation despite what their intentions might be. We'll be reporting back to y'all.
And that doesn't mean that anybody that points this out is somehow a shill for AIPAC or for fucking Israel. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I think that it is kind of insane to see all the pushback, and then it kind of made me realize, like, oh God, you know, some people, they need this to be so cut and dry that it is like, okay, so now it's just, you know, oh no, this is a psyop. It's another psyop. Like, I saw that one coming through a lot. It's just like, and then the same with, like I was saying with Adam Mockler, like, I'm calling him out, and I'm not trying to protect the kid. I'm really not. Like, sometimes he can be a little too liberal, shilly for me, even. But realistically, he wants what I want, and I think that it's fair. I think that we should want Track AIPAC to be giving us real numbers, and I think that we should, you know, hold them to a pretty high standard. There is a movement to adopt something akin to ranked choice voting across the nation. Some states have moved towards it, kind of. What movement? I mean, I would love to do that. As somebody that lives in a non-ranked choice state that would benefit from ranked choice massively, I'm interested in that. Just finished taking the libertarian test. I'm smack dab in the center of left libertarian. You're not too far off where I landed. Although I think they got the libertarian angle a little off. Curious, what's the libertarian stuff that you kind of lean towards? Is Mockler the kid that Erica Kirk tried to laser vision? Maybe. I don't know. He's the kid. I call him the kid with the mocklet. You know, he's got a baby face and a weird haircut, and he just, I don't know. He's good at what he does. He is very good at what he does, but the one thing I'm going to say is, like, I am getting a little tired of, like, Josiah, for instance, on Pondering Politics. Like, he did it today where he was talking about how anybody that believes that it was staged, you know, you're not adding anything to the discourse. It's like, dude, MAGA is coming out and saying that this shit was staged. What in the fuck? Why would you do it? Like, listen, it would benefit you just to be like, I don't know if it is or not. I don't know if it is. And honestly, you know, it doesn't matter what I believe. Like that, just ending it there, but then they're doing the, I don't believe it was staged. I think that this one was as cut and dry as they're making it out to be. But I see people out there and I have to ask questions. It's like, oh, God, why do you have to play this fucking game? I do believe it. Yeah, see, I do too. The fact that the first thing out of this motherfucker's mouth was just like, this is why we need a ballroom. It's like, what? Okay. But I'm also just gonna say it. It's too convenient. The news cycle is, it's literally focused on that instead of the Iran stuff, where, guess what, guys? That ceasefire that he was gonna send the guys out to on Friday, I called it. He fucking called him home and just canceled the meeting because Iran had already told him that they were canceling the fucking meeting. It's almost like I called that shit. Yeah, it was annoying. Every Friday, guys, just plan it. He's gonna announce that we have peace talks every fucking Friday until this war is technically over, because he's going to, like, he can't stand looking at the markets in the fucking red. So as he goes into the weekend, again, because he has apparently a very miserable existence where he bases things on like how others perceive him, which is at least that's enjoyable. At least I know he's such a miserable person. Like, there's that small win where I just know that he never feels joy. I don't think he understands what joy is, but they're definitely propagandizing it. Yeah, they are. They totally are. Even if it wasn't staged, they're using it like it was staged. When I saw them all standing behind him, smiling and laughing about it, like they were all still on a bender, you know, like that shit was wild. That shit was wild to me. And like, he doesn't drink. He doesn't do any of this stuff. So he was just riding the high of the, you know, the whole situation where he's just like, and now people are talking about anything else but what I didn't want them to talk about. It's almost like it worked. It fucking worked. You're libertarian because a true American, raw freedom. I think you should be able to do whatever you want with your person as long as it doesn't negatively impact other freedoms. Well, sometimes your perception of what your freedom in not impacting somebody, it could actually impact somebody. You know, it's that whole tax argument. But I see where you're coming from. I don't necessarily fully agree or fully disagree, because, yeah. Need a nap, entering sleep mode. Take care. All right, buddy. Take care, Natch. I'll catch you later. Thanks for being here. Your political system is insane. It's something like out of the 19th century. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's almost like we could have, I don't know, updated a few things, maybe looked at how insane we are for some other things, but no, we had to status quo this bitch. And then we had to be like, oh yeah, you know what, let's get somebody to upset the system. And then we got Donald fucking Trump. What up, Diego? How's it going, brother? Good to see you. Yep, that's the hard bit. Well, honestly, like, that's why libertarianism really does kind of like find its way in a bunch of like 16's a little early, 18 to 28. I feel like you have like a 10-year period where it's just like you can really get behind that stuff, but I don't know. At the risk of sounding a little bit like my dad, with the fucking, oh, well, someday you might come around. Well, yeah, someday you might just break from that and realize, oh, wow. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I kind of lean in the, well, I don't know about that. Because most of the libertarians I know, this is what's shitty about it. They ended up voting for Trump. So it's almost like they don't see how they were, for lack of a better term, weaponized. Bitch, Micro Johnson ran faster than the sprinter Bolt. Usain Bolt. Yeah, Usain Bolt. And no, there's no cap on campaign funds to be used. There are limits on campaign donations. That's where the PAC comes in. Yeah. You're at the age where you complain about potholes? Yeah. It was funny because when I was doing my pep walks, you can check out the VOD from Saturday if you guys want to see where Pep was, not only like the town I was born, but also where I lived a healthy majority of my life. So you guys can check that out. Also, it was a nostalgic trip, but yeah, it's a really nice view into the Dundee Township. I had fun. But yeah, lots of potholes. Good man. Good to be here. Just failed my motorcycle driving exam. Touched one of the traffic cones. Oh, that sucks. Well, you get another shot. Libertarians are really good at policing and military, but they're kind of useful idiots in the economic sphere. Yeah. I'm not opposed to that idea of possibly changing my mind. As I said, I'm still discovering myself. I'm just very unhappy currently with how much control the government, the corrupt government has. The thing is, like, people, like, I have a feeling that you would have been sold on that idea, even if it was Joe Biden and, like, the Democrats in power. Because, like, this is what's really weird, is, like, now I'm at this point where I'm just like, okay, yes, Biden and the Democrats were corrupt, but not that corrupt. Like, not just as overtly corrupt as these motherfuckers that literally are still using the, like, what do you mean I'm corrupt? Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, they did it. They pardoned themselves. It's like, dude, you just said you were going to pardon you and your cabinet. They did it. It's like, no. The amount of gaslighting that they try to pass off on their own supporters is kind of, like, if I was a Trump supporter, I would feel insulted. I would just be like, how stupid do you think we are? Like, I've thought about this, and I've tried to do it as, like, genuine as possible. I do think that if I was, a MAGA supporter, I would have left after the January 6th stuff, and that would have been a bridge too far. And then I would also probably be one of those people that didn't vote in 2024 because I would have felt so politically homeless that it's like, I'm not even throwing my vote to Jill Stein. Like, fuck it, it's not worth it. And that's why I can kind of understand where a lot of these disaffected Americans who make up the majority of our country who don't vote, I can kind of see where they come from. Like, most people are not as stupid as we want to treat them as. Like, I have this thing as a political commentator every once in a while falling into the trap of just being like, oh, these stupid people that don't pay attention. Like, no. You know what? That comes from jealousy. I'm gonna just admit it. It's because I'm jealous that they get to not pay attention. You know, I wish I had a brain that sometimes just didn't care. But I don't know why. I care. I genuinely fucking am. Sometimes I'm entertained by it because it is kind of like, oh, it's interesting to see where things are going. But maybe I wouldn't be a libertarian if the system wasn't so broken. It needs a lot of change and restructuring. Yeah, but the thing is, it's just another way of separating yourself into another contingent of essentially never being happy. Like, because libertarians, I find that libertarians are used by the left and the right whenever it's convenient. So, like, for instance, I was convinced to vote for a libertarian during, I think, it was Obama 2, because we did not have a good candidate from the left at all. Like, literally, I don't think they were on the ballot. So it was a libertarian or a Republican, so I voted for the libertarian. Apathy is death. Yeah. But at the same time, no, apathy, sickness, I would say, not death. Apathy, dude, every once in a while you just get fucking beat down and it's like your mind does the same thing that your body does sometimes, where it just shuts down. You know, this is a pretty good analogy, I think, where it's like if you work out too much and you have too much fun, you go to too many fucking concerts, you do whatever the fuck you love doing too much, eventually you get burnt out, right? Well, but when it comes to politics, it's a little bit harder to see it as like something that you like, because again, even for me, like, I just admit that I enjoy following this stuff, but I do like, because it's existential, like it is something that like impacts my daily fucking life. What I don't like is coming out of talking about politics feeling less powerless. Wait, less powerful. Wait, more powerless. God damn it. Kirk or Picard? Ooh, I like that you threw me a curveball there, Picard. Now ask me the real question, Picard or Cisco? That's gonna be a harder one for me to get through. But then we all know that Janeway's the best. Let's be real. Politics is just suffering. Ish. I mean, look at the way that the right wing gets away with everything and what they're doing. Pretty sure that the right wing, doesn't think that. They seem to kind of love that. Janeway's awful, wrong answer. She's not awful. She made some poor decisions that got her crew stuck on the other side of the Delta Quadrant. But hey, who's paying? Who's keeping score? I'm just kidding. No, I liked her. I like her because she's more pragmatic. She was like, as far as like a captain, that can make like the hard decisions. Yeah, no, I could stand behind her. Now, Cisco, ooh, there's some issues there. Like I think he did a great job, but he also, once he did the emissary stuff, it kind of split like his whole thing. Anyway, some of them, but I know it was bad when my two-time voting Trump conservative father is pissed. Is he pissed? Is he pissed now? That makes sense. I mean, you talk to any conservative commentator, they would think that you're lying. The best captain is Q. Bonjour, mon capitaine. But yeah, anyway. I like how I'm having two different conversations here and getting derailed. It's okay, because now I get to kind of go into the watch and learn and news and discuss section of the show, because I just realized we're 2 hours and 10 minutes. We're halfway to the 420. Holy crap. My bad, LOL. It's okay. Don't worry about it, man. It was a great discussion, and I appreciate having you here. Like I said, like, it's kind of cool that I don't get to have these discussions a lot, because honestly, a lot of people are kind of unmoving in their whole like their ideals and everything. So Pep stunlock for 20 hours. Yes, no, for 2 hours. Yes, I did. I didn't stunlock. I was just having a discussion, but yeah, we are going to be going two chats giving off schizo energy. Yeah, I mean, I have my Twitch chat. I actually have 3 chats up. There's also Jackal. You're not seeing the YouTube chat from my vertical stream, which, as I said, guys, I think I have to make the executive decision here, where I think that I'm gonna have to prioritize the vertical stream on YouTube for now, and then if you guys want to watch the horizontal stream, you'd have to do so over on Twitch. My only issue is, I'm going to give you a little inside baseball. I've been not hitting record on a bunch of my segments, so when I go to edit and I only have the one from YouTube, yeah, trying to get like a clean file from Twitch is not possible. So I essentially have to just watch it, record it, and then the scaling is just, it's awful. So, yeah. Should I move over to YouTube? Might be less confusing. Your wigs? Oh, okay, cool. Sure, if you want. Keep your Twitch open if you can, unless it kills your phone. I'm just, you guys can give a little bit of a boost. Hit that like button. I really am trying to get this stream going, guys. Holy shit. I do not wish this portion of content creation on anybody. And it's funny because I hope Alex doesn't hear this, but once you hit this point, it is just so frustrating because it's like, God, I'm like right there. Like I'm right at the cusp of the breakout point. And then I'm also I don't know, man, I kind of get this, I get a little down on myself where it's just like, oh fuck. Now it's like I'm about to hit that point. I'm known in some circles, which is crazy. I just found out that there's a larger content creator that knows exactly who I am, who doesn't hate my content. So that was cool. And the reason I have to be coy about this is because we might have something coming up in the future. So look out for that. Stagnation. Yeah, stagnation. Oh, I hate it. Yeah. I hate to even say that it is what it is, but it is exactly that. It's kind of stagnating a little bit. You'll break through the wall. I believe in you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Especially you. Dude, you're new here, so I appreciate that. No, man, I know. I got faith. I don't think that I would be as committed to doing this stream if I didn't think that I was going to get to that point. Also, thank you for the 10 jewels. Appreciate that. Is it Mr. Beast? Yes, it's Mr. Beast. Yes, I'm going on the Mr. Beast games. Look out for me on Mr. Beast's channel and, watch me Squid Games my way through YouTube. Honestly. No. Now, would you guys hate me if it was that? Would you guys leave me? Would that be a bridge too far? Also, DJX, what up, dude? No. I'm right there. I'm right there. I have it on good authority that once I get past a certain milestone here, that it really helps. So, yeah, continue to subscribe to the channel. Recommend me wherever you guys can to some people. I'm trying to break my content up a little bit more, as you can that was not a mistake that I just did 2 hours of just kind of chatting with you guys because, yeah, man, I kind of want to make this more personality based. If people want to hate me, fine, that's cool. But it also seems like I got taken out of I don't know, it's not like they're prioritizing political content anymore. And I think I covered this, but I talked to a right-winger who also makes, he's got 10,000 on his channel, but he was telling me it's happening to him too. So I'd be skeptical because Jimmy only invites on other wealthy people. Who's Jim? Oh, Jimmy, Mr. Beast. I am so kidding. Jesus Christ. No, he's a content creator in a very similar space. And he's yeah. I'm excited though. We've kind of been talking about it. It won't be taken. I can say this much: it's not gonna come to fruition until about August. That's why I want to be very careful with this. So, but yeah, just know that I do have at least some, larger creators that have even given me the time of day. Now, I got a piece of advice from another creator. They told me I should only be doing about 3 hours of streaming because they said that people don't necessarily want to go to a VOD and break up a 6-hour stream. And I'm just like, crap. GNN got demonetized. You can only appeal to an AI. That's not true. GNN also has connections through us and some people, I kind of gave him, I'm not sure if he ever got it, but I tried to. I gave him some advice on what to do. The last time that this happened. No, he got demonetized because he is a VTuber, and I know that other VTubers are having this happen to him, even gaming streamers. So, just so you know, that was not special to GNN. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. But I enjoy this. You have great personality. Thank you. I appreciate that. Pap, you got some irons in the fire? Yeah. I mean, I do. That's where I'm kind of like, oh, I'm very excited. And yeah, I'm about to kind of do some things that are going to boost the channel and also just kind of get me out there. Bandit, what up, dude? Also, good to see you over in the chill chat. I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. But what brought me to this is, I've been kind of figuring out that having the 2 streams open, it's splitting the algorithm, and that's why I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, I kind of understand it would be like oversaturating your base, but I'm not the expert. Well, that's exactly it. I was told that I do. I put too much content out there. I'm like, well, because like when I first started this, somebody had mentioned that like Hassan not missing a day was a big reason that he like kind of hit. But then I'm like, no, the reason that he really hit was that he already kind of had a baked in audience just through like, I don't know, nepotism. Can I call it what it is? Yes, he made his way, but he had a lot easier of a time getting his content out there when he was the fucking woke bae on fucking TYT. Let's be real, man. Like, goddamn. Like, I don't like how people don't do that. Don't do that. Like, because honestly, to people like me, where it's like, I don't have that at all. And now I'm seeing it where it's like, oh, yeah, that this is where you don't have that little bit of a boost. I hate how other VTubers animate child codes. No, I'm not into it. Never was. I'll be honest. I think VTubers are whatever. I have a friend that's a VTuber, and I check out his content occasionally to just support him. But I don't necessarily like it. I get it though. He explained to me that he doesn't want to do what I do. He doesn't want to be a public figure, so his name is not out there. One of the worst things that could happen to him is him getting doxxed, kind of thing, where I'm just like, okay. Cheers, by the way. Appetime Zone. It's 420 somewhere. California, right? Yeah. California, West Coast. You know, the messier the better. Wait, it always seems the way to hit big is to start something with someone more popular than you. Yeah, I'm not a clout chaser, though. That's the thing that really sucks is I don't have that bit in me that can do that stuff. Like, I understand it. Trust me, if I had the lack of self-respect, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to be nice here because I don't want to necessarily call out anybody for playing a game or for playing the game and they just happen to do better and they happen to just know that. But yes, that's how Vosh got bigger. He start some shit with Demon Mama who was bigger than him, or was that the ContraPoints thing? I just remember he did get a huge boost from that. But you need to manufacture some controversy. Let's just put it this way. You guys, if there's some manufactured controversy between me and somebody, it's likely to be me and Jake. If you don't know Jake from Wicked over on this space, he has also been kind of MIA from content because I think that I'm not sure if he's actually put this out there, but he had a PC issue, so just so you guys know. What's up? What's up, Jehu? Good to see you. Oh, God, what's up? What's up? What's up? Is that making a comeback? God damn it. Fucking almost 30 years later. I know I code bots, right? Never done it for this channel, though? Or for a channel? Oh, don't. I don't want bots either. I don't. This is what sucks. Like, I've actually been told this too. They're like, oh, you don't bot your channel? I'm just like, no. And I had, like, this was said to me in confidence. I won't say who I was talking to, but, yeah, they even said, they're like, oh, you don't bot your channel? Like, they were very, very casual about it. And I was just like, are you telling me that really is just how it's done? I'm like, fuck this. God damn it. And it was funny too, because they kind of thought I was. They were like, oh no, I thought you were definitely doing that because of like all the engagement you had. I'm like, no, like that happened because of YouTube. Like I just happened to start making vertical streams and all of a sudden just bots. And I don't know. But yeah, good beef always brings in the smooth brings. All right wingers bot apparently. Yeah. Not all, but a good portion of them. I'm not going to make a generalized statement that big, but yeah, I don't want to do that. According to Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah. No, I mean, not just Milo. Like, I've heard this from other sources and just people that are in the game. And yeah. No, again, thank you to everybody. Like, if you guys are, like, if any of the lurkers, because I know that, like, some of the content creators that have offered me their advice that do watch my show, they don't show up in chat, so just thank you. I appreciate anybody that's taken the time out of their days to kind of explain to me what's going on, why, how, what I'm going to be doing. It would, to see you on Jimmy Snow's The Wire. I mean, Jimmy, he's been in here. I don't know. I dare say he might not have liked my content. I also, he told me, like, he did show up. He was like, don't give me attention. I'm like, oh, my bad. Like, anytime I see a checkmark name, I get a little excited because I'm just like, oh, wow, I know what it takes to get that. So I'm just like, holy shit, that's a larger creator. Cool. I guess that's not the way to do it. I guess I gotta fucking talk some shit about Jimmy Snow and just be like, oh, this Jimmy Snow came in here and melted. Wah! Jimmy Snow has great hair. Not as cool. No, I'm gonna start this beef. Jimmy Snow doesn't have shit on me. I got the best hair on YouTube. Jimmy, have me on to debate that. Jimmy doesn't like to be noticed. Then what's he doing on YouTube? Wait a minute. Easy for him to say, him and his fucking, channel that's successful and he makes, a living doing his channel. Like, that's great. That's great. He likes to be told to fuck himself. Okay, listen, I'm not into, like, always playing into somebody's kinks. Like, listen, I'm not wearing the high heels and, like, stepping on his nuts or whatever the fuck he's into. Yeah, your hair kind of peaks, Jimmy's. Hell yeah. There we go. Now we just got facts. He might be on board. Hey, I mean, that'd be cool. That would be, dude. I've been also... I gotta get better about this, guys. I might need you guys. Like, this is kind of weird. But I might need you to hold me to this where, don't let me self-sabotage getting a better opportunity. Because I hate to say this, the chorus thing, I kind of feel like I might have fucked up on that one. Because you guys know me, and I would have been extremely open about it up until the, once it gets to legal shit, then I would have been like, okay, for legal reasons, I can't disclose this, but this is legal reasons. This is every contract that any media personality has ever signed, and if they are not going to admit that, then they're being disingenuous, and you can just count them in the as the liars that they are. So many of these people have contracts, by the way. I like Jimmy as a debater, slightly better than Parker and Dean, but since they do them through TikTok, the call quality is better, while Jimmy's show sounds like they're calling from the 90s. Oh, really? It's a lot of, is this me? Lots of that, lots of background noise. I have a huge opinion about libertarianism in the center of America. It's like, sir, can you please take your headset off? I'm not using a headset. God damn it. The worst is when it's like, I'm using a landline and you're still getting that feedback. You're like, oh no. I mean, that's how it used to be when cell phones started coming out. When I was first studying to go on Z Radio, we were told that the first thing to do with your callers was while they were in the queue to call back, and you would prioritize their number if they could call from a landline. Yeah, because cell phone quality, not great. Have you ever told YouTube chat you remind them, or wait, have I ever told you that you remind me of the dealer from Pulp Fiction? No, I don't think you have, but is that a good thing? I don't remember. Wait, wasn't that Quentin Tarantino? Oh, that's not great. How are VTubers different than the old days of having an online avatar? Is it just because it's live? Yeah, so the way that they're doing this is it's a lot harder to prove that a VTuber is not an AI personality. I know that he, unfortunately, like, the onus is on him to, like, so in trying to think, will this get me in trouble? I don't think so. I might be very careful about this. So there's a way he can do this. He can get a hold of them essentially like the old email way, right? Like, this does require some work. And then he needs, no, I know, but I'm actually being real. So then he needs to record himself on his cell phone doing his content, not release it, but then he needs to show, like, he needs to, like, private that video of him doing the content without his VTube screen, and then say, hey, like, this is what I do. Here is proof that this is how I do it. Can you please remove this strike? Now, there are ways to get around the AI. It just takes a minute, and it's not as easy as, like, just Twitter. There are avenues though. So yeah, I hope that GNN gets remonetized. Cause yeah, dude, wait a minute, isn't he past that 10K? Oh no. Oh no, yeah, that would definitely hurt him. Oh, that is what that infographic YouTube channel did. Yeah. You have to send Peter Thiel your previous colonoscopy so they can verify that you're human. Brutal. Yeah. Oh my god. Whatever, man. You know what? The more that I focus on the numbers, the less happy I am. And the less happy I am, the more my content suffers. So I'm back to this shit. You know what? You got old school Pep today. You got me not fucking caring anymore because I gotta stop. Because, yeah, my mental health has kind of taken a little bit of a hit of that. Because, like, I'll be real with y'all. I'm at that point where, I gotta start making a little bit more here. Otherwise, I gotta go get another gig, and that's gonna obviously mean less content, and just that's the death of most YouTubers, especially smaller YouTubers, is they get to this point. And this is where my paranoia comes out, because I feel like YouTube got what they wanted out of me. They get over 10,000 watch hours because they love their watch hours. Trust me. Watch hours means that they get to play their little ads every time that I hit that stupid green button. Sorry. Now he's at almost 2K. I don't know about the Twitch numbers though. Oh. Right, it's like when a hockey player starts playing for the checks and not for the love of the game. A little bit different. Yeah, I know. I'm going to, again, be very careful here because I don't want to get in trouble. But, yeah, that's why I'm starting to feel a little bit shitty about this stuff, man. Like, because I feel kind of used. Like, realistically, it's not like we got a union here. It's not, and like, that's why I was saying about like the chorus thing. I feel like I fucked up because that would have been at least a consistent paycheck, and I can focus on this. Like, you don't understand, like, the other sides of this. When I'm not doing this, it does kind of take its toll, because obviously there's...
At Banditmits, $5.
Meanwhile,
Rashad Ritchie patiently waiting until everyone completely forgets his fake degrees.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. That's his Epstein files. Rashad's gonna have to go start a fucking, like some little battles. I don't know, where's a small country that he can declare, aggression towards? Don't look over here. Ah, man. No, I know. Yeah. No, listen, I'm trying not to do that. I realistically, if somebody, like, I think that you guys have seen me do this. And I mean this. When I see somebody hit a certain point in their content creation, I don't necessarily care. Like, if they agree with me or not. Actually, I got in trouble because it was an AI channel, or like one that trains AI. But even for them to reach over that 500, like, that's not easy to do. Guys like my man, fucking Devil's Advocate. Actually, DA. I'm gonna use him as a better example here, because he put in the fucking work, man. Like, it's how I said watch hours? Well, he put that out there. Like, that dude, like, if there's one guy that I'm like, I want, if we can do the, like, come up together, that would be great, because he deserves it, man. He really wants it. And it's not like he wants it for any, like, weird reason. He wants to put out the best content he can, and he understands it's the same thing. It's super easy to do if you use a handful of tactics. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, the benefit of Jimmy's debate is that they use call screening. Oh, yeah. Well, if he's got a call screening, that's great. Call screening is a little bit harder than you'd think. I think that's why even Majority Report doesn't necessarily have... Well, do they? I think at this point they do. But you go back just even a few years ago, you could tell. We need a content creators union. In Minecraft. I'm getting in trouble. Of all the things that could probably get me in trouble, that's one of the ones where it's just like all of a sudden they start paying attention. But no, I will say this. I've been watching Alex, but I never watching gaming content. But yeah, several comments in those videos. Nice. Yeah, see, that's the thing. We do very different content. Like, I'm pretty like overtly just a talk show. And like I focus on politics and stuff like that. But I try to make it more about I try to make this actually like more personality based, where you guys come here to have my opinions on whatever the hell it is and just kind of hang out. Like, for all his faults and for everything, I will say that Vosh did at least inspire that, where when I was watching his content, I realized that I was watching his content more for just kind of like the chill, having like the camaraderie in chat and just in general, like it was like a really cool, place of like-minded people. Now, the part that sucks is when you watch it become that drama space. Like, what old influencer do you miss? I don't know. Who's an old influencer? Most of the ones that I watched before I watch now. Philip DeFranco. Vosh, I guess, has been doing it for at least 5 years now, so... I don't know. I'm not sure if I got one. Oh, wait. What's his name? The dude that was all of our MySpace friends. Tom. I miss Tom. I don't know. At least, that was always the thing. If my MySpace, like, if I didn't have any friends on there, at least I always knew that Tom had me. You got my back, Tom. That was in a movie or something, I feel like. A lot of the drama since the taxes stuff. Uh-oh, what happened? Taxes? Bosch backed off a lot of the drama since... Yeah, what do you mean taxes? Did he have like a thing there? Or did he just realize that he's making enough so he doesn't even have to play that? Because again, I wouldn't I wouldn't even fucking really be that upset about that if he just came out and said, like, yeah, you know what? I focused a little more on the drama stuff because it was boosting my channel. Oh, right, that thing. Yeah. Right. Right. Honestly. Ugh. People refer to him, or refer to his big drama as the taxes folding. Oh. Okay, I get it. The taxes folder. Oh, folder. Got it. No, I get what you're saying. Taxes folder, and that's what had the thing, and that's okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Man, just another reminder where it's just like, why did they all have to be sex pesties? Like, what's up with that, man? You know, you got freaking Destiny L Sex Pestiny out there doing his fucking bullshit still. You have a way to let supporters call in and you debate them? Kinda. I could. Well, I've been toying with opening the Discord because honestly, I kind of found a way to skirt the thing that I was most afraid of, where I'm like, oh, I can literally have a merit system there where it's like, if you've been here long enough, then you can start saying things. Got it. I like that. If that is what happens when you make it, I don't want to make it. What do you mean? Oh, just in general, like people coming after you for things, or the fact that that's just what happens, where it's just you become a bit of a sex pest because you like have more opportunities open to you and just blah blah blah. Yeah. Well, that is kind of a deeper conversation that we could have about why politicians are also all shady fucks. You know, it is kind of like you start gaining a little bit of that notoriety, then all of a sudden you're like, well, I don't necessarily want all this stuff out there. Meanwhile, I'm fucking vanilla and boring. What's the Peptalks scandal? It's like he talks a lot about poop. Oh man. Speaking of poop, let's talk some politics. Saudi Arabia has canceled a $200 million donation to the Met Opera because of Trump's unnecessary war. $200 million is like a fucking drop in the hat to the trillions that all these people are fucking stealing from us. So I don't know if I'm necessarily going to celebrate that, but yeah. Jake, some dude. Wait, Jake's here? Oh, Jackal. That's what you're talking about. All right. Anyway, sorry. Regardless, I do think that to wrap this one up, I just do want to say that if you guys do enjoy political content and political content creators, now is the time to really step up and hit that like button and notification their channel, share their channels. Just like, it sucks that that's how they made it too. We're also the slave to the algorithm. Like, that's the one thing that I've known about since I wanted to start a YouTube channel, and like I was trying my best to not do that, where I'm just like, no, I want to cover the stuff I want to cover, and I don't want to make videos. You know, I remember the first time that I felt like I was selling out was I was titling my first YouTube video, and I had to do the fucking all caps with like the second word, where it was just like AOC roasts Joe Biden or whatever the fuck. I hated it. I was so upset that I had to do it, but I was like, this is the game. Like, you gotta fight. Like, unfortunately, that is it. And it's like, I guess there are certain aspects to it that I will play. But just so you guys know, yeah, I know exactly what I'm fucking doing there. I had some guy come in here. He's just like, oh, your rage bait titles. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking YouTube. What are you talking about? You're here, aren't you? That means it worked. But enough about me bitching about content creation. I'm sure that that's what you guys all came here for. Not anything in the title, even though, let's see, what's the title now? I have not updated my thing since The cat situation is crazy. What's the cat situation? Are you talking about my situation with cat? Because I had a... Wait, Jekyll. You're newer here, right? Because I don't think you know. Looking at you, Philly D. Wait, what's the cat situation? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Cat Abu Ghazaleh? Alright, let's see. Some MAGA thinks it was staged. Trump focuses on Jimmy Kimmel. Suspects Manifesto. Oh yeah, the Manifesto. I do want to go through that in a little bit. Shit. Yeah, I gotta get to this. I just realized that we're 2 hours, 42 minutes in. Holy crap. No, sorry, I'm talking about playing the algorithm game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, and I hate it. I do hate it, but I'm not that bad at it. I do know that one of the things that kind of helped me was the fact that I do have an eye for like thumbnails and a few things like that, where I was just like, oh. And once you know just how to use certain programs, you're just like, oh, this isn't that hard. Some people overthink this. I was guilty of definitely overfilling some of my thumbnails before. Now, yeah, I try to simplify them a little bit. I try to do one per stream, which I hope you guys appreciate that, because I have like another hour to my day, which also might be doing that during some odd hour stuff. Cough, cough. So anyway, yeah. See, that's what I want to be able to just focus on that stuff. And then also be able to, like, I don't know, go cover some more things. You know, I can't, like, when these guys like fly out on their own dime to like go out to, oh my god, do you know how immediately I'm like, oh, that's definitely not in the cards. Plus you got Peptalks. I mean, yeah. I'm trying to figure out what to do there. Trying to figure out, should I start a second channel or what? But no, I'm not going to start a second channel when this one is, you know, I cannot divide my focus that bad. Sometimes I just use Paint. I did use a, careful with that. Canva free edition, dude. Oh, thank you. My VOD content. Well, okay, so no, Peptalks is going to be more my, I was thinking my members only content for a little bit, but I don't. You guys deserve something though. Like, I got enough. Like, you guys have supported my channel and become members in every gifted membership. Like, I've been meaning to prioritize members only content. So my idea is, what I would like to do is make maybe like a I'm gonna start with shorts first, and then progressively, hopefully, do like, you know, 20-minute videos for my my members, and then kind of release them later. Get more into releasing some of the like videos, because that's another thing. Like, I was kind of lamenting that earlier. I have to start clipping my content, and what sucks is that I forget to fucking hit record when I start a segment, and maybe if I just start recording my episodes like one by one, delete them as they're done, because obviously, dude, you could fill up your computer's memory like that when you marathon stream the way I do. Fuck, I would have to have like a committed like 8 terabytes just for that. Can we get a Terrahote emote? Yeah, you know what? I need to go through my emotes, start making some more of them too. We got enough inside jokes. Ah, shit. See? Right there. I appreciate that you guys are giving me some ideas. All right, guys. But I've been talking for 2 hours and 46 minutes. And I haven't really talked about politics outside of, like, getting, shit. Do I call you Doc, or do I call you, your other name here? Sorry, I haven't been really responding. Where'd you go? Shit. What's his fucking name? Wiggs. There we go. Wiggs. I'll call you Wiggs. I'm not sure which one I like, Dr. House or Wiggs. Also, That is a fucking jarring difference in your fucking handles. Oh, shit. Why is this saying I'm not muted? The fuck, I'm picking up. Hold on, guys. I just had a weird glitch happen that said I was muted. I'm not muted, am I? You guys can hear me. 'Cause I'm picking up all my audio here. God damn it, do I have to put on my headphones? Shit. What's going on? I think it wants me. I don't know about the rest of you, but you're craving some donuts? Okay. All right. Oh, that is weird. I'm not picking up my voice. Also, cat game. Say hello, kitty. He's just chilling. And he's watching me. So he's watching my other screen, and he's just like, what's he doing? All right. You do hear me. Okay. A YouTuber I watch has vlogged almost daily for years, and yeah, the space to store all that is crazy. Yeah. Yes, it is. And that's why I'm like, I don't know what to do. It would work out if I did 2-hour streams. But by the way, to that one, I'm gonna keep marathon streaming. Like I understand. I understand that number one, it would be easier on me to just do like 2 to 3 hours and then fuck off. But the other thing is, I love doing this. Don't tell. God, I'm still so entertainment brained where I'm like, do not let anybody in the industry know that I love to do this much, because then they will take advantage of me. That's what fucking sucks. It sucks about comedy. It's what sucks about pretty much doing anything in entertainment. The second that you find a little passion, though, they're trying to exploit it. Anyway. All right. Boom. Boom. All right. Who's ready to talk about some news and stuff? Schedule segments for squats, square times, where you stop. Do the segment no matter what. Yeah, I was doing that when I first started. I used to sound the... Were you here? Hold on, Etch. Were you here when I used to sound the horn of Gondor? Because anytime that I said Gondor calls for aid, then that meant that I was starting a segment. I actually kind of learned how to do that from Xanderhall, where it's like, then I got some of you guys to just be like, hi, like say hello, YouTube. Because like those comments would also kind of stack up, I guess, for the segment. I don't know. The beacons are lit. No, you missed that? Oh, damn. That kind of tells me. So yeah, you probably came in right around my 5 to 6 month mark, because that's about when I stopped doing that. Because once I started getting comfortable and doing like 6 to 8 hours like regularly, I kind of stopped recording my segments because of memory. Dude, my computer at one point was just like, you must fight Tim Pool. Selena girl, what's up? How you doing? Well, when that happens, this guy's just gonna be like, get him! Yeah, Tim! Come on, him with a skateboard! Get him! We know! Come on, kickflip his head in! Kickflip. We here at Peptalks do not condone violence of any kind, and especially skateboard violence. Mr. fucking Pool. Or Pepper. Yeah, he called me Pool. He confused me with Tim Pool. I know I got the beanie, but damn, he must be higher than I thought. Kickflip. Yeah, if you guys don't know what that is my Tim Pepper puppet. He's got a little bit of a backstory. Yes. God, Tim Pool is such an embarrassment. He really is. He really is. I'm not sure if it's like because he has this he lacks the self-awareness to kind of like, I don't know, make it work the same way. for like that I do. Like I honestly think that he would be much better off and much more likable if he was just like, I don't fucking know it, honestly. Like, because he started that way. He was like he was the ultimate fence sitter, but now the worst part is that he won't admit it. Just admit it, you motherfucker. Just admit that you're like Tim MAGA. Anyway, Pepster. Oh, what up, Dennis? Good to see you. All right, guys. But like I also said, we're going to start a segment. One thing I need to do is I need to figure out where I'm stopping this. All right, so this is on the economy. All right, here we go. We got 2 bits to add to the economy. I'm not going to watch the full MSNBC and Talking Heads bullshit, but they do have some information that is worth its merit. So, all right, let's see. Let's do this. Let's start a segment. All right. Well, the economy is apparently not doing well. You see the talking heads here. Once you got the talking heads up, that's how you know that the economy might be starting to falter, especially like if the talking head starts to... If he's got economist face, then you should be a little bit concerned. Well, I'm going to just say that... actually, Joe has economist face on this one. Let's take a look at how bad the economy is actually getting, even though I think that most of us feel it.
So Willie, we're going to get into Iran. There's so much to talk about in Iran, but also so much to discuss right now about where the president's standing, not only with Democrats, but mainly with independents and even some Republicans. There's a Fox News poll out yesterday that shows the single issue that matters most to Americans is a single issue where Republicans are doing the poorest.
And it's tied to the war. The latest Fox News poll shows Americans growing increasingly pessimistic about the state of the U.S. economy. 70%, 70, believe the economy is getting worse. That's up 15 points from this time last year, matches a previous record high.
Gee,
Twice
wonder if, the fact that everything is getting more expensive and it's happening at a record pace.
Say the president.
Seriously, like not just gas getting more expensive, everything. But you know how Republicans reminded you that, with the lower gas prices, everything else was going to get less expensive. And then all of a sudden he did this war thing, like for no real reason that we can discern outside of just do it. You know what? We got to make some contractors rich. Let's do it.
Policies are hurting the economy as opposed to helping. And a majority say grocery and gas prices, along with healthcare and housing costs, are a major problem. On the top issues, a combined 43% cite inflation. Affordability or the economy is their top concern. The issue of immigration trailing far behind there. So, Jonathan Lemire, obviously, this is directly tied to the war, the inflation that's come in just the last 8 or 9 weeks or so as a result of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, but this is where you have to understand how, like, polls kind of work. And they have been finally breaking from the tradition where they just call a landline.
Hormuz being closed, which Donald Trump says the United States is in complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's objectively not true. He said that yesterday. This is a problem, not just the morass that has become the war, but the domestic problems that come with it.
No question. And to Joe's point, there are many analysts who say, yes, it's good that President Trump isn't cutting and running from the war in Iran.
But this is also the Fox News poll. That's the big story here.
Because of the mess it would leave behind and leave Iran fully in control of the Strait of Hormuz. But something has to give. And he can talk as
Dude, when you lose Fox and Rasmussen, you done fucked up.
Much as he wants about how, well, we use it less. And it's true. American ships use it less than others. But the energy economy is a global economy. The oil market's a global market. We're all feeling it. And it's not just energy. We're seeing prices rise across the board. And that poll suggests people are deeply unhappy. And we also shouldn't forget, of course, that when Trump won in 2024, that was his signature promise. I'm going to bring prices down.
Look at how timid they are to even say it. It was kind of his thing, but don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me.
And he's done exactly the opposite here. And he also, by focusing on the sort of international adventurism, Jim Vandehei seems like he's out of touch. And I think that's what these polls reflect as well, that Democrats, independents, and even we're seeing some Republicans growing dissatisfied with his stewardship of the nation, saying what he cares about. And that is clearly enriching himself and his family, and also clearly trying to create a legacy.
What?
Whether that's redrawing
that's surprise to me. Shock phase.
Building ridiculous arches in Washington, D.C. He cares about those things and not the things that actually matter to our lives.
Yeah, and you need to put the polls in some context. It's almost impossible in modern polling, given the ideological impulses of base voters, to get much lower than he is in terms of his unfavorable ratings, but also how unpopular he is when it comes to the economy, when it comes to inflation.
Again, Fox News is not that skewered towards what I would consider, be leaning towards the Democrats on their polling. Most of the people they contact are people that watch them.
When it comes to, the non-border enforcement part of immigration, like he is very, very low. Still,
actually, it kind of shows me that you're coping a little bit here, man.
Has most Republicans with him, but that's even.
If that's your best argument against the polling, and it's instead of just being like, no, well, no, it's just everything is objectively better. Gas prices are getting lower, groceries are lower. The Democrats are just lying. But you can't even fall back on that.
I think the biggest alarm for him and for
Republicans, you know that everything sucks.
Republicans, is they look at the House map and it looks like almost impossible for them to keep control of the House. They look at the Senate and they start to look at states like Iowa, Ohio, Alaska, Texas, Maine, all which should be very, very winnable, maybe not even competitive, and they all look suddenly in danger. To me, the most interesting thing is talking to people around the president. Their language and body language has changed markedly in the last 2 months. They know they're in a huge hole and it's going to be really, really hard to get out of it. They don't even really defend it anymore. They understand that we're here by a series of choices that the president made by himself. How to prosecute this war was his choice. To do tariffs the way he did was his choice.
No, you don't get to do that, because now what you're doing is you're trying to be like, well, don't put it on these politicians. They were just, they were just doing what they thought was best in the moment.
To unleash ICE into neighborhoods before ICE was properly trained to do it was his choice. To then promote that.
Yes, and it was their choice to stand behind him every single step.
Just
like they were there. It's not like they, especially like, they have the power of the purse. They could have stopped him on a whole bunch of this stuff. They could have made his life a living hell just with all this procedural stuff, but lockstep.
Something type of way.
So no, you're wrong. They are just as responsible, dude.
Right? Was his choice.
No, it wasn't just his choice. It was the Republicans' choice. I'm not okay with this guy's framing.
And now Republicans are having to pay for that. And I don't think you're going to see Republicans in Congress necessarily like turn on him in force. But I can tell you right now, there's a tremendous amount of pressure on the people around the president to change this cabinet, to get some more people in here, some fresh.
Greetings from Europe. Hey, how's it going?
Thinking, or they
get tree.
Or they're just going to get wiped out. And as we're reporting this morning, day one, Democrats will impeach him. I don't think he cares that much. He's been impeached before. He'll survive it in the Senate. But that's the fate. And he can ignore the subpoenas. Oh, his friends and family can't. All those companies can't. Like, he's coming for a political hell, and that's going to be tough.
Well, it's going to be difficult on one side of it. On the other side of it, Donald Trump even told me after he got elected that he understands that it was all the trials, it was the perceived political persecution that got him elected president. He said, if they only charged me with one crime, I'd be in big trouble right now. But they came after me time and time again. And I wonder, Jim, if there's not a part of him that's thinking, okay, I'll be much better fighting against a Democratic Congress where they're trying to impeach me and they'll never succeed. I'll win there, too, and my numbers will go up. So I'm just wondering, because at this point, it would seem that Donald Trump in the past would have backed down and would have figured out a way to go into Iran for 2 weeks and come out. Now, the further we get into this war, and I will say strategically, there are a lot of our allies in the region, the UAE, the Saudis, others, that are glad he's staying in there and not cutting and running, because that would even be a bigger long-term disaster. But I'm just curious, does it seem to you that he actually is focused more on his legacy of being the one president that can do what 7 other presidents have not been able to do with Iran since 1979? And if he loses the midterms, okay, they're going to impeach him again once, twice, 3 times. And he's going to win all of those, and his numbers are going to go up.
I just don't think that's how he thinks. I've seen no evidence whatsoever that he spends time thinking about his legacy or even thinking about 1 or 2 weeks from now. He's very reactive to what's sitting in front of him and where he can use
I actually agree with that.
Powers of the presidency to do what he wants to do on his term, or just pick up the phone and try to shape a public debate, public discussion, usually around him. You're definitely,
but that's also not good,
right?
That's not good at all. World leaders are supposed to be able to plan for the future and actually, try and make things better for us. But whatever.
Political position.
Yeah, garbage Republican talking points. Yeah. Well, the thing is, this guy's not even like a Republican. He's definitely like a centrist voice on this subject.
Democrats who are coming at him from 1,000 directions. I would say that strategy works better.
All of them are, though. This is where it is so obvious that like they're all part of the same game. And this is why they're not freaking out about Donald Trump.
The economy is strong, and when people feel
like these guys don't have to worry about affording groceries or gas,
like prices are coming down.
Do you think that any of these assholes have done the thing where they had to not fill up their tank because it wasn't in their budget? Like, so many of us have, like myself.
Unemployment is low, that their prospects.
That's how I know shit's bad. And honestly, every time I fill up, I say out loud, effing Trump.
Of getting better pay and a better
I've gotten some looks, but you know what? I've also gotten some.
Are higher. I think that is the big problem. Jonathan Lemire talked about it earlier. Remember, the central promise of this presidency is I'm going to focus on the working class, I'm going to tame inflation, and we're not going to go into foreign wars.
Yeah, second year.
None of those
whatever.
have happened. That's not a political statement. That's an empirical statement. Go down that list. It's absolutely true. And that's why he's in the political jam that he's in. And now his political jam is a Republican political jam. And I think it's going to be really hard to extricate yourself. Even if you get out of this war, the second order consequences of what's happened in the Gulf and what's happened in that region, that's years. That's going to affect oil prices for years. It's going to affect Middle East infrastructure building for
Six-figure salaries. Yeah, they're just fine.
years. It's going to affect our own economy for years. The New York Times had some wonderful reporting by Jonathan Swan.
What up, Bryant? How's it going, dude?
This morning, just about how much munitions we've blown through in the
My dad was kind of in your area of Tennessee today.
Middle East, and we've blown through so much of
Let
the
me know
munitions
about that.
government officials think it might be impossible for us to defend Taiwan.
Jim,
if
can
China
I ask you this
moves on it.
question? Jim, can I ask you a question on this? How do we spend trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars on defense through the years? How do we spend more money than on defense than maybe the next 14, 15 countries on the planet? How do we do that and then run out of munitions when we fight a 1-month war, when we give munitions? We heard a lot of this when we were giving munitions to Ukraine last year and the year. Oh, we're running short on munitions. Really? Hey, we're building this advanced weaponry that's costing hundreds of billions of dollars, and we can't even fight a war against Iran for a month or so without getting reports that we're running out of munitions. How does that happen?
The way it happens is one of the most important stories in the world today, which is because of technology, you can build a drone at $25,000 to $75,000 a pop, and then it allows Ukrainians to fight.
So you're telling us that we've been wasting our money on big shiny toys that don't even work that well?
Russia
Okay, so where's our refunds?
To a draw so far, and it allows Iran to be able to go to war with America.
Where's the kickback to the American people for all of these poor decisions that are affecting the economy?
Not just on our missiles, but
I'm surprised. I'm genuinely shocked that he has not said that he's going to give out a bunch of payments. Like he's how many times? 3 different times. But gone radio silent on that. Where's the Doge check? $2,500 was another one I heard being floated, and then the tariff refunds.
Also on our allies, and they're spending $25,000 to $75,000 a pop.
But where's everybody else focusing on that? Where's the Ro Khannas? Where are the Democrats on this one saying, hey, you know what? Every promise that he's made you, he has broken. It's almost like there's something going on here where they're all working together.
And shooting at these drones or having to defend ourselves with things that take years and years and years to produce, missiles that cost millions and millions of dollars. It's called asymmetry. And that asymmetry that you're seeing in warfare is now going to unfold across business. It's going to geopolitics. You just don't necessarily need big size and might. And we have an amazing military. We have amazing weaponry. We have intelligence that would knock the socks off of the Chinese and any other company that could, or any other country that could look at it. It just changes.
Right. You know what country usually has really good intelligence? One that doesn't have to say shit like that on news networks.
Equation, and the Iranians aren't stupid. They stockpiled that. They watch the.
No, but Americans are, and American exceptionalism is not going to fucking get you. It's not going to win Trump any of the Americans that are pissed off at him right now with, at the gas pump. Like, trust me, man, nobody is buying the war.
Ukrainians do this. And so like, hey, we'll stockpile a ton of these low-cost drones, we'll wreak havoc, and we'll try to use asymmetry to give us power so that the next time the U.S. or Israel thinks about striking us, they won't do it because they're going to see the hell that we can unleash in the strait and therefore unleash on the world economy.
Yeah, and this is so important to underline. We have, I saw an important Washington newsletter this morning, a recitation of all the remarkable military achievements we've done. Just unbelievable, extraordinary success. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. And I keep going back to, we've degraded the Iranians' ability to fire missiles. We've degraded the Iranians' material to do this. It reminds me of what a CIA analyst who knows Iran probably better than anybody in the government told me weeks ago. He says, when I hear them talking about the percentages of weaponry that they've destroyed during this war, it reminds me of the body count numbers that we would get in Vietnam. Mm-hmm. Just not relevant. And Sam Stein, militarily, the United States did extraordinarily well in Vietnam. Militarily, the United States did extraordinarily well in destroying targets. In Iraq, we've done extraordinarily well. In Libya, we've done extraordinarily time and time again. Our military's been able to do what our military's needed to do. But translating that into political victory, translating that into achievable gains. That's just not happening. And what Jim points out is that this Iranian regime can survive one military strike after another. They can even survive being
that language
choked
excuses attacks
off financially with a blockade, because how much money do they need to tie up the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, so our problem is that we haven't stockpiled weapons with our our $1 trillion per year budget. What the actual F?
Just like the Houthis a year ago tied up.
But remember, we had to have Doge come in and get rid of that waste, fraud, abuse, and the DEI hires and all, because that was a problem.
The Red Sea.
Yeah, and this is sort of why
the shit that they focus on while and not recognizing that they did this.
Trump's action.
This is Trump policy. Like, this is literally what you get with Trump's policy.
It's been a bit perplexing because everything we knew about Trump prior to him coming back the second time in office was that he didn't.
Hell, the thing that he's most mad at Biden for doing is not having a great economy that he could just take as his.
Want to do this type of foreign interventionism. That he looked at what happened in Iraq.
It's almost like he was this close. He was this close. He almost did it. Dude, just going back to January, he was almost there.
Foolish that he obviously skipped Vietnam, but he understood the history of Vietnam. And look, early on, the Venezuela operation was sort of a template for what was supposed to happen, right? In, out, new leader, don't get messy, done in a couple days and have your objective or claim that your objective has been achieved.
Yeah, the fact that they're trying to even spin like Vietnam or, Afghanistan in any light as a W. That immediately makes me wonder, like, oh, well, why would you say that?
And that didn't happen here. And it is a bit surprising that he didn't try to get it off him early on. Say that the goals have been accomplished, that you degraded the regime, that you've set them back, that they couldn't be regional bad actors for a while, and that the nuclear ambitions were pushed back as well. But that did not happen here. And so now we're...
Yeah, because it's all BS. And the thing is, you guys are like somehow missing... Like, this is why I can't watch this crap. It's because none of them could just be like, yeah... And he did this. And, like, it'd be nice to have a little bit of that attitude. Fox News, like, look at the way that Jesse Waters' smug ass, like, just constantly is just like, oh, well, Trump, technically it wasn't his fault. It was the Democrats who forced his hand. Like, it's always that crap.
Here, we're 6 weeks later, and we...
Like, dude, play the game.
And honestly, if we went around the table and we asked to a person, what do you think the objectives are for the American government vis-a-vis Iran? I wouldn't be shocked if we had 4 or 5 different answers. It's hard to understand what the long-term objectives are here. Is it stopping their nuclear program? Is it regime change? Is it opening up the Strait? Is it stopping their ability to cause chaos in the Middle East? It's not clear to me. And if you don't have clear objectives, it's very difficult to have an off-ramp. Finally, just to tie it back into the original part of the article, of the segment, which is how does Trump get back on track? How does he focus? How can he improve his numbers electorally? And we put those Fox numbers up about just how poor the public.
I'll tell you what, we'll definitely be watching some Hannity clips from when Hassan goes on. I'd be totally
Obviously,
disingenuous to say that wouldn't be
It's
happening.
really noted the inflation from the closure of the Straits is affecting not just oil prices, but everything, plastic prices and food prices and shipping prices.
Yes, everything. This is my, God.
And the cost of airline fees and so on and so forth. And that's going to impact people. But as Jim notes, some of this is just...
Yeah, but you know who it might impact that we need to focus on? Donald Trump. That's what we need to focus on. How do we figure out a way to sell this on the American people as a good thing? Especially with Morning Joe here. Did Morning Joe get a phone call? What's up with this? This is weird. Or is this what happens when Mika's not there to rein him in? Because it's just like, oh, yeah, she kind of wants to not have everybody perceive them as being just another mouthpiece for the fucking Trump administration because they're on a network that's perceived as being the last one that isn't fully Trump. But guess what? Oh, yeah, can't have that. Can't have free meat. We can't have an actual honest media. You can't. It's not like that was, the power of the press was guaranteed to us in the fucking Constitution or anything. How silly of me for even reading about the Constitution. Thank you for the what do we get? 100 bits. All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Here with more on the economy and oil prices.
Everybody is downplaying this level of shock to the entire U.S. economy. Like, there is no way that it can survive in the way that it was before as a result of this war.
Yeah, well, I keep coming back to something that Rory Johnston has told us, that he thinks that traders are underestimating the impact because the reality is just too awful to actually price in. And so this Bloomberg piece,
they're in denial about the fact that we are cratering towards depression. Like we might just skip recession this time and just go right to depression.
To that dynamic, we can put.
And I'm not trying to do the alarmist thing that a lot of YouTubers do, guys. I'm really not. I've been trying to hold off on this one, but the writing is on the wall. I'm not even an economist, but I'm just like, no, the stock market's ebbs and flows are all fucking fake. It's the AI bubble. It's so fake. And then you have they're all blowing each other in these back rooms, not ever recognizing the material conditions that we as Americans are living through, and they're kind of missing the forest for the trees on this one, because we're all like, excuse me, Mr. Economist, excuse me, I can't afford to pay rent. And then they're somehow telling us, like, well, you're not working hard enough.
That's up on this.
Are we starting to figure out that the elites are fucking us? Or are we still going to play this game of, oh, no, but it's that mom and the daughter that I saw getting steaks with their EBT cards. Or, oh, no, it's the ones taking a little bit of, housing supplements from us. No, we can't have that.
They say the billion-barrel Hormuz oil shock is about to crash demand. The Strait of Hormuz oil shock has yet to crash demand as the rich world borrows from its stocks and pays up to secure supply. Traders are now sounding the alarm that a harsh adjustment is coming. The longer the vital oil channel does not reopen, traders say the more consumption is going to have to recalibrate lower to align with supply that's dropped at least 10%. For that to happen, people will have to buy less, either through prices they can't afford or government intervention to force consumption down. 1 billion barrels of supply loss is already all but guaranteed, more than double the emergency inventories that governments released not long after the conflict began at the end of February. Buffers are being used up fast, helping to
were you in chat
keep
this
a
whole
lid
time?
on oil prices for now. But with the closure now in its 9th week, demand destruction that started in less obvious sectors like petrochemicals in Asia is quietly spreading to everyday markets the world.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Trump is continually. He's blaming Powell and the Fed, like he's blaming the Fed. The Fed needs to lower interest rates. He doesn't understand that the second that you lower interest rates with rising inflation, that is only going to make this even worse.
Over.
But sure, how much pain are we willing to take? Every time that they say short-term pain, well, this seems to be a lot longer term than I thought. We need to get a little more aggressive with some Republicans and just ask them, when does it end? When do you get pissed? What's the date where you guys just kind of go, this is no longer short term?
And so
it would be nice, because I would like to know that there was a little bit of, solidarity in America at all, when it's like, guys, like if we have a gas crisis, do you still go but Biden? At what point does it break us all, where we just like seriously? Because, like, I'm already there with some of these maggots where it's just like, dude, I don't ever want to write anybody off as a lost cause, but holy crap.
They go on to say we are at a critical inflection point, and obviously here, no end in sight. Not only do we have the Iranians controlling what goes through, you have the U.S.
He thinks that the interest rate should just crash out like it did during COVID, except that was terrible for our country. No, but it was good for businesses. It was good for the stock market. Because they could buy on the cheap. That's what they want. They want all of this to fail so they can buy it, or they can buy it on pennies on the dollar, and then they can run it. So this is why they want all of these things that are tied to private institution or public institution to do just that.
Implementing some level of blockade and going after Iranian ships around the world as well. That's part of the stated policy. And as you were saying before, Sagar, there is some indication that Iran is still able to move some of their oil product, but certainly it is much, 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 much less than pre-war. So at some point, they use these like economic terms of art, like demand destruction, et cetera. What does that mean? It means that people will not be able to afford gas. It means the poor world is screwed. It means we're going to have a hunger crisis. It means that, your budget is going to be stretched to the breaking point, and you are not going to be going.
She said the thing. She said the thing.
The places that you had planned on being able to go. It means for working class people, they're going to struggle to afford even just to get to work and have that work out.
That's the problem.
So that's,
again, commuters are getting effed the most. Not everybody has trains near them because, again, infrastructure in America is abysmal.
you know,
What are we doing?
that is what we
They got rid of EVs where, and now even having an EV is no guarantee that's going to be cheaper than putting gas in your car.
are on the precipice of
Like,
right
guys,
now.
Yeah.
This is where we're at. And you know what? This latest assassination attempt, I hope that distracts MAGA just enough so we can get to that depression without them noticing.
Look, it's already here. Can we put C3 up there on the screen? I'm amazed that this is not a bigger story. This is from the Financial Times.
Me too, Sagar. It's kind of crazy.
They went.
It's almost like they did this thing with it's kind of sus. You know, that's why, I don't know, a good portion of the country is kind of looking at this and being just like, okay. This makes so much sense that it is a false flag because it's the look over here. I have keys. I have keys. I have keys. Keys. Stare at the keys. Pay no attention to the man running out with the of your house with all your stuff.
Went through the numbers. It says U.S. motorists skimp at the pump as Iran war keeps petrol prices high. I love British phraseology. They say between February and March, average petrol sales, that's gas.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little worried about MAGA.
U.S. per station in the northeastern U.S. fell 4.3% in March compared with a 0.6% growth in the same period as last year. This is from data which tracks consumer spending at more than 23,000 gas stations across the nation. How is this not a bigger story? In the northeastern United States, gas demand has fallen by 4.3%.
People on the left aren't talking about that, Josh.
That is actually...
If anything, you're literally kind of giving up what the game is. They want us all just to kind of die off.
Huge.
The weak will die off, and the ones that were strong enough to make it through the depression.
Again, as they point out, last year, 0.6% of an overall increase. I mean, as I understand...
All right, Spartan.
When the weather gets better, people tend to drive more, and they take more trips. This is something which is very expected. That's part of the reason why whenever the weather starts to get better, February to March, you're going to start to see a spike. You've got almost a 5% drop in gas demand in the very same period as when you had an increase over, or at least stasis, in the same period of last year. 5% gas is huge. I mean, it's not like you can 5% for a commodity which the vast majority of people are going to basically drive no matter what. It takes a lot for people to consume less gas. And to say 5% as if it...
Yeah, goodbye to all those big F-150s that they were building.
It's like some willy-nilly thing. Is just not accurate, I think, whatsoever. Think about what a...
Pile up on the frickin' side of the
5%
road.
drop in consumer spending in the United States would mean. It would be catastrophic, actually, for a lot of the U.S. retail industry. What would 5% mean whenever it comes to GDP or any of these things? Like, it is not a small number, and it is a number from just 1 month that we saw an overall reduction in the amount of gas consumption. So that's here. I mean, look, I can only speculate, but there's just no way if gas in Los Angeles is going for $6.79 a gallon or $7 a gallon, something like that, that people are going to be driving as much. It's just not possible, like literally financially, without, I don't know, crazy credit card debt. People are going to make maybe the conscious or the unconscious choice of saying, we're not going to do X, Y, and Z. And remember, gas is just...
Yeah, goodbye Disney trips, goodbye, Thanksgiving.
It's about on your way to go there. It's...
Yeah. I'm glad, you know what? But you know who's not feeling this?
Also about all the things you might have spent and the dollars that you may have had once you had arrived at that different...
They'll start caring when they can't get their flights out, because their flight got canceled.
Destination. So this is a serious quality of life hit, period. And I think...
I'll be honest. This is where, watching working class streamers like myself and others is much more beneficial because dude, I'm right here with you. I can barely afford to fucking put groceries in my cabinet. We are the quintessential American story now. It's not like me and my wife did poorly, but just one thing, my wife got cancer and boom.
I think it will also show up.
Boom. And guess what? This could happen to all of you
very soon.
Welcome to reality.
In the data. Let's put C4 on the screen. This was another...
And statistically, it might.
Another report, which...
With all the cancer that they're finding in the youth now?
I was reading just yesterday. So Goldman Sachs put out...
Not trying to scare you, but You know what? Maybe you should be.
New report.
Maybe there is some merit to what I'm saying about like how they just kind of want us all to die off.
Basically for their own, like it's a research
Get into retirement too.
And
you're not going to get to use your 401k.
They forecast that the U.S. could lose 10,000 jobs a month this year as the oil shock ripples through the economy. This was in a client note. A team of economists at the bank said they anticipate high unemployment and slow job growth to ripple through the end of the year as the impact of high oil prices ripples across the economy. In the bank's base scenario, the oil price would shave off 10,000 jobs a month through the end of the year, even after accounting for expected job gains in the energy sector. The bank also said...
But it's also why this does kind of play into like when Trump was inflating the jobs numbers, why that was such a bad thing.
It expects unemployment to tick higher to 4.6 by the end of the
You guys starting to see the trend that he lies. Stock market does good for a little bit. People sell, buy, whatever the hell they need. And then all of a sudden, we're left holding the bag.
And the economy will lose 92,000 jobs just as part of the latest non-farm payrolls report. The upward pressure on unemployment primarily reflects lower hiring with a smaller contribution from higher layoffs in industries most exposed to weaker consumer spending. And I think that will be, I mean, remember, Crystal, during COVID, very similar. Hospitality, at one point, what was their unemployment rate? It was like 80%. And so if you see a similar reduction in gas demand, you will very likely see something happen like that, where people travel less and you start to see bookings and like that go down in the coming months ahead, not to mention jet fuel and the airline price.
Oh, no. You guys notice the trend that they're talking about their vacations getting a little bit more expensive? Hey, asshole. While you guys are You're so upset that you might not get to go to Disney World with your family. Yeah, some of us literally can't afford to even get to work.
Increase as well.
Some of us can only afford a few things at the grocery store, and some of it doesn't even stretch as long as it used to.
Yeah. Now there is...
And then on top of that, let's talk about fast food getting more expensive. Let's talk about every restaurant getting more expensive to the point where most restaurants are going to go out of business.
Is one for
the fact that it's all Cisco bullshit.
The empire's perspective, there is an offsetting sort of dynamic here, which is that while you're getting screwed at the pump, you know, the oil producers are making money hand over fist.
Mm-hmm.
And since you have, you know, the Middle Eastern sources of oil greatly reduced, people are coming to, you know, to buy American oil in droves. Like the, you know, amount of exports of American oil are skyrocketing. So no, that doesn't help you. But in terms of...
No, but you know who thinks it does? Jim Bob from fucking Alabama that still has his red hat on.
Those oil executives and
Well, at least we're selling some of that American crude.
shareholders. And in a certain sense, in terms of the interests of the empire, where then we have control over a larger share of the pie, the overall pie has been reduced.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like you are also one of those like types of lefties that like secretly are just like, I don't like how empirical we are, but I'm also going to lament the fall of our empire.
But what remains, we have larger control over that share of the pie.
Am I wrong?
There is somewhat of an empire benefit here. The problem is, though, that, you know, if you go beyond that energy control, I mean, there's a bunch of problems. Number one, what the bet, if you're thinking in that direction, the bet is basically that the rest of the world will suffer more than us.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean we don't suffer, right? That means we still suffer a lot, just less than the rest of the world.
Hey.
So maybe that helps us hold
Great
on
mentality. Really leads to happiness.
to our hegemony. But I think that is a really flawed way of thinking about things when you consider how vulnerable we are because of how little we make here, how few of like critical supply lines we've been able to take control over. Energy is just one resource of many that are required even just to, you know, re-equip ourselves from a defensive or war footing perspective. But when Trump talks about like, oh, we've got all the time in the world and everyone's going to come buy our oil, et
Josh,
cetera.
because you have baby brain and you literally process things in a way that most children do.
I think that is part.
I need it to be all accessible to me and read to me, and then I also need it with a little bit a side of blowing me.
Of what he's thinking about even as the cost
Dude,
to you at not just at the gas pump, but with food inflation, with joblessness, with a stagnant economy, even though the costs there are very, very high.
This is why, look, the numbers you pay attention to are the ones which decide how you think the economy is doing.
Grow up
So
and research like an
S&Ps
adult. No, because again, this is the future of humanity, and this is why I'm glad I don't have kids.
Actually, nearly
like genuinely, I'm so glad I don't have kids.
all-time high.
Because y'all are fucked.
It's only
You're gonna have an entire generation that can't read or think for themselves, and they have to constantly ask GPT. So essentially, they're being run by AI.
down 0.07% today, and Brent crude is what, $107.
This is why, like, the elites hate people that don't use AI.
That's still very high compared to
they cannot be compromised.
You might ask, like, why are these things not showing up?
Whatever.
Well, one of the
That's just another conspiracy theory, I guess.
reasons why the S&P is on a tear is because of AI. It has nothing to do with consumer spending. It has absolutely, I mean, it has some to do, but very recently, the vast majority of the gains are concentrated in AI and in tech. Now, maybe that bubble will burst, who knows? But at the very least right now, you have all these crazy IPOs. OpenAI and Anthropic are anticipated to go for boom.
Did I say empirical and not imperialist?
I was just reading yesterday, like signs of froth are everywhere.
Was that in chat?
In the market. But the point is that that's not necessarily as connected to how you or I are experiencing these different things. Electricity bills are going up across the country with record power demand because of data centers, but not necessarily because of anything, you know, all that productive. We just talked about oil. So while you may suffer at the pump, if you own a Houston Rolex dealership or a Dallas car dealership, you're doing great, right? I mean, you're booming. So there are certain pockets of the economy and of the top line numbers which will do very well. It's really about how that's all going to impact the average person and their general consumer experience, I think, in the country. And that's very, very obvious. And yet, look, we already know that it's not like people listen as a result of those things, but the powerful force of the 2024 election, which turned so much on inflation and the comparison between the Biden years and the initial Trump years. I mean, you cannot underestimate that as a political force going forward. Let's put C5 up there on the screen, also just to show you, where's the priorities. The Secretary of the Treasury is out here defending, quote, U.S. dollar swap lines as Iran war harms global finances. Basically, this is a fancy way of saying that the U.S. will participate in a bailout of the Persian Gulf during the Iran war.
Yay.
He said,
yay, tax dollars, hard at work.
Current countries about U.S. dollar swap lines are part of it.
You know what's kind of weird about this? If you guys don't think your federal taxes are going to go up, y'all got another thing coming.
Routine conversation that Treasury's been having with our
wait
partners
till after
over
the
a number
midterms,
of years.
and then they're gonna try and blame the Dems on it. This is how I know that it's all just one big fucking scam. They're going to play this game of Donald Trump is the worst. He's making us do this, but you know what? We do need some revenue. We do need revenue. So they're going to do that. He's going to sign it into law, and he's going to just be like, look what they made me do. This is the dirty Democrats. They totally made me do it.
Had previously said many.
And somehow, some way, we as lefties are going to be the ones holding, again,
the allies in
the shit bag on that one, just constantly getting blamed for it and constantly on the defense because now the Democrats are back in power.
Seek the same backstop as it wreaks havoc on oil-rich nations' economies. It's, again, a very, very fancy way of saying that we're going to bail out the UAE as a result of the war. And look, I mean, I'm not a fan of the UAE. I just talked about it and all that. I do kind of get it. Like, they're like, you ruined our economy. You have to help us. Same with many of these other Gulf countries. But just think about the headlines. They're bailing out Spirit. There's currently a $2.5 billion bailout offer from some of the
Where is all this fucking money coming from?
Budget airlines for the government to take equity.
I was told that we couldn't even afford, like, the idea of Medicare. What the fuck? $500 billion to a fucking airline that sucks.
Stakes in their company.
Spirit Airlines is one of the ones that I would like. I'm pretty sure that all of us would be happy it was gone.
Again, because they're getting slammed by jet fuel. Now we're going to bail out the UAE. We bailed out Argentina. Who else? Can we bail out anybody here? Right? And, you know, if you look at that from a politics headline perspective, that really is going to make people mad. I remember when we
how about we start focusing on that?
Bailed out Argentina when when those farmers were getting hit. And we literally played a farmer, a pro-Trump farmer here. He's like, I can't believe they're bailing out Argentina while I'm here getting screwed by the same administration's policies.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's too fucking late now.
I told you.
Even if we get all the videos, all of MAGA going, I regret what I did.
He gave you
it's too late.
That answer. He said, we can't do Medicare, we can't do Medicaid, we can't do, healthcare for people, we can't do daycare because we got to do war. Yeah. Those are almost exactly his words. He put it quite plainly. Well, no, we're not going to do any bailout for ordinary Americans. No, that's not on the table. We got to wage these wars around the world. Why? To make things worse for everybody, to make your life even harder, to make a bunch of military industrial complex war profiteers a lot wealthier. That's apparently the reason here, to create distressed assets.
The Epstein class literally using us as fodder, financially and physically.
For his billionaire buddies to buy up. And there's very interesting.
But yeah, tell me how we're, oh, you guys are just so mad at nothing.
Interesting tweet from, if you aren't following Mr. Ghalibaf, the Iranian parliamentary
I still can't
speaker.
get over how useful MAGA is. Just like the biggest idiots on the planet sitting here fucking rah billionaires. Keep fucking us.
On Twitter, I highly recommend that you follow him. He likes to jump in with some interesting financial analysis because that is part of his background. And so in reaction to this story of a likely currency swap line for the UAE in this bailout, he says this, let's put this up on the screen. He says, swaps given to prevent disorderly sale of U.S. assets, meaning treasuries. Translation, some holders can't sell. In case you don't know, hidden single-digit % sale cap limits some institutional holders. Door closes if things escalate, get out while open. Their front line is the yield curve. Okay, so what does all of that mean? Yeah. Basically, what he's pointing to is the fact that this administration and sort of has to watch the bond market very closely. Because if you're having to offer a higher interest rate to lure people in to buy treasuries, what does that mean? It means our borrowing costs escalate. It's a financial catastrophe for us.
Yeah, our bonds are junk now.
So we've seen previously, especially with regard to the tariffs, that Trump is very sensitive to movements in that yield curve. That's why he says their front line is the yield curve. Okay, how does that connect to UAE? Well, there's a couple of sort of both overt and more subtle threats that the UAE made. One of them is they would need to sell some of their treasury holdings if they are running low on dollars. So that would be, that would be a problem for the treasury market, and other countries may have to do that besides. And then the other threat that they made is, hey, we're not going to have the dollars to be able to pay for oil in dollars.
Josh, my biggest question is, why are you so aggressively fighting against the idea that any of this could be true?
We're going to have to denominate our oil transactions.
It's like, this is the cope stuff that I start seeing where I'm like,
in,
and this is how you know it's bad.
Chinese yuan. So that's why Scott Bessent and Trump and everyone's, oh, no, don't do that. Don't worry, we got you. We'll do this currency line. So that is what's going on here. But Ghalibaf demonstrating, a very sophisticated understanding of some of the pressures that the U.S. is under, and I guess some of the cards that the Iranians continue to hold.
Whether it's his account or not, nobody knows really who's running it. They're very savvy because it's not just about diplomatic messages that are being posted.
You guys see what I just did there? I hit that like button. If you guys could do the same for me, I'd really appreciate that.
Much of it is aimed directly. In some cases, what was it, like the ticker on the Bloomberg? I'm not, financially savvy enough.
It's not about them. They're even being like someone for to help them. There's not going to be anybody else to milk. Once they get the lowest percentage, as far as the people that make the lowest amount of money, and they're almost done with us. Trust me, they're almost done. Once they start getting to that millionaire class, then all of a sudden, it will be a little bit of, I'm a little bit alarmed about this. I couldn't afford my extra boat.
Is the command that you enter into the Bloomberg terminal.
Yes.
Also, you're going to see a lot of businesses, again, we are the consumer. The ones that actually make the least are the ones that spend the most. So at this point, man, you're going to start seeing a major upset in just the buying economy, which then what? Then what? Then your business starts failing. Then what? Then what? Are all these businesses expecting a bailout from Daddy Trump?
Oil for like oil crude prices.
If you don't know what we're talking about, sophisticated traders use something called a Bloomberg terminal. What's the subscription for a Bloomberg terminal? It's like $20,000 a year or something to get one. And like just to be able to trade on, just to give you an idea.
AI is definitely going to destroy that business. But
if you've ever, I think my college library had a Bloomberg terminal or two. So if you're in college and you're a student and you want to know what Golubov is talking about, go and start plugging those things. I've never actually used one, but I have a few friends who have. But again, that's the audience who he's speaking to. He's trying to speak to the people who move the markets and trying to, I guess, talk some sense from his perspective into some of these oil traders. In a sense, though, I don't even know like what else we're like. Everything in our media seems totally disconnected. I just see it every day. Gas is above $4 a gallon. I'm like, this is a crisis.
Yes, and every day and I hate to do this, I really do, but I gotta. During the election, that's all you heard about. Daily gas price updates on almost every news station. How the price of eggs was through the roof. You only heard about how bad inflation was, how we were cratering towards a recession. Nothing now.
Brent crude is $107. I'm looking at it right now. It is up.
At least I get to sit here on my fucking high horse for once and just be like, hey, at least I saw this coming.
78%
Rest
year
of y'all
to
that are
date.
just shocked by this. Welcome to the party, pal.
What are we doing here? Like 80% increase in the oil price? There's just no world. If I look at West Texas, I'm talking, it's 95, 19, same thing. It's up like 70-something% from where we were as of 4 or 5 months ago. Like there's no describing. If I told you that before even the Iran war or on January 1st of 2026, I said oil is going to go up by 80%. How would anybody react to that? But people are covering it as if, the ceasefire. Yeah, look, we're going to talk about the shooting. I agree, it was a big deal. Most of the reason that all the press, though, is obsessed with it is because they're all there. That's why they think it's like they're all like processing their PTSD or whatever. I'm like, yo, the gas is $4 a gallon.
Oh my God, am I actually going to sit here and agree with Sagar like almost completely?
Gas in California is $6 a gallon.
Damn. I even brought up that point like off stream where I was just like, yeah, you know what? It kind of does seem like the reason they're all obsessed with this is because they were all in the room.
Every single day that this continues, it's a nightmare.
Wow.
And I don't know. I don't see the pressure from others, outside of a few Barack Ravid or other types of tweets to recognize, I think, the level of havoc that this is already having and will continue to have in our economy. It's genuinely driving me nuts. Hey.
I mean, you are... as I said, I hate to say that I agree with Sagar on this one, but he ain't wrong. he ain't wrong. And as you guys can probably see, if you guys are just joining us, you will see it on the VOD or possibly on the video here. That's why Donald Trump is pointing, to the new thing to pay attention to. Do not look at the economy, the Epstein files. Did you know that there was another Epstein lawsuit filed? No, I bet you don't. Bet you don't, because we're not talking about that right now. So yeah, broken clock situation. I guess that is the broken clock theory. It's best. So alrighty, that's the economic segment. That one's in the bag. Jesus. All right, guys. That's one. We got one segment out of a almost 4-hour show. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, man. And the thing is, I haven't even gotten to the assassination attempt bullshit, which, man, I gotta... do I even care? Do I even care? I mean, dude, all of you guys, this is my one thing that I have a problem kind of getting around, is knowing that the mass majority of y'all already watch a lot of the stuff that's on my show. So there's that whole you might have already seen this, and then there's also the old news aspect. God, it's Monday. This happened on Saturday, and I already feel like it's who cares? Get over it. It's not like, I I mean, honestly, this is so weird. It's so weird. And also, like, the fact that it is kind of a nothing burger. Nobody got hurt. They got the shooter, which, if we have any questions as to why he did it, let's ask him. Let's ask him. The guy wrote a manifesto. I'm pretty sure he likes to talk. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they're not going to be putting out any quotes anytime soon. Which, that's crazy. But reference frame. Also, hey, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you all being here today. If I haven't shouted you out, just, you can request a simple shout out. I do like that Naruto running is the new meta and getting around. Yeah, that was wild. I noticed that too. I was like, is he Naruto running? It's like, oh my god. The Leaf Ninja. Oh no. Oh my god, he comes from Leaf Village. Right? Oh god. My Naruto references are not up to date. I know I stopped watching Naruto right around the Gaara saga of no, Toby. I stopped watching after the Toby thing. And the Madara Uchiha. I need to finish that. I never finished Shippuden. I think I just figured out what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to finish Shippuden, and then I'm going to get into One Piece, and then I have been promising that I'm going to do a watch party with y'all in the Discord. I'm going to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender for my first time ever. So the only thing I will be recording is going to be my reactions, but yeah, never actually got to watch that. I've seen episode 1 and 2, which I think that I'll just get like the no, but if I'm starting it with you guys, I should probably watch episode 1 and 2. But they're so boring. Thanks, Pep, but I don't need a shout out. Don't want to interrupt your cooking. Oh, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you for respecting the chef, but you can't wait. Hell yeah. Wait, you didn't finish Shippuden? Did you at least see the final? Yeah, no, I saw the final fight. Yeah, no, I cheated. I did. Because if there's one thing that I love is the Naruto Sasuke fights, I would actually argue that the waterfall fight is probably one of the best anime fights ever sequenced. It is so good. Like the choreography, everything about it, everything is just so goddamn good. I go back and I watch that a lot. I also, dude, I got some AMVs, some anime music videos. You guys remember those? God, I remember one of the douchier ones, Until the Day I Die, to that. Oh, God. That's from, man, I was, what, 16? 16, 17, something like that. Why should we watch The Last Airbender when we can watch The Fat Orange, the worst money grabber? Crouching Tiger over... Crouching Tiger's cool. The thing is, you have to appreciate it for what it is. It's almost like a martial arts ballet. See, as somebody who has always... I mean, come on. I watch professional wrestling. It's essentially what it is. It's like gymnastics with, you know, it's all choreographed, and but it's still real, like as far as the actions that they have to do. If I have to, like, I remember saying this to my my nephew, where he was just like, are they, like, is this real? I'm like, it's all real except for when they hit each other real hard. He's like, they make that look good except for when they punch. Because even he was just like, they're not really punching each other. I'm like, you're right. Like, that's kind of bad when a 7-year-old can see it. It's just like, all right. I'm sure right around, you know, 10, 11 years old, he'll start getting into female wrestling. $3 billion this POTUS has made so far compared to the $40 million of all the other presidents in the past combined. again, the fact that he's able to pull a profit while, like, dude, Jimmy Carter gave up his peanut farm because people were worried that that was a bridge too fucking far. This is the thing. Like, I grew up with all these stories about how there was like this secret code of integrity with like becoming the president and becoming a fucking public figure, and how like you can only really rely on certain things, and then you wait for your book deal. What? Like, I'm so sick of all the blatant corruption. I'm sick of the prediction markets. I'm sick of it all. The greed that is all, like, if I was still a Christian, I would probably cry myself to sleep every night thinking of how sinful this world is and how it's all tied to greed. And nobody in the fucking mainstream Christian world will focus on it, because that will ruin their fucking, their whole grift. The entire grift's done at that point. It's fucking ridiculous. Tithing, prosperity gospel, all of it. God damn it. You want tithing? Then every fucking billionaire gives up 10% of their money to the fucking churches to even exist. Fuck this. I'm so over all of it, man. And like, again, like maybe that's just me because I'm an old school, like, you know, ex-Christian, where like I did believe in this, and I always thought like, oh well, you know, there's good people in Christianity. Yeah, right. Honestly, integrity in government is gone. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm not that pessimistic, because I still think that people like AOC, even though I don't agree with her on everything. The thing is, we also, here, you know what? I'm going to cook on this one. We need to stop pretending that every fucking person that is a politician that we want to get behind needs to be perfect. I'm seeing it with the Graham Plattner thing. I'm seeing still, you got people out there that are trying to call him a Nazi and say that we need someone better. Who? You don't have a fucking person, and the thing is, the election's coming up, so what's the answer? Let the Republicans win? Let the shit-live fucking win? What is the fucking answer besides just get him in and hope he does better? God damn it. That's why I voted for Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I got over my purity politics bullshit, because I even figured out, like, even if she did me dirty, personally, what she did, I still voted for her because I recognized that she was better than the other shitheads. But somehow, some way, we always do this shit, and I see it in internet chats all the fucking time. This is honestly why I've been a little more scared. Like, I'll be completely real. I have had to keep myself out of MR chat because I have seen some shit go down in there that I am, and some things said where I'm just like, do you just want to lose? Like, God damn it, man. And then reading the Adam Mockler stuff from the fucking Track APAC stuff. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this fucking, like, you got an entire side of politics that just doesn't want to unify with anybody, but they're also delusional enough to think that they're the popular ones. They just need people to listen. Get fucked. Nobody's listening to you because you're annoying. You're condescending. You're awkward. Learn how to have a fucking persona that people want to listen to. Learn how to fucking have some riz. God damn. Sorry. Ay, ay, ay. Instead of having the whiniest ones out there, why won't you listen to me? Did you know that President Trump is doing this, but did you know that the liberals are even worse? It's like how I fucking feel all the time. It's fucking annoying. Sometimes this side acts no different than MAGA. I've seen it get worse too. It is. No, dude, I've been seeing it with the fucking tankies, bro. Like, it's getting bad. And now the Republicans are using the Democrats' Hassan Piker spin to their advantage. Congratulations. This is the bed you set. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not going to sit here and fucking pretend that, you know, them shitting on Hassan is going to work in any way, shape, or form. What's that? Oh, shit. Smart. You need hope. I just got a nacho surprise. Hell yeah. And it's nacho surprise. Hey! This is why I get paid the bucks. You're not wrong. Thank you. No, honestly, like I've had this problem going back to even before I was starting to like get into leftist politics. I noticed this with actually some just libs. Some libs are like there. No Coke, Pepsi. Hey, it's we got a another 6-pack of that good Coca-Cola. As I said, when they're $1, how can you not? I got lucky. Ooh, steak taco or steak nachos. Give me a second. Delicious. Wish we had queso. This would be good with like actual queso cheese. Anyway. Thank you. Huh? Good. I was just saying the only thing that's missing is like actual queso cheese. If we need to do that.
Shredded cheese.
Hey, you made the best of it. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Look at that frosted bottle and everything. Oh yeah. All right, sorry. I got a little distracted there. Surprise dinner is always good. Side of nacho cheese, $59.95. Dude, at a restaurant right now, going back to that rant, that's how I feel. I feel like it is that way. Where it's just like, God damn, dude. Just nickel and dimed, guys. We're getting nickel and dimed to death. Like, it is just, we are... And, yeah, what are we going to do? Like, what are we going to... Yeah, queso blanco, yes. They got, like, these little queso blanco cups. Man, you know, I need to find those. You just reminded me. Actually, you did just remind me. I should probably put those on my grocery list because I like having me a nice little chips and queso snack. All right, eat bugs, I guess. Ludwig Institute for Shared International Prosperity. Anyway, to finish up that little rant, I think that we need to be more realistic about what politics is. I think that, like, for anybody that's just, they want to find something wrong with AOC, they want to find something wrong with Graham Plattner, they want to find something wrong with every single person that they have, like, policy agreements on, but they're just not the perfect one that they had in their mind. They beat out a progressive candidate, so it's just like the Bernie or bust mentality where you're just like, well, I supported this guy and I cannot support the opponent because I can't by principle. It's like, stop. Fucking stop. We need to get some fucking progressives in there that also like us. We need to stop being so fucking hateable all the time. God damn it. That's one thing that I realized in my own life, man. I was having these arguments with my dad, and I was having like these arguments with my family, and I just kind of did realize, like, after I stopped framing things in like such a, I want to say alarmist light, but I was kind of doing online talk bullshit. Like, I would do the thing where I would start shouting and like kind of doing content brain, but also using stuff from like that I was learning from other content creators and just in general. Like when I got really active, like when I just first started getting active in leftist politics, it did kind of make me go like, oh shit, I think that, oh, okay, now I understand. Because like I had enough people telling me, they're just like, you know that we would listen to you if you didn't like condescend and shout at us. I was like, oh, right. And that stuck with me. Tim Dillon says the left needs to stop being annoying. Yep, we do. We absolutely do. He's 1000% right. I mean, fuck. I'm on the left and I'm just like, yeah, we can be very fucking annoying. Damn it, these beans need to go in. Good. Yeah, debate lording is not a persuasive way to talk to people. Yeah, that's what I learned. Purity testing politicians is counterproductive. It depends on what you'd label as purity testing. Like the way they're doing it to Katie Porter right now. I'm not the biggest fan of Katie Porter, but she actually has had some really... She has a pretty decent voting record, and she is more progressive than Gavin Newsom, you know? And she's... As far as, like, the other stuff, she's an easier opponent to have for, like, the next wave. But right now, the frontrunner's gone. He was a piece of shit. And if you're going to hold her to her worst interview and then the fact that, like, she had a staffer say some shit that then continued to work for her, I think that you guys might want to fucking, like, back off and just go, whatever. I wouldn't say she has no chance. That's cope right there. I'll just say that much. I'd say she's, like, the number 2 in this one. For my understanding. I've only been able to read a few polls and see that, but for you to just be like, she's a psycho, she's not a fucking what? Shut up. Yes, meanwhile, we're just going to ignore the fact that we have a president that fucking poop tweets and, sent us to war for reasons. Shut up. Like, seriously. Shut up. I'm fucking over that. Shit. Is it? We're going to be getting close to the 420, too. I agree about Katie Porter. She does have a good voting record. Mm-hmm. So I would go based on that, man. I'm not sure she'll be a good governor. I know she'll be better than a Republican, and I know that if they do not get their heads out of their asses with this fucking really full roster right now, that I tried watching that debate, and it was hard. It was genuinely hard. I was just like, this is boring as shit. And I don't think that anybody is considerably more likable than any of the other ones. But this is the benefit of this is the playoffs. This is like the NHL playoffs right now. My team ain't in it, so I'm just kind of watching with some interest. Where I'm like, I like hockey. Let's see where this goes. Go Ducks! I do want the Ducks to win. But, that's a check. I thought it was Tom, Xavier, then Katie. Oh, then I guess it changed. Okay, I thought she was number 2. Yeah. All right. That is fair. That info probably did change, because I watched the... What was the debate? I think it was like last Thursday or something like that. Yeah, I watched part of the debate. As I said, I couldn't even get through it. And, yeah, at some point they kind of said that she was number 2. Oregon Ducks, me too. No, the Ducks. Like, the mighty Ducks. The NHL team. Fuck Oregon Ducks. Fuck college sports. College sports are stupid. Get over it. You left college. What? You just gonna fucking do that thing where it was the greatest time of my life. Yeah, I don't care. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. Thank you. Hope it picks up. Yeah. I mean, I got 18 viewers, so you're already a little off there. Although, I think I got, let's see. I'm defending myself to a troll. Nah. Just admit that you were off by a little bit. I'm silly. Skipped college. Yeah, fuck college. Honestly, silly. You're smart. Just gonna say it. Sometimes like college is overrated shit. All right, ballroom, get it. Plaintiff, got it. All right, don't care. Conspiracy theories erupt. Iran threatens massive barrage as negotiations collapse. Here we go. We got some actual news. I need to run upstairs.
Show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. So those Iran talks never happened. Trump telling the reporters who were there in Islamabad to come home, never actually sending his negotiators over. Iran apparently never had any intention of those talks continuing because their demands had not been met. Pakistan involved in some misinformation there, so a lot to break down there. Also, we have new reporting about how there was more damage damage to U.S. bases than previously reported. We may be days away from a massive oil shock as the rubber hits the road and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Conspiracies are flying after the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting, so we'll show you all the things that the people are talking about. Also, we have Joe Kent. He's going to join us to talk about the security failures and what he is observing and what he saw from the inside about investigations into the various assassination attempts on President Trump's life. And members of Congress are trying to extend veterans' benefits to the IDF. Not kidding. I mean, I saw someone on Twitter, Sagar, say that this story is like tailor-made to make people hate Israel more, and I think that's probably accurate.
Yeah, that's right. It almost seems too like constructed in a lab for somebody like you or I, but that also shows the cognitive dissonance of many of the members of Congress. So it is what it is. Before we get to all of that, thank you to everybody who's been subscribing to the show, breakingpoints.com, if you're able to become a premium subscriber. Today will be a very rare AMA. It is going to be myself and producer Mac. In fact, somebody sent us a chess set. Perhaps we will play a game of chess while we do the AMA. We'll change things up here a little bit with my
Who's got the higher elo at this point?
Oh, it's Mac for sure. I think I'm sitting around 198 rapid, so that's about as bad as it could possibly get. I think that puts me in the bottom 10% of all players worldwide, which includes like 6-year-olds who have downloaded the app just one time. I'm horrible. What can I say? I'm doing my best.
I agreed to play with my son over the weekend, and it was ugly. Every move I made, he was like, I don't know why you did that.
Yeah, there's nothing more humbling than getting beaten 4 out of 5 games and drawing one than your wife's 12-year-old cousin. So, but that's the beauty of the game. That's the beauty of the game. It's purely about skill. Okay, and then what else? Oh, YouTube, right. Hit subscribe to our YouTube channel if you can. If you're listening to this podcast, please share an episode with a friend. But as Crystal said, let's go ahead and start with Iran. It is, if you watch the cable news, you would think the shooting is the most important thing that happened. But we are literally in the middle of a war. The president is actually convening a situation room meeting today to decide what to do about the Iran situation. But let's start off with Trump calling off.
Is she slightly Zio, or does she like full Zio the way that Gavin Newsom is at this point?
Team heading to Islam.
And who's the one that's actually better on that one?
Islamabad. He announced it over the weekend. We'll put it up here on the screen. He says, I just canceled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad, Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. Too much time wasted on traveling.
No, I'm using Streamlabs.
Too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their, quote, leadership. Nobody knows who is in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call President Donald J. Trump. He also justified not sending them because it's too expensive. Let's get to the next one.
I think Pakistan is terrific. I think the field marshal is fantastic. I think the prime minister of Pakistan is great. And, they'd like to see something happen, but we're not going to be traveling 15, 16 hours to have a meeting with people that nobody ever heard of.
What changed to make you make that decision?
Too much travel. When they say the meeting's scheduled for Tuesday, I said, Tuesday, that's a long time from now. But when you get right down to it, it's a lot of traveling. No, we don't want to do that.
At what point do you send Witkoff and Kushner and send Vice President Vance in? At what point are you going to be ready?
You're the government.
All three. Those are three.
You're supposed to do
they
this.
weren't meeting with the leader of the country. They
what
were
the
meeting
fuck,
with
man?
Other people.
At what point is it just like, it's bad for business, we're making lots of money?
Too much traveling, takes too long, too expensive. I'm a very cost-conscious person.
Too expensive. He's a very cost-conscious person. It doesn't exactly pass the smell test. The big deal here is basically they had a ceasefire deadline. The ceasefire deadline expired. There were no negotiations that happened. The Iranian terms were made pretty clear. The U.S. terms were also all up in the air. They saw the Iranian terms, if they agreed to them, as a total capitulation. And so we're kind of in a space that Trita Parsi predicted going into this, which is Trump actually can just walk away. The blockade is still in place. The war is not being restarted. It's also not really off. We're in this weird, semi-hot zone where there is, of course, a naval blockade, an act of war. There, of course, is military pressure on the Iranian regime, but they don't seem anxious to restart the war either. And now everybody's kind of in a limbo, waiting for something to change and for something to happen. And in the interim, several million barrels of oil per day are getting shut in and are not exiting the Straits of Hormuz, which is the only thing that really matters out of this conflict so far.
Yeah, and the thing is that this limbo state that we're in right now, which you're absolutely right. True to Parsi has been saying, hey, this is probably where this is going to end up. It's unlikely that they're able to resolve enough issues to actually come to a deal. I'm not sure this limbo state is a stable outcome. So for a variety of reasons, I mean, number one, you've got the Israelis who are itching to go back to war. And you were just saying, Sagar, we're seeing in the news, bombing the hell out of Lebanon. We'll find any means possible to not only go back to war with Iran, but get us back into war with Iran. So you have that. And then we're going to talk more about the situation with oil later in the show. But the damage to our economy and to the global economy is going to continue as long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And at some point, the markets are going to reflect the actual reality of how many barrels, millions of barrels of oil have been shut out of the economy. So while Trump is betting that that pressure will be larger on Iran, they of course have more existential stakes. He's also betting that pressure will be more of a problem for the other rest of the globe, which is probably true, but that doesn't mean it's not going to have dire impacts here as well, which is why this is such, it's just impossible to see how this all plays out, given that there are effectively no good alternatives for Trump at this point. I also wanted to talk about a little bit about this Barack Ravid report that came out yesterday evening, just before oil futures markets open and whatever, about how the Iranians are now offering a new approach where the issues with Strait of Hormuz would be worked out before dealing with the nuclear file. And, I think it's obviously noteworthy that this comes from Barack Ravid, noteworthy it comes right at a key market point. I think this is another attempt of Trump to say, look, they're still negotiating. They still want to work with us. There's still a possibility of getting something done here, which does indicate that he realizes there is some pressure on him to bring some sort of resolution to this whole thing.
Well, I mean, even if the Iranians were to agree, if they were to propose that, they would unambiguously win, because
how are we just ignoring this?
They remove.
We're what, now 9-10 weeks into this thing?
Well, the Strait of
that was supposed to only be a few weeks in, and now we're all I hate how we move the goalpost for them sometimes. We do, we just accept it. We're just like, yep, this is how it is.
The removal of the blockade and some sort of resumption through the Straits of Hormuz with no nuclear talks means that their trump card was able to basically just be resolved on its face with no concessions whatsoever on nuclear issues, on ballistic missiles, or on any of their support for Hezbollah or any of these other groups. And the regime itself got to survive and completely intact. So absolutely nothing would have changed as a result of the war. If anything, Iran may have been stronger. So I think you're right that this is probably a market type move. But, look, everyone has eyes in the same way that to describe it in the way that I did. If the administration opened or signed some sort of deal, removal of the blockade in exchange for opening of the Straits of Hormuz, it would contradict everything Trump has said about the Straits of Hormuz. He said, I don't need it. It's actually China and Russia and all these other, or China and India and all these other companies or countries in Asia that are really reliant on the Straits of Hormuz. It's not really that important to us. And the fact that they were able to close it and then he could just reopen it by removing the blockade, but except the blockade was supposed to get them to the negotiating table over nuclear issues and many other things, it would be a total failure. But that's one reason why I'm not so sure the Iranians would agree to it. They have made it clear Strait of Hormuz and control in some form, whether it be via sanctions relief, whether it be via tolls that are directly charged, there will be de facto or at least some control and some monetary mechanism in place after the war. So I don't know why they would necessarily agree to it. The other thing is on the blockade. There is a blockade in place in name. Now, how much of it is real? We do not know. Remember that very clearly. Tanker Trackers has indicated there are some ships that were laden with a lot of oil that had to return to Iranian ports, but per satellite imagery, they've been able to confirm some ships have also been able to evade the blockade, and other ships have been able to come through and to load. So how much of it is actually happening? How many of these naval vessels either are afraid or they don't want to put themselves in a situation where they're getting fired upon by these small IRGC vessels? Whoa. We also know, by the way, about mining. I think we have that here somewhere. Actually, no, it's in the next block. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but the whole point is that Iran, we do know, at least current U.S. intelligence is suggesting that they have laid more additional mines in the Straits of Hormuz. A current estimate from the Washington Post is it would take approximately 6 months to clear all of those mines to resume totally normal traffic. Now, the only reason why that matters, and I'm mentioning it here, is for some sort of a deal Iran, with the mines, knowing exactly where they are, would have control because they would have to tell the various different ships which way to go to be able to avoid some of the different channels and other places which have the mines in them. Again, that gives them more leverage in some sort of negotiation. Let's play A3 here.
So why not just like create a conga line of ships that just follow like that one ship? It's just like, haha, you told us how to get through.
Trump again reiterates that they can call us anytime they want, basically saying this is all going to be negotiated by phone.
Probably heard that we canceled the trip. We have all the cards. We're not going to spend 15 hours in airplanes all the time going back and forth to be giving a document that was not good enough. And so we'll deal by telephone, and they can call us anytime they want. Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are. Nobody knows who the leaders are. I don't think they know who the leaders are, very importantly. So.
That is from Trump about making a call. There also is some indication, one of the reasons, so Trump may have called things off with Islamabad, but there is some indication that it's actually Iran which left Islamabad and kind of gave up on the Pakistan track.
Do you think that maybe you don't know who their leaders are because they're not dumb enough to tell you anymore?
Put the next one up here on the screen. This is very important. This was from an Iranian advisor.
That's actually like good
and he says Pakistan is a good friend and neighbor of ours, but it is not a suitable intermediary for negotiations and lacks the necessary credibility for mediation. They always take Trump interests into account and do not say a word against the American wishes. For example, they are unwilling to tell the world America first accepted Pakistan's proposal, but then went back on its word. They do not say that the Americans had commitments regarding the issues of Lebanon and the blocked assets to fulfill them. A mediator must be impartial, not always leaning to one side. The reason why I think that's important is it fits with a lot of leaks that were coming out of the Iranian side, Crystal, in the last several days, where they said, Pakistan, sure, it was nice that, they hosted us for talks in the initial ceasefire negotiation and what we agreed to. That was definitely something that we were interested in. However, since that time, all they do is reiterate the American side to us, but they don't push the Americans to change their terms. And all Pakistan has really been doing is acting as a U.S. client state, urging Iran to change some of its red lines or some of its positions and refusing to do so with the United States side. And that's part of the reason why the Foreign Minister Arachi actually left Pakistan a few days ago. And after he departed, there was no movement whatsoever in the talks. I think they may have given up on the Islamabad track whatsoever.
Not to mention, if we put A6 up on the screen, this is something Ryan had his eyes on. Basically, it looks like the Pakistanis were helping Trump to market manipulate on Friday. Ryan tweets out here, the erroneous news reports indicating the U.S. and Iran would be restarting talks were produced because Pakistan's ISPR sent the following incorrect update to many journalists. They didn't send it directly to me, but I was forwarded. This was the message. Breaking. Attributable to government sources, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Arachi is expected to arrive in Islamabad tonight with a small delegation. Following important discussions with the Pakistani mediation team, a second round of Islamabad peace talks between the U.S. and Iran is expected. A U.S. logistics and security team is already present in Islamabad to facilitate the negotiation process. Ryan then goes on to say it was never true that Arachi had any plans to re-enter negotiations last week. Why would the Pakistanis say otherwise anyway? Odd stuff. So basically the idea here is that, this was hopium from the U.S. side and from the Pakistani
Oh, you got the flu?
side.
Oh, no. Heal up, Robin.
And even though the Iranians had never indicated, we know this from Jeremy's reporting, had never
Liquid IV. I swear to God, if you don't already have some and you can, get some Liquid IV.
committed to any sort of talks in
Not sponsored by
Islamabad,
them.
Pakistan went ahead and put this out. And so, of
Just
course,
something that I
the fact that they are carrying the message that the U.S. wants to put forward of like, oh, of course the Iranians want to meet with us. Of course they want to negotiate. Of course they're begging to come up to the table because we have all the cards. The fact that the Pakistanis are pushing this out to journalists and representing the American view and what the American propaganda wants to, push to the public, I think gives you a sense of why the Iranians are feeling less and less comfortable with Pakistanis as mediators.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, look, the Pakistanis at this point, they haven't had the ability to compel anything from the Americans to stick to. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, they're a client state in every respect of the word. Now, remember also, one of the reasons why they were interested is not just that they had okay relations with Iran. Remember, this country gets 99% of of its natural gas from Qatar. So it had a massive interest in making sure that the Straits of Hormuz were open. And initially, they thought that the Americans would agree to some of the terms, but it just doesn't look like that's the case. I mean, we're going to talk about it later in the show. Israel killed like 13 people just yesterday in Lebanon and injured some 37 others. So the death toll, and look, Hezbollah also killed an IDF soldier. So the idea that there's a ceasefire in place whatsoever in Lebanon is ridiculous. And, you know, it seems that that's one of the axes in which Iran continues to point to and is like, look, you are not sticking to the deals and you just simply will not constrain Israeli action in Lebanon at all. Let's put A5, please, up on the screen. This is Trump talking about oil. The Iranian vice president and head of the Organization for Energy Optimization issued a direct warning Sunday in response to Trump's claim that the U.S. naval blockade would cause Iran's infrastructure to explode. Quote, "We will respond to any act of war if, as Trump claims, any part of our infrastructure, including oil wells, is damaged as a result of the blockade. We guarantee that 4 times the damage will be inflicted on the same infrastructure in countries that support the aggressor." Because this was something that Trump had previously floated on Fox News when in an interview about hitting Iranian oil wells in retaliation. Let's put the next one up there on the screen. This is A7 from Arachi, the foreign minister. He says, "I am now embarking on a timely tour of Islamabad, Muscat, and Moscow. Purpose of my visit is to closely coordinate with our partners on bilateral matters and consult on regional developments. Our neighbors are our priority." So this was on April 24th. So he is going to Islamabad, like I said, but it's not just the sole place that he's going. He also mentions Muscat, so that is Oman, which, remember, was a key negotiating partner ahead of the launch of the war. And the Omani foreign minister took to television saying, we can work this out. This doesn't have to be this way, and really did a plead, I think, with the American government, only to really get pretty upset at how they were effectively used as cover. And then finally, Moscow. So I don't think that that takes any explanation here. It's not like Iran is a full-on client state or anything of Russia, but they have good relations, largely as a result of their animus towards the United States. And they have a military relationship that spans now to Ukraine, considering that they have supplied many of these Shahed drones to the Russian government, which they have used to great effect in the war in Ukraine. And now, obviously, they're using them themselves in their own war. And in some cases, they're getting some sort of assistance from Moscow and from Beijing as well. The fact that Beijing's not on the list is very interesting, but the very fact that he is going to Moscow, the foreign minister, and that they will stand in solidarity, especially against the United States, is a direct message and a kind of a middle finger, I think, to Washington. So that's what
it's cosmopolitics.
I think that's basically where we stand right now.
Like a streamathon or something?
Yeah, and Trump talks a lot about who has the cards here. Let's talk a little bit about the damage that Iran has already been able to do and some of the cards that they may continue to hold.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really
timing.
helps get the show to more people.
All right, so we got the let's see. Yeah, I think this is where I'll start it. So, don't care. All right. 2 minutes until the 420. We're going to do that, but then we're going to cover some of the correspondence dinner thing because, yeah, might as well. But in 2 minutes here, we're going to reach that 420 on the program. Appreciate everybody that's been hanging out. If you guys have not already, please hit the like button on the stream. It really, really helps me. You can double tap the screen if you're part of the vertical crew. Has a lot of emotional baggage stressing out about rent payments every month. Yeah, that sucks. I've been there. Yeah, that really sucks. I do know that she has had some issues. I've also shot a dono or two to her. Also, thank you for the sub, Lisa Irwin. Appreciate that. It sucks. I just gotta say, like, not being able to make your rent is fucking nerve-wracking. Not being able to make your payments in general is nerve-wracking. Fuck. Yeah, and like we've been sitting here talking about how the economy is not exactly in a state where we can really count on it getting any better. Dude. It's all, see, this is the thing about being a leftist. It's almost like we live here. It's almost like we don't want this to fail. Like, for every fucking dipshit that comes in here, it's just like, you just want Donald Trump to fail. It's like, no, he is failing, and it's hurting us, and we're letting you know. Also, 420. Whoa! Ooh, I felt that ankle pop. I couldn't do that. Oh, shit. Ow. Oh, man, I just stepped on my ankle a little bit wrong. Once you start pushing 40, that's what gets you. Whew, that was a good one. Rome's biggest issue is the most people in Rome. Who gives a shit about Rome? We're not Rome! Dude, we are 250 years old. Shut the fuck up about the Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire. Seriously, I'm over it. You got dynasties in China. You got other fucking... You know what? Nothing is forever. This idea of this perfect empire was never real, because the thing is about it. You know, the most successful empires in history actually took care of their people. So, yeah. Seems like we're heading for the purge. No, because it's not even going to be as like fun or interesting. No, the purge is literally happening in just they want us to get cancer and die, and then not be able to afford to actually do anything. Yeah, I thought I answered it. I use Streamlabs. I do not use OBS. Why do you ask? I'm pretty open about that, but I don't know. I've never had anybody just like overtly ask me what OBS I use. Rome collapsed, but you know who's still around? Roman people. They're called Italians now. Yep. No more time stuff. The tyrant hath spoken. I think it's stupid. Like, no, like, the reason that you're talking about the Roman Empire, like, I'm not a historical channel, so you can go to any other channel and do that. I'm so sick of it, because it's usually being used by disingenuous shitheads that want to fucking try and be like, well, the Roman Empire fell because this, and this, and we're not doing this, and this, so this means that it's not happening to us. So, you're a streamer, use OBS, but I'm not happy with it. Try Streamlabs. You do have to pay for it, though. As far as, like, the one that I use. I also use StreamYards. I like Streamlabs better than StreamYards, surprisingly. But they all have their issues. I have figured out that every single one of these platforms has some real issues. We're doing the same thing that they did before the fall. We're doing the same. This is my broader point. We're doing the same thing that every failing empire did. That's where I was going at, or that's what I was getting at with the whole, like, not taking care of our people. All I know from the Romans is what is now what you learn via Ancient Alien Show. We're screwed. Yeah, no, we really are. That's why I like with all this shit. God, I don't care about you. I'm not giving you the view. I honestly don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Here, we'll do the two fucking dipshits that actually were part of MAGA. Here, let's play this one too, because I saved this one to play with you guys.
Area, trying to catch an Uber or
Motherfuckers watching this on a tube TV.
Get away, transport anywhere. It takes a very long time. So I don't know how we're going to get to the White House. I'm sure there are people that are efforting that, but of course there are people There are media outlets that have multiple reporters, so I don't think any of us are going to be able to make it, but somebody else will get there. I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Levitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me, and, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened, and then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you did a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people.
That was sus. Okay. Okay. Yeah, wow. That was sus. Yeah, I still can't get over the fact that this guy's watching this on a tube TV. Holy shit. All right. Let's play Candace Owens and VFT or fucking Valhalla. Let's get their takes on this, and then we got 2 sovereign citizen videos that I saved specifically for you guys. So I watched them. I hate to admit to a pre-watch, but I have to because I did it. I did the thing. I usually will find a video, watch like the first minute or 2, and then just go, oh shit, I need to bring this to stream. This one, I watched the whole thing and I was just like, I am bringing that to stream because I'm kind of glad. Due to also some of these judge videos are a little bit, dare I say, not as entertaining as the the sovereign citizen traffic stop. So these ones are they are just as entertaining as they should be, with a sovereign citizen just arguing with the judge. It is they're so good. Anyway, Mitch, you taking off? I will catch you later, bro. Thanks for hanging today. I don't know what you're talking about, Josh. Most arduous fighters will probably be those realizing they had been conned. I'm hoping so. See, that's my thing. I'm hoping that the people like Josh, Josh, I don't think you're MAGA, but I hope that the people that are still supporting Trump and still running interference for this administration, not party, even though the party they kind of do. I think that if they don't get angry and if they aren't the loudest, I think that it's honestly then we're done. It is kind of crazy how they just ignore stuff constantly. Yeah, for sure. Alrighty. Well, let's figure this one out.
All of these demons seem to be thrashing right now because I think we're all sensing a panic.
Okay,
It's
so
real.
I also want to preface that Alex Jones even said that he doesn't think that this was a false flag.
Oh, but I also want you to know.
Which, really, of every single one that you're going to choose to not be critical of, this is it. It's like, Alex, there's so many holes in this story.
It's good. It feels to me like it's the
You're
last
not MAGA, not
squeal
anymore. You're just here. That's what I
of a dying demon. The CIA's
What is
Looking
it?
Glass project. Now,
The demon.
we briefly touched upon this at the end of last episode.
God.
Obviously, I'm a conspiracy girly, and I'm thrilled that we get to dive a little bit deeper on this topic for those of you that don't know. There are, just in general, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life, and they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Just even being philosophical and thinking about these things for a long time, they don't want that. Deja vu is probably chief among them. We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, that we already did that, but it didn't actually happen. You're like, but I feel like it did. Oof, I just got a bad case of deja vu. Well, guess what? There's no official expert explanation for that. Sleep paralysis, for those of us who suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was. They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar, also, another example of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu, the story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times, how I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it, except maybe Charlie Kirk, because he was there for it. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way. I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief. And yeah, there's other explicable events and things like Charlie telling me that he was going to die young. Anyway, today we are going to be showing you clips from a YouTube channel called Be Inspired. We're going to link it in the comments as well because they did such a fantastic job of diving into these phenomena and how they likely relate to another shady government CIA program, which came to be known as Project Looking Glass. This actually happened. These were whistleblowers that came out, like with all of these projects, people that are in the military, scientists coming out and saying, hey, government has this technology and they can peer into the future. I'm sorry, what? What does that mean? Anyways, the narrator of this channel, who I could not find his name to save my life because there's multiple people that work this channel, but he begins.
I'm starting to think that she's also psyoping for the fucking administration, making this stuff even like get people focusing on this crazy shit instead of the fact that this is like we very much do have like conspiracy shit happening as far as insider trading, as far as all this stuff.
Ends by taking us back to,
but yeah, time travel, sure.
To the Y2K scare.
Okay,
you guys remember that, of course.
Fucking Christ.
Remember the Y2K scare? I was actually scared. I was young. I was like, oh my gosh, I just don't want to die like this. I don't want to die just because.
Yeah, because you're dumb.
Midnight.
We were all laughing.
And it's the year 2000.
I was at Navy Pier with my mom for that celebration.
And they were just kind of pumping all this fear into it.
Yeah, and you're dumb for believing it.
Anyway, let's jump right into this clip.
Let's start with Y2K. In the final months of 1999, there was a global concern that computer systems would fail when the date switched to the year 2000. All the software used only 2 digits to record years, so 2 nils might be read as 1900, potentially disrupting banks.
Credit cards and ATMs may cease to
I remember this. Fucking Leonard Nimoy, man.
Airlines,
airplanes, and trains may come to a halt.
Governments and corporations spent over $300 billion updating systems. It was one of the largest coordinated tech efforts in history. People stocked food, withdrew cash, and prepared for the worst. But when midnight came, almost nothing happened. The systems held, the world moved on. Still, that global moment left an imprint. Some view it as a psychological turning point, the end of the analog age and the quiet beginning of a fully digital world. From that point on, life accelerated. Culture, communication.
You do understand that there's not much difference between audio compression between like a tape and a CD. Like it is kind of still like the same type of
and consciousness
like imprinting
shifted onto.
Could have done an iPod. Never mind.
To screens, fast, constant, and increasingly disconnected from physical time. Some researchers believe Y2K wasn't about a bug at all, but a kind of global psychological reset, a ritual of fear, distraction, and silence. The code may not have crashed, but something else may have been triggered. Our perception of time and reality. After something strange started happening.
Oh my god, dude. Why?
Online. People began noticing memories.
This reminds me of when Zeitgeist came out.
That didn't match reality. The most famous?
No! The Mandela effect? Now you're doing the... What? What? What?
The Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as Berenstain with an E. But every book says Berenstain with an A. And that's just the beginning.
If you're running a simulation, and you go back and you change some variables and you rerun the simulation, lots of little things could be different along the way, right? You have many different possible paths.
You have glitches in the matrix.
Exactly. You're now on this timeline, but you remember. You have like a deja vu, or you have like a weird memory.
Movie quotes, logos, product names, all different than we remember. Entire groups of people swearing something changed with no explanation. It became known as the Mandela effect.
No, because one was wrong, the other was right. That means that a lot of people just collectively thought, like the Pikachu one.
Named after people who remembered Nelson Mandela dying in prison years before he actually did. What could cause something like this?
Are you familiar with the Mandela effect? Yeah, of course. Millions of people remember certain events that never happened. And so how do you explain that? As we go through our conscious progression, as we raise consciousness, the way we perceive the world, and therefore...
Because Shazam and Kazam are two different things, and at one point Sinbad was in a bunch of movies around the same time Shaq was.
All that will...
I'm sorry to ruin this because it's not sexy. It's not something that can be fucking sold or whatever the fuck. This is so dumb. I'm so over this shit.
Our world will more...
God damn it. This is why the world is fucking just cratering. Like, it's dumb shit like this, and then dumbasses like her that are just like, I'm just asking more questions, and you know, I'm not getting...
That new resident.
I'm not getting any answers. What happened to that whole fucking lawsuit, by the way, Candace?
As a sympathetic resonance. So certain aspects of the old world will just no longer exist.
Yeah, we don't like to just admit that we make shit up in our brains. Yep.
And so we can...
That's why, again, witness testimony, you could, like, it's barely admissible in court anymore.
We still have a phantom memory of those experiences, whether it's like Jiffy peanut butter or Luke, I am your father, which he never said that, right? All these things like...
No, but it was also repopularized in other movies because, like, Tommy Boy, he says, Luke, I am your father, when he's doing it into the fan, so it's shit like that.
That literally...
I'm so sick of these pseudoscience assholes
just like
that fucking then get the dummies like Joe Rogan that fucking think themselves like the modern day philosopher.
Fall out of your new frequency. Because everything in your world around you, including time itself, is retrocausal. The world around you that is no longer fitting your frequency will disintegrate and dissolve.
Okay, so I'm not trying to start a world war in the comment section today, but Pikachu had black at the end of his tail. Obviously, I don't know when they hit delete on that button, but
No, he didn't.
He definitely...
No, he didn't.
He had black.
I've been trying Pikachu since he made his way to America here, Candace. No, he didn't.
At the end of his tail, some of these things just don't make any sense to me, and it's just amazing that we just sort of accept it and we just keep moving on. And when you start asking questions, they try to paint you with, no, don't ask the questions, just keep going on. Let's just pretend.
I'm just asking questions.
That, there was no cornucopia. Anyways, this brings us obviously to the CIA's project Looking Glass. Essentially, there were these whistleblowers like I told you, in the military, within the CIA apparatus that came forward to reveal that the deep state had a technology, which they stole, of course.
Enough.
Please do not miss the part that I keep explaining to you. These people are not smarter than you. They're just more evil. They steal, they plunder, and they steal things, and then they rewrite history and pretend that they were geniuses. Anyways, they have a knack for murder, they have a knack for theft, and this time, just like a lot of times before, they stole a device from the ancient Sumerian civilization. That's
oh my god, this is Zachariah Stitch and shit. I kind of give up at this point. If this is the shit that the majority of Americans want to fucking buy into now, what am I doing?
Iraq.
What am I doing? Why am I even trying? Why do we even try anymore? When they think aliens are fucking coming, I'm fucking over this.
Very advanced civilization. They're obsessed also.
And you still believe in God? You can't believe in the Sumerian tablets and also believe in God, because then you're just ignoring the Anunnaki being fucking God at that point.
Egyptian civilization, as we discussed yesterday, the Satanists kind of taking...
Chariots of God. It's exactly... This is that. This is hack shit. This is hack shit. This is like Conspiracy 101, day one hack shit.
Reintroducing these things. First,
they cowboy
themselves. They hoard these things, and then they kind of give us
the last one
certain aspects of technology as time goes on. So they steal.
She is going down the conspiracy rabbit hole that, I went down this rabbit hole when I was fucking like 16.
This piece of technology, and they incorporate it into a computer, and suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes. Just imagine the deep state being able to look into a glass, so to speak. The Sumerian culture was known for their advancement in glass, and to see different outcomes. I mean, the amount of power that you would have. And then...
Wait, ECH? What's ECH?
Also fathom in your mind that the people that are Satanists have this power. Take a listen.
This shit sells.
This is where things take a turn. Because according to Bill Wood, a former Navy SEAL with high-level clearance, the US military once had access to a device called Project Looking Glass, a technology that could supposedly view potential future timelines.
The project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. The timelines converge
Of course.
on that point in time. When you know how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities works and how...
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is like the what the bleep do we know fucking I want to take this keyboard and just fucking
making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice...
Been there, done that, got the
couldn't exist
t-shirt.
at the same time. But
I don't want to
once
go
you
back.
Get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually, we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make.
Okay, so is that certainly 2012 in your understanding?
It's well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
Timelines.
Rubicon.
All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of...
Her absent look in this is explaining why she shouldn't be watching these things.
history in the future.
Candace Owens is literally who this shit is to fucking, like, be sold to.
After that, they shut it all.
How does she not get it? And how does she, again, if you want to believe in this shit there, Candy, you got some other shit you got to fucking reconcile with. The Freemasons are not going to fucking tolerate your bullshit.
Down. Now ask yourself, why would a system like that be buried, and what exactly did they see? Because this isn't just about false
Are you watching sadly funny but deeply effective right-wing propaganda? Yeah.
memories or tech. It might explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial.
No, it doesn't. Motherfucker. I was thinking about my grandma died in 99, and I can tell you right now, no, it fucking doesn't. My brother was born in 99. It does not.
Unreal.
I don't see my fucking my little brother. I mean, my brother's fucking 4 inches taller than me, and yeah. I'm stuck in 1999.
In a version of
what the fuck?
Reality that wasn't meant to last.
Fucking. Ooh, these people are like, I don't like smart dumb. Smart dumb people suck.
This along. And if you think that's wild, wait until you hear what else Looking Glass may have revealed.
Oh, you want to do that with your hands a little bit more. Here's a little bit of what Looking Glass may have revealed.
So what exactly did they see with Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers...
Oh my fucking god, stop with your Charles Xavier bullshit.
Including Bill Wood and other interviewed by Project...
This is genuinely bothersome.
Camelot. Every time
this is... What are we doing?
They ran the device, no matter what variables they changed, all future timelines converged
no,
to a
they
single
don't!
fixed
This isn't fucking Marvel!
point. That point, somewhere...
This isn't the fucking World Tree! What? No!
Between 2012 and 2016. After that, the future became unpredictable. No more branching outcomes, just a wall.
So it's super interesting that they couldn't see beyond 2012, or rather they could see beyond 2012, but maybe things became inevitable. That was backed up, by the way, by a lot of different things. Mayan civilization, the calendar. Remember that whole scare? Why doesn't the calendar go beyond?
Yes, this is a testament to how dumb they are and how dumb they think their followers are. But no, she genuinely believes, like, dude, I remember when I was this. I remember when I watched Zeitgeist and I was just like, guys, I have the truth. And like, I didn't look deeper into any of the shit that I was like spouting almost like a parrot. And I was just like,
So you
no.
You arrive at this point and you want...
This is rabbit hole bullshit.
What is this? Right? Suddenly these people who are evil are no longer allowed or able to control outcomes, essentially. Or perhaps, so maybe they did see something beyond 2012. But no matter what they did, they couldn't change the outcome of that thing that they saw beyond 2012. So it wasn't so much the future couldn't be predicted, but rather that they couldn't change it, like something was coming. That's how.
Yeah, and it didn't. They were. Do you know how many fucking assholes were disappointed in this shit?
How it kind of feels.
You had doomsday cults all around the world, just fucking. Dude, nothing happened
to me.
Nothing happened.
When I just examine everything that's going on, there is.
Yeah, because you're a psycho, Candace. Because you do need some actual psychological fucking help.
This panic, like
I am watching a troubled woman go through grief and also go through fucking just all the stages of being worked and thinking that she's simultaneously doing something bigger.
Evil.
She's getting to the truth.
Is panicking right now.
Fucking X-Files Candace over here.
And they're making a lot of mistakes because they're no longer in control. And I would also add here that one of the things that I've noticed is that they're trying to turn us all, again, maybe this is their solution, where they're going, okay, what are we going to do?
I find it funny how many soccer moms are turning into Alex Jones 2.0, though.
We can change.
You know how many fucking soccer games that is just like, and did you know that there's these aliens?
We can't change the outcome. Maybe we can just turn everybody into a computer program. Like they want us all to be the same. They seem to get really angry when we behave like humans.
Comedy for what it's worth.
Like that's one of the things they're trying to triumph is our humanity. We've talked about this a lot with the Charlie Kirk story, the reaction, how we felt icky, but they were like, what's wrong with you? How dare you feel icky? How dare you not like this? Don't you know this is what he would want? It's like their inability to just
trying to make sense of her new reality.
Our humanity is angering to them. Now, something that was crucial, which was revealed about Project Looking Glass, was that the people who were in the room while this device was being operated, their conscious thoughts impacted the device, okay? So just imagine this. What they were thinking in the moment was changing future outcomes. Thoughts influenced future outcomes. That piece is super relevant to what we're going to discuss. And obviously that's pretty reminiscent of one of the themes of The Matrix. I just am going to assume everybody's seen that movie. If not, you should watch it because it was way ahead of its time. And he is going to connect that dot here. Take a listen.
So what exactly did Project Looking Glass reveal, and why was it quietly shut down? The people involved began noticing something strange. No matter what variables they used, the results kept showing the same future, a point where all possible timelines seemed to merge. That moment, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, everything became unclear, like the future couldn't be read anymore. This brings us back to 1999. A year that might have marked more than just the turn of a century. It's also when The Matrix was released.
Oh my fuck.
At the time,
Jesus.
It was seen as just another sci-fi movie, but looking back, it feels like something more.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo.
The film introduced a powerful idea.
I hate how fucking stupid we are. What the fuck happened? And how in the fuck do you guys raise kids in this bullshit? What the actual shit?
We experience might not be what
oh my
it seems,
God.
But reality could be shaped or even
She's
simulated.
someone's mother. She is going to teach her kids about this shit. I am
without
God damn it.
knowing. And once you start asking questions, things begin to change.
Whoa!
That idea resonates deeply with what many have felt since the early 2000s. The time feels different, but the future doesn't feel open the way it once did. Almost like things are repeating.
It's called doing online reactions, dude. It's almost like people get entertained by somebody watching something they don't like.
Themselves. The same cycles, the same events, showing up again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers everywhere, like 1111, 222, 444, almost like little glitches or signals hidden in everyday life.
I want to.
Strangely enough,
this guy sucks.
This idea of patterns repeating, of cycles you can't escape, lines up with.
You put an English accent, and any fucking ditz is just gonna fucking be like.
What Looking Glass operators allegedly encountered. The sensation that the future was
6-7. Hey.
Already written.
There you go. Yeah, there's your fucking pattern.
To the same outcome. Fast forward to 2012, some whistleblowers claim that a confidential briefing
whistleblower
took place where certain agencies acknowledged a shift, a kind of convergence in human potential. This document, released by the CIA, explores consciousness as something that can move through time even outside of the physical world. It discusses remote viewing, timelines, and the nature of reality itself. Now, connect that to The Matrix, and the overlap becomes hard to ignore. Maybe it wasn't just a movie, maybe it was the first time the system gave us a glimpse behind the curtain. And if that's the case, what else have we been shown without realizing it?
Okay, a lot to unpack there. First, I'm going to say, just regarding the movie The Matrix, you should look into how even the script for The Matrix was stolen, allegedly. Now, going back...
She said allegedly because she's making it up.
To a looking glass.
Nobody stole the fucking script to The Matrix, you absolute ditz.
And them shutting down was...
The Wachowskis fucking made this, they wrote, and like it was literally a passion project that they had been working on for a long time. And they were debating making it as a student film. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just the fucking nerd that was so into the goddamn movie that I watched it, you know, probably close to, 100 times. But yeah, sure. Sure. You want to know a glitch in The Matrix? Go watch the scene where he opens the FedEx package. You want to see a glitch in The Matrix? 1 minute, he's holding it like this with the top up. Then the next minute, then the next clip, he's holding it sideways. It's almost like it's called bad editing.
Project and not being able to edit whatever it was.
Dude, seriously, we used to have fucking sophisticated like cocktails of things to give to people like you, and straitjackets, and just in general, like you are.
We obviously cannot know for certain what it is that they saw.
She is 100% grifting, just trying to get her show's ratings up. Sure.
When they peered through into this looking glass, but I do have a general sense that they're trying to edit its inevitability with ill-guided lawfare and warfare. And what I think is that our collective awareness is a threat. I think everybody peeking their heads up is making them increasingly more frantic. It's like they know we're barreling toward some foregone conclusion, and they have spent decades trying to stop that, trying to prevent that. And when I think about what it is, right, I just consider their general obsessions and their general triggers. They are positively obsessed with the Antichrist. I mean, like people like Peter Thiel, he's like going around giving interviews asking about the Antichrist. That's kind of the entire drift, by the way, of the AI world. When I say I look at these people, I don't like their eyes. Something disturbs me.
Anybody else feel just like watching this shit? You kind of feel like, I think I might have lost at least a full IQ point from this. This is...
Gosh, I don't care. I have spiritual discernment. Something about the entire AI movement feels wrong. And come on, what am I wrong? Am I wrong? Sam Altman, all of them. And they are, no, you can trust us. It's like they want us all to become automated so that we can be more easily controlled.
Yeah, I will agree to that. But that was a whole lot of bullshit to get there, Candy.
Okay, we can't control the outcomes. Let's just
what's up, Grandma
control
Flatterson?
Where we're at. Let's control every single person in the world and make everything AI so that if we want to, they won't discover history. We can just delete files entirely. Nobody will be reading books anymore. The kids will be stupid. We can just wipe history and entire civilizations with the push of a button. There'll be no more books. And maybe I could say this is 1A, but they also seem to be similarly obsessed with trying to make everyone turn against Christ. I mean, that push over the last couple of years, Christ is king, is hateful. You shouldn't even be saying that. Why? That's a weird triggering that no one expected. No one should say that. It's anti-Semitic, whatever. Producing reports about Christ is king. Is that not just a waste of money? Why did they do that? Can we just revisit that? Why did they do that? They produced a report and brought in doctors to assert why Christ is king is wrong. That's weird, guys. And that's a triggering, by the way, that has been going on for a long time. It's the very reason they set about removing the Bible from the classroom, creating Hollywood in general, which was... Oh, my
fucking God, she's so fucking stupid. It's painful. It's fucking painful. I am having a genuine, like, oh my fucking God, how does a large contingent of people listen to this bullshit and not just go, she's the dumbest human being I've ever heard?
To mirror
it. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Babylon.
This is what 500,000 people want to watch? This? Okay.
Babylonian culture training us to worship stars.
Christ. This is why I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I think that sometimes, every once in a while, this is the shit that does it.
Neo-paganism.
Like, I think you actually did break me.
To make it
I don't
so
think I
that
want to
future
do this anymore.
generations
Like,
would
just
think
in general,
atheism was cool.
I
That was
think that
by and
this
large
is,
successful. It was a period of time where I thought that atheism was cool. But why? Why this push?
Just wasting my time here.
Well, I think the obvious answer is because...
Or I just need to start fucking doing just straight up Anunnaki shit. Just fucking...
They are certain, actually, that God is real. That's what they're fighting. They're fighting God at all times. They know he's real.
This is the new conspiracy, is that they prove that God is real, and now it's...
And that should be refreshing to you. Like, God's obviously real, or would they be spending all this time trying to convince us that he wasn't? Right? Do you spend all of your time trying to convince people that this is something is fiction? No, they're terrified of that. Or they wouldn't. They're open Satanists, as we showed you guys yesterday. They're trying to foster a culture of demonic idolatry. Think about this. I lost a job in part for saying that pornography is a spiritual weapon against men, and that we needed to look into the history of pornography. Huh? What that should signal to you is that their power relies on us being distracted, on us being focused on
so much bullshit to get to the point of where, yeah, they are distracting you, Candace, but it's not the fucking aliens to hide fucking God. You fucking dolt.
Carnal desires, right? Entirely
Holy
living of
shit.
the flesh. Like Tim Dillon said, the amenities.
God, pretty privilege really is a thing. I swear to God. If she was a heifer and she was saying this shit, this would not fucking fly.
Cool. The new restaurant. Oh, look, there's a new celebrity over here. Yeah, so the threat is us being aware that spiritual evil exists. That's what they're afraid of. It's why they insist on this constant stream of pornography.
Man, let me beat my dick in peace.
Filthy music, all of it.
Gross, but hilarious.
Because if it is true, as it's been reported by various whistleblowers, that our thought,
it's like right there at the edge. He's like, "Why do you gotta call me out?"
Could impact future events. Then what would happen if we all started focusing on goodness, eternal goodness, God?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think that's the very reason that all of these demons seem to be thrashing right now. And yeah, I just wanted to dive into that project because I think we're all sensing a panic, and it's real. But I also want you to know that it's good. Now, it seems crazy. You're like, no, everybody's out of control. It feels like things are getting dangerous.
Yeah, God's on Nibiru. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
where the gold isn't, because they had, they kind of fucked off and they forgot that they can't cross that, the ocean of fucking meteors or whatever the fuck.
It feels to me like it's the last squeals of a dying demon.
Or that's why gold is so precious or whatever. It's been a minute, but God damn it. That was painful. My head hurts. I'm genuinely disturbed by how stupid she is. That was crazy. Anyway, wow. Pep knows the deep lore. Like I said, I read that shit. I was really into that shit.
Just a lot of big, happy smiles on literally every single person's face. And another candid moment of Pete Hegseth walking off from that press conference. Seems like he's in a
yeah. It's totally consistent with people that just went through a very traumatic event.
pretty good mood given what just happened.
Yeah, it's Valhalla. No.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And you already know what we got to talk about today. Yes, the biggest story in the world right now, and that is that totally not fake, definitely not staged attempt on Donald Trump last.
When your ratings go down, fake an assassination attempt done.
Tonight at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And guys, I'm not going to make you wait till 5 minutes into the video for me to let you know what I think about this. There are two potentials here, and that is it. One, this was completely staged for a PR event because Donald Trump realized what happened to his poll ratings after Butler. Or two, this is the biggest failure in White House Secret Service history when it comes to physical security. So we're going to cover both of those options and see which one we think it is to get.
Neither one's great.
All right, so don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's jump into this thing. Let's talk about it. All right, first let's talk about real or fake, and then we'll get into
this guy's still a douche.
Security failures. And guys, I got to tell you,
I get reminded by that when he says America First, America Only. I'm like, oh, you really are. Just you still got that one. You fucking douchebag.
There is so much in this when we start to look at all the pieces that just it doesn't really seem like this was very organic. But who knows? Again, it could have just been major security failures. But let's start taking a look at some things that are a little odd. Now, let's start at the beginning. We have this full frame of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Everybody's sitting there, Trump, everybody's seated. And then this is the breaking moment where they find out there's a potential gunman in the building. Now, when we do this, I want you to direct your eyes over to this gentleman. Now, the audience gets the news, and there's just individuals who didn't seem very panicked by the whole situation. All right, the news comes in. Everybody starts to get down. And, oh, he's got his phone out. And who's he filming? Oh, he's filming JD walk out, and he's filming what's going on with the president. Not a care in the world over here, huh? You got SWAT teams everywhere. Now, look, I've been in situations where I've been shot at more than once, and I gotta tell you, I've never seen anybody quite so calm and collected as that gentleman right there. And why is that important? Well, because immediately that video was then posted. And as you can see, this is the same gentleman who was just filming, and this was given to mainstream media about 2 minutes after this took place. No one protecting Donald Trump at all. Keep in mind, the threat is in the lobby, so no one actually protecting the president for a
That's
good, what?
I just gotta say, man, yeah.
10 seconds now? So that's a little off.
For anybody else, this would be just a constant reminder. Like, if this was Reagan, this would be like oh, he needs a new Secret Service detail.
Now, what gets a little bit even more interesting in this is after Donald Trump had been evacuated out of the area, you can then see him just standing behind the curtain watching the entire thing unfold. So it doesn't look like they even brought him into a secure area. So, again, that's a little bizarre.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to get to the security camera footage of the guy running through the lobby here in a minute. That'll be in the security failures. But also, this was just really, really odd at the press conference right after this active shooter scenario.
God, the funniest thing that Trump could do is just get Kash Patel's girlfriend to suck his dick and be, like, very open about it.
The entire Trump administration, just
at this point, just let the debauchery fly.
After this all took place. And I want to direct you to all of their faces and their emotions. Just a lot of big, happy smiles on literally every single person's face. And when we zoom in, this to me just really doesn't resonate as people who were just potentially in an active shooter event minutes prior. Now, I can tell you all the times I've been shot at or in a gunfight, I promise you, I didn't see a single person, and these are Green Berets who are actually conditioned to these types of environments and these types of events. I didn't see anybody about 6 minutes after potentially having their lives taken, completely calm, cool, collected, with big grins and smiles on their faces.
Never.
But again, I don't know. And another candid moment of Pete Hegseth walking off from that press conference.
I'm just glad that a lot of people ain't buying this shit.
Seems like he's in a pretty good mood given what just happened. And here's photographer Andy Harnick.
Because
just
they're all
casually
just saying the same thing. My poll numbers are going to be through the roof. Through the roof.
He's snapping photos as there's potentially a gunman outside in the lobby as he's still even holding his bourbon in his hand. Wow. Nobody seems very panicked by the entire situation, which is very bizarre. And just more, I mean, just amazing how there was photographers everywhere ready for this, right? And this is a great point. Here is Secret Service. I got to ask, what is she pointing her gun at? And why is she looking away from where she's pointing her gun? It's almost like this was completely staged for a photo op. Again, maybe just incredibly, incredibly negligent and terrible at their job. Not sure yet. And again, just some really bizarre things to say right before this happened.
This one I don't care about.
Speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room.
Yeah. Pure coincidence. It's all coincidence. It's all coincidence. And of course, everybody's wondering, like, what is this? What was the purpose? What was this for? Of course, we thought, maybe immediately we'd find out, of course, it was an Iranian sleeper cell, and now we got to go to a ground invasion, right? Was it going to be a transferee? What were we going to get out of this? Well, turns out Donald Trump let us know what this was all about, and we can tell by the script that dozens of MAGA influencers are going with this morning. All right, Donald Trump says this morning, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and different reasons every president for the last 150 years has been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the
How is this not so fucking obvious to everybody?
White
This is the part that got me to go, oh, he faked this shit to get his ballroom.
House. This event
like fucking
that would
A,
never
man.
have happened with the military top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level of security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in. And inside the gates of the most secure building of the world, the White House, the ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking her dog who has absolutely no standing to bring such a suit must be dropped immediately. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with its construction, which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule. Thank you for your attention to this matter. In the comment section immediately. So, it was staged to get him a ballroom. Laughing emoji. We doing false flags for anything these days. And of course, what followed immediately after Donald Trump's tweet, it's like this every single time. The same crew with the same scripted talking points, huh? Andrew Colvett says, this is why President Trump needs a ballroom. Libs of TikTok, this is why Trump needs a ballroom. Jack Prosobiak, thank God Donald Trump is building a ballroom.
Oh, yeah. John Fetterman forgot that he could get paid for this, so he just, tweeted it.
In wokeness. Now you know why the left is suing to block Trump's ballroom. Meghan McCain. I don't
never rooted for a blood clot more.
I want to hear one more effing criticism about Trump's new ballroom. Randy Fine, huh? We better never hear a peep about anybody about the ballroom. Old Brindley Hollyhan. When Democrats don't get their way, they're dangerous. Build the ballroom. Yes, just minutes after Donald Trump's post, they already had all of their scripted talking points for them to post their paid posts on Twitter. It's just, again, the fact that this was probably staged to try to get support for Trump's ballroom. Yeah, yikes. All right, guys, right now I know it feels like the world is constantly on edge from the war in Iran and political turmoil in places like Cuba. Here. This was actually real and organic, but it was just a massive failure in security. I mean, it had to be. You start to look at this and just shake your head for a bunch of different reasons. And Trump and MAGA are already trying to say that the reason why this happened is because the building was just so unsecure. Well, let me ask you this. If you're the Secret Service, why are you hosting an event with the president, vice president, secretary of state, DHS secretary, literally every head of the government, all in one room in a building or a facility that is incredibly unsecure? That seems like a poor choice right out the gate. Doesn't
you're not
it?
supposed
Also
to ask
not
questions.
a great excuse. Now
To
let's
just
talk about
take
real
it.
failures as we
Take
go in here. Because what we do know, the way he got in was apparently he was a guest who got there a day or two prior, so that way he was staying at the hotel, which, again, if you were actually going to have this event, this level of an event at this hotel, you would have Secret Service monitoring this building for days, if weeks not prior. You also would make sure that hotel is not letting any random guests into the venue ahead of the event, because again, every American leader is in that building. And so apparently he was able to just walk a backpack down with what we're hearing at the moment is a pistol and a
None of this makes sense.
shotgun, taking it out of his bag.
And then they're saying, oh, he took the train, so we need to... I like how Trump got asked a question by the media, and he's just like, maybe we need to think about, security on trains.
And literally just run through the lobby. We can even watch it on a security camera. What we'll see is he just comes out this door and just literally runs past about a dozen Secret Service and SWAT team members.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
There he is, sprinting, and just runs right by everyone. So let me explain this, right? As Green Berets, we do a lot of physical security. We do POTUS, VPOTUS protection when the president goes to foreign countries, like let's say in Vietnam. Green Berets are actually the ones that assist Secret Service with protecting the president or vice president, because we are the ones that in that foreign country, we already are working with the police force, the militaries. We already know these locations. All right. We speak the target languages. And so there's just some obvious immediate failures you notice here. Every entrance and exit to this event should have a security guard posted at it. Every single one. That's just a starter standpoint. Any event like this should have 4 to 5 layers of security before you could ever even get into that lobby, again, given the people who are inside of this event. But what we're hearing from a bunch of the press that was there is there was essentially...
My cat's on my lap, he's staring at me.
No security at all. All right, here's one of the people from the press that says, this was the only thing that was required for entry into the Washington Hilton Ballroom. There was no security screening prior to entering the lobby.
What the fuck?
Yes, all you had...
What the fuck? With the president and the vice president and the secretary of state. You're telling me that
to have was this
what
little guest pass, and apparently you could get all the way.
Yo, you guys remember that show that kind of like the whole premise was based on the fact that the vice president and the president couldn't be in the same place at the same time?
The lobby.
Yeah, you guys remember that?
Of the event.
I don't know.
Without going through security.
That's a stud.
Yikes.
God
now, this
damn.
is a pro-MAGA Israeli influencer, so if she's saying it,
Honestly, as somebody who went, there was no security. You just showed your ticket and you were able to completely get in. There was just no pat downs, no metal detectors, nothing going on. So really horrible setup. And I just don't even understand how that was a thing when the United States president was going to speak, who has already had assassination attempts on his life. So really crazy.
Yeah, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
But luckily, we were able to get some footage of the security at the event.
I have been to hockey games with a much more stringent security screening. Like, this is fucking nuts. This is fucking nuts.
And even
it's almost like it was staged, because this doesn't make any fucking sense.
And John Fetterman,
how in the hell
himself,
yeah,
and I don't think he
good for him.
realized what he was actually saying here by saying this, because again, this was more of a sim thing for the ballroom, but he says, we were there front and center. That venue wasn't built to accommodate an event with the line of succession for the U.S. government. After witnessing last night, drop the TDS and build the White House ballroom for events like these. What they're trying to tell you is that there is no venues anywhere in Washington, D.C. that you could have a safe event at other than the White House ballroom. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case, right? But again, he admitted himself there was basically no security, and that venue had no business being used to host all of America's leaders in one building. So why was it? Why was the decision made by the Secret Service that that was a good location for this? Now, let's find out a little bit about our bad guy.
You're telling me that a liberal school teacher named Cole Allen took a train across America with a bag full of guns and knives, found the only unsecured location in a place where the president, the vice president, the head of the FBI, and every other big person in politics was, only to open fire to have a running gun battle with Secret Service and the Capitol Police. Nobody got killed. We apprehended the guy, and now we're here. You know why we don't trust you? It's because stuff like this happens immediately afterwards. I hate it when the liberals do it. I call it out every single time. I'm going to call it out this time, too. Look at all these conservative influencers saying, build a ballroom, build a ballroom, build a ballroom. These are huge accounts with millions of followers, and suddenly they're all on the same script.
And people love to do these now. The Google search histories, yes. What did we find, of course? Under Cole Allen, yes, just 12 hours before, a massive ramp up in searches for this person's name in our greatest allies country. Whoa, okay. Pretty weird. And I haven't been able to verify if this one is for sure true yet or not, but it's all over the internet. Apparently, yes, our bad
Yeah, so this is the one that I think has been debunked at this point.
guy here seen wearing a IDF sweatshirt in his Instagram photos. So, again, who knows? Now, let's get some reactions from the internet and people involved. Ian Smith says, amazing how all these people keep getting guns near the president. It's almost like it's all completely fake and gay. And yes, of course, we know who can't miss an opportunity to make everything about them. Miss Erica Kirk.
Shit.
And
stay there.
as the internet says, how do you know that this whole thing was fake? Well, because there's videos of Erica Kirk crying. All right, we're going to wrap it up here. I don't...
That moment when you realize that everybody hates you
this one
because you're grifted off your dead
to be
husband.
too long. There's still a lot more to talk about, and one of the next things we got to talk about, of course, is all of the
I was going to bring this one up. Thank you, VFT. I don't have to fucking pull up my tweets.
MAGA men who hid behind tables and abandoned their wives to run for cover. So we'll cover that one in the next video. For now, it's going to do it for this one. Catch y'all in the next video.
Yeah, her tearless crying. Yeah. It's always the same shit. Jeffries, if Dems take back the House, affordability will be the priority, not impeachment. Get fucked! Hakeem Jeffries, you deserve to lose. Honestly, Democrats deserve to lose. Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck them. They don't deserve the goddamn House. They don't deserve any of it. I'm fucking over them. I am so over the Democrats' bullshit and nobody pushing back. Because now they're afraid, like, oh, we can't show any disunity, even though he's just blatantly playing into Trump. Fucking over it. Oh, my fucking God. Here, is there a stupid interview with this cocksucker?
Of course not. And I've made clear from the very beginning that
is there a more slappable face in all of America?
That our top priority is going
fucking big-eared weenie
to be to drive down the high cost of living. We believe in this country, you work hard, you play by the rules, you should be able to
great. If it wasn't all just rhetoric.
Live an affordable life, a comfortable life. In fact, to live the
it's
good
almost
life.
Like a fucking bunch of consultants got together and said affordability is that's the key. That's the buzzword. That's the buzzword.
We should be focused on actually doing the type of things necessary to.
I'm surprised that the left is just taking it. The thing is, they counted on this. That we're just
sure.
I mean, listen. I have had multiple deaths. I have multiple people. Well, I got my wife and my dog. Okay, gotta be careful here. But I got multiple cancers in my life, and I still find the fucking energy to hate these cunts.
That people in this country cannot simply survive, but they can thrive.
That was on Fox.
Shut the
Fox News, but arguably the real target of that message was a more specific audience: Democrats running for Congress. Joining me now, Tara Setmayer, former GOP communications director and co-founder and CEO of.
You mean the problem, the literal face of the problem, right here? Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, I hope this consulting class bullshit gets you exactly where you want to be. All right, we're out of politics. I'm gonna fucking take a minute here to reset, get out of this rant, and then we're gonna go watch some Sovereign Citizens, because that's actual fun. We get to watch, like, bad, stupid people get theirs. At least there's some solace in that. The left isn't just taking it. The left has no power. Establishment Dems have the Democratic Party. Yes, and that sucks. But, like I said, I've said this before, man. I don't see us getting any farther and just taking over and winning with our ideas, man. Like, this is bad. This is bad. I'm telling you. And then, this is where I've been told infiltration fucking politics don't work. It's like, no, they do. It's just, yeah, somehow MAGA pulled it off. They did. That's the one thing I hate giving credit to these assholes, but the Tea Party fucking did it, man. You had the fucking most extreme sect of that entire political wing not only fucking take it over, but they fucking now that's the status. That's the new status quo. I don't know. Do we need more grievance politics? I don't fucking know anymore. I don't fucking know. Listen. I'm just mad that the consultants there is just. But affordability. I'll tell you what. If we win it back, we're not going to impeach him. We're going to run on affordability. Although I do think that impeaching him would be stupid. I think that it's political. I think that it's politically stupid because, dude, he only gained popularity with fucking impeachment stuff. Just let him hang himself. Seriously, Just like why is it that like I will say this much, like, because Kyle Kulinski was talking about like the whole need to impeach. I'm like, no, because nothing's gonna happen. He's not gonna leave office. He's gonna like nobody's gonna remove him. What are you talking about? Like, stop. Just let him fail. But that's also part of the problem. Somebody brought it up earlier in one of the videos we were watching where they said that, like, the real issue that the Democrats are going to have is if they do win, he's going to blame all the failures on the country on them. And then somehow, some way, 2028 is going to be a referendum on the fucking Democrats. I dare say, it would almost actually benefit the left and Democrats, actually the left more so, if the right just won. Because, the left would benefit from this, because then, if we don't fuck it up, we could fucking finally step in and be like, they keep losing. Can we get a shot now? You still can't name who the Democratic Party leader is? There's two of them. There's the Senate and the House. You got Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. There is no lead. Dude, shut the fuck up with this bullshit about like having a perceived president of the fucking left when we're not in power. I'm so sick of that shit. Sorry, it's not like a personal thing to you, but for real. Like, I'm so sick of that. Oh, we need somebody. Obama wasn't even Obama until the fucking midterms, dude. Until the fucking until the primaries, not the midterms. Sorry. He came out of nowhere. That's the thing. This perceived idea that, again, we need to... AOC needs to step up. She needs to just take the reins. We're 2 years out from 2028. We need to focus on the fucking primaries and the general election coming up here in November. Then we can fucking look to who the leader might be. It's likely going to be Gavin Newsom, because that's who the Corpo Dems want. And that's who the fucking corporations want, because he's shown that he won't upset the status quo. He won't he doesn't want to get billionaire money. He doesn't want to tax the billionaires. So he's good. And you're going to get a lot of Republican fucking donors behind his ass, because they're also going to fucking play this game of, oh, well, JD is, and also, yeah, Trump kind of fucked up. People don't really have an appetite for this, so let's give it to the Dems. Let's let them fuck it up again. So we go barreling down into fascism the 4 years after that. No, Vosh said this earlier about Destiny, about why Destiny's so black-pilled, and I can kind of get it. Because you start, like, seeing the writing on the wall where it's like, yeah, I don't think because we don't live in a world where Donald Trump is ever going to face any tribunal, or anybody is. Netanyahu's not going to face a tribunal. Stop. Just stop. I know we live in a shit world where shitty people get away with everything. But instead of crying about it, we need to fucking find, again, people that are good at selling a message that everybody can kind of get behind, that a majority can get behind. Oh, yeah, that you just don't want to vote? Yeah, but then what? Then what? More of the fucking fascist bullshit? At that point, I will fucking, doomering isn't productive. It's not, this isn't necessarily doomering. This is kind of I don't do this a lot, Jackal. I tend to try not to, but realistically, like, this is why I'm saying, no, we need to, put up or shut up, and we need to figure this shit out. Like, I'm gonna just say it. If Gavin Newsom becomes the guy, then he's gonna be the guy that I vote for, unfortunately, because, yeah. I don't know. No, because like I got to go back to my own point here. That no, if he wins and then they fuck up again, it's even worse. Yeah. Yeah, but at some point you do have to see it for what it really is. You do, like you really do. He's not necessarily wrong, man. I just can't see anyone other than Gavin Newsom right now. Like, we don't know, man. We have no idea. Like, it could be John Ossoff or one of these weird fuckers that just comes out of nowhere, has some charisma. You know, you're not going to have another Bernie. You're not going to have somebody that has been there forever, that has a, like, the most consistent voting record. Like, Bernie is really, like, yeah, he's idealistically one of the guys that we would want, but he's too damn old. Nobody's going to get behind him. It's the third one. AOC, like, we'll see, but she needs to get a little bit better with selling her message because, honestly, she's not the best communicator. Nah, bro, unfortunately. Just seeing his voting record makes me not want to vote for him because he'd trade me in a heartbeat and let me die. Yeah, but honestly, the Republicans are actually going to, like, you do understand that after they're done with immigrants, they're coming for you next, right? At least with Democrats, that's, like, not politically viable, so they're not going to do that because they do understand that their base is at least going to hold them to account on that one, whereas the Republicans are going to cheer that on. You do understand the material difference here, right? Like, I understand it sucks. I understand that, yeah, you know what? We can complain about it. We can fucking cry about it. But realistically, pretending that the reality behind what we're living now and how we are literally, like, Sylvie, you'll be, I'm going to be completely real with you. You will be lucky by at the end of this 4 years that it doesn't turn into that. They're already they're already going after the immigrants pretty, like, indiscriminately. They are going to start looking at leftist activists and fucking trans people next. They're already going for your fucking passports. I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, Gavin Newsom sucks. He's a cocksucker on wheels. I can't stand the fucking guy, but he's an easier fucking opponent because he does answer to the Democrat establishment who does at least pretend to care about these issues. Fuck. I hate the fact that I have to sell it like that, but realistically, that's politics. Otherwise, yes, I guess that is just disengage then. There's no point. Then, you know, go live your life and watch fucking comic book movies. I don't know what else to fucking do. I wouldn't advocate for Newsom. Honestly, you would not. That's about as much advocacy as you will get from me on that asshole, okay? It's just admitting that it's like, he's at least an easier opponent than the fucking Republicans if they maintain power. So, it's the wrong time for bird news? You could give your bird news, sure. I like your bird news. Thank you for that. It's very wholesome. I appreciate it. I do. You're always welcome here to come in with some bird news. We're more than an hour deep into the fun half, so yeah, let it rip. Yes, please nominate him. Exactly. You got assholes like fucking Josh that are just like, oh, yeah, nominate him. Not recognizing that J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio would both lose to him. I hope you... Jay, this is the part that sucks to admit as a leftist. There's a lot of lib grandmas and a lot of lib moms that love that motherfucker because he looks like a president. Because a lot of Americans, can I just say it, are fucking morons. Like, I'm not gonna get away from that one. Thank you for the cheered bit. Appreciate that. I always like the single biddies. Pick the candidate that you can bully to do what you want. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Like, in the Democrats' part. Like, I fully understand what the right would do. Exactly. Then you understand why I would even make this argument where it's just like, no. Because Sylvie, again, the Democratic establishment at that point would answer to him. They're not going to fucking kowtow to MAGA if they do get to that point. Like, here's where I'm not that pessimistic. Even a Gavin Newsom isn't going to fucking start doing the fucking, oh, well, I can't focus on trans. He's just not going to do anything to fucking codify, like, laws to help you, but he's not going to fucking come after you. He's not going to put you in camps. But, whatever, man. Josh, you're not us. Shut the fuck up. That's... Oh, wait, I missed this comment. Everything the left is doing in politics is meant to divide and cause chaos. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Honestly, you're getting timed out for 5 minutes for that one because you're stupid. I'm over it. There you go. You get a minute in timeout. So you don't know how to act. Oh, now all of a sudden you're fucking worried about... you're worried about going to a camp? Really? Shut the fuck up, Josh. God. Disingenuous assholes like him. Joe Kennedy is a Democrat. I'd vote for him in a heartbeat. I'm not voting for anybody with the fucking last name Kennedy. I'm not voting for anybody that has the last name Bush, Kennedy... fucking Reagan even. I'm not sure if there is a Reagan out there, but I wouldn't vote for them. I'm not voting for a legacy politician, motherfuckers, and stop trying to make a fucking monarchy. I'm tired of it. You tried it with Bush, too. You just didn't fucking count on him being so goddamn stupid. Fuck. I am so tired of this shit. Did Josh get the boot? No, I timed him out for a fucking minute because he's an idiot. Diego, what do you mean the left won't imprison real criminals? Gang members. Like, Sylvie... This is why people fucking hate the left sometimes. It's because they fail to recognize that there is actual gang violence that does need to be addressed. And that is not being addressed by the local fucking police department. That's why there is even sometimes in these communities an appetite to have, I don't know, ICE, National Guard, or any of these people. That's why you will find people that do fucking support it, is because they don't feel safe. That is part of the fucking problem. That was honestly where I wasn't being disingenuous about the ICE thing, where it's just like, no, it is actually a very, very honest critique on them, where it's like, you guys don't go after criminals at all. That's why we're calling you on your bullshit. Try just to go after brown people. And that's where, bridge too fucking far. But you go after some fucking Latin kings and these motherfuckers that are terrorizing 68? Sure. Fuck it. Fuck them. I have absolutely no allegiance to gangs. I don't give a shit. Fuck. But ignoring the fact that these things exist, that's not healthy. It's not fucking racist. Go after the white supremacists as well. You could get all of them. Anybody that has a little bit of a disposition to being a fucking criminal fuckhead, there you go. No, this is where I've been told that it's like, wow, you actually kind of sound like a conservative on that one. It's like, I don't care. This is my politics aside. This is my lived experience, man. How is that left? I don't give a shit if it's left or right. The fact is, if you're going to ignore that we have a fucking crime problem with gang members running communities and fucking there's a culture of silence around it that makes it impossible to police, I don't know what to tell you. But it's not exactly great. But your disingenuous bullshit doesn't help either. Honestly, this is kind of a right and left thing. No. The fact is, the right wants bounty hunters, but they never, again, go after bail jumpers and fucking, like, it's never what you think it is. Well, hey, man, that's just kind of your opinion. It is. Why did I bring this? I brought this up off somebody else, I thought. who's the one that brought up the actual, like, crime? Oh, Diego did. While being accused of shooting a guy in the face over... Oh, okay. I quite literally asked how the left was not imprisoning real criminals. I didn't say we shouldn't imprison criminals. Oh. Okay, well then that was just me fucking having a misunderstanding. My bad. I don't want to misappropriate your argument, so. It's called supplementary education. You can go home, but you will be learning shit. Again, I mean, listen. Also having some actual, I don't know, reform. The fact that we do still have, like, a lot of, you know, the whole war on drugs is still going on, even though they kind of claim, like, no, it's over. It's like, no, it's still going on. I understood the Big Lebowski reference, Captain America. It was staged, Darren. Hello. Yes. That's what I think. I really do think so. The more and more I hear about it, I do think so. Democracy won't survive with this environment of misinformation and illiteracy. That's true. Yeah, that's true. And that's why, again, AI, they're trying to push that shit so you don't think for yourself. You got people literally admitting in chat that they're just like, yeah, I want ChatGPT to think for me. It's just like, oh my god. I can bring an anecdotal story too. In the town I was from, it was extremely far right. And you know what? People who got out way early, it's not a problem with the left. No, and if they're insinuating that it's that's okay. The perception, I should be, all right, you're right. I should be more clear on this. The perception that a lot of fucking far righties have is that you got, like, I mean, this is totally disingenuous. So, like, I'm not saying we need to fucking even necessarily address them. Just letting you guys know that this is how they see it. Is where they genuinely think that the left just wants all criminals released from prison because they don't want to discriminate, and they're just like, no, let them all out, because then they could vote for us. I swear to God, it really is that fucking stupid. Remember, top 1%, poorest 99%, all this left-right is to confuse the classes? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I've been saying that, man. Like, no, it's all class warfare. It realistically is. I mean, yes, politics does exist. It's not all just a fucking show. Because, again, yeah, like, you get a candidate and, like, there are some outliers out there that, like, you can tell were not part of, like, the design. That's why they go after them as much as they do. Like, Ilhan Omar, fucking AOC. They just happen to always be women of color, but... go figure. Judges should not be politically biased. Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen it too many times where they tend to be. I mean, dude, you were seeing it with Donald Trump. Like, you are seeing, like, the weird part is, a lot of, like, the activist judges, they tend to be from, like, you know, Reagan era, or even fucking Bush era. So, yeah, activist judges going after Trump, but then, sure as shit, you get the one that's just, like, super pro-Trump, fucking Eileen Cannon, and everything. It's not like that guy could ever do anything wrong. God. Yeah, totally unbiased. And then they're like, yeah, he wants to put her on the Supreme Court. It's like, no shit, he does. Because he's the blatantly most corrupt president we've ever had. Holy shit. But Biden's laptop, or whatever the fuck, Jesus, get fucked with your Benghazi bullshit. All of the right-wingers could get so fucked with all of that stuff. I never want to hear about it again. Not quite the right serious crime like armed robbery getting probation or 2 to 4 years at best. It's the lenient sentences. That's not the fucking left, you dipshit. That's just judges. I can tell you right now, Sylvie's right about that. I can tell you within the fucking Cook County, we have some fucking judges that are considered to be like right-wing stringent motherfuckers that because our prison system is so like it is it's pretty packed that they're just like, yeah, okay. You know, it depends on if there are like multiple offenses. Now, will I say that there are some outliers and that Kim Davis also did? She single-handedly had a hand in releasing some pretty heinous motherfuckers out there. So I'll say that, you know, some of the rights. It's just that you're so disingenuous with your framing of everything that it's hard to take you guys seriously when there is actually something agreeable there, because you guys are usually racist about it, and then you also do the like. Actually, no, you guys are usually racist about it. Like, you can never put the mask back on. Like, you guys got so used to having it off, and that's why, like, most people like me that hear you, we are gonna call you out as being racist assholes, but then also not be intellectually dishonest and just be like, yeah, that's not a problem. Fellow judges have been partisan forever. Bush's first presidency. Yep. I've never considered judges to be politically biased, but what the fuck do I know? Trust me, they are. Trust me. They very much are. It's kind of hard not to see, especially in this federal court system, but actually, you want to know how I know? Here you guys go.
I don't think it's going to end well for you.
Although this
I
judge,
tried to save you from that the first day you were here.
I was about to say, this judge has the patience of a fucking saint.
I tried to convince you to have some conversation with a court-appointed attorney, and you didn't want to do all that. I know in my heart of hearts, I have no ill feeling towards you whatsoever, and I'm going to give you the best trial I can give you today if you decide to participate. But I am not going to let you drag things in front of this jury that I determine are not relevant, because that's my job as the gatekeeper after the judge over the trial. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. All right. So, Mr. Crucell, you filed a number of motions. I'm going to let you pick which one you want to deal with first.
Well, this emergency motion stay needs to address the request for judicial bias and the process violation.
Okay, just hold off with the argument. Hold off with the argument. The question was, what do you want to start with? Okay, so you filed something Friday. I took a quick look at it today. Is that any different than the motion to stay that you filed previously?
This is just bringing the fact that all the motions I have filed.
Is that a yes or no, Mr. Crucell?
Well, it's covering all the judicial bias.
Okay. Listen to my question. Is it any different than the last motion to stay proceedings you filed? Okay, just give me what you've added since the last one, because this one I haven't had a chance to read fully. The first one I read fully.
I just have the same straight face on you didn't give a shit about what I had to say.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Crucell, this is going to be a very long day for you if you don't listen to my questions and answer my questions. That was in the original motion to stay proceedings. I've asked you to give me whatever's new in this motion.
New stuff covers Judge Green telling me to sue the Secretary of State rather than addressing the due process violations in my case.
Okay, stop right there. How does that lead to why this should be stopped today?
All of this is stemming from where all of this should have been stopped a while ago.
That's not the way it works. Mr. Crucell, hold on. Okay. That's the last.
Yeah, if you believe in trickle-down economics after this long, then there's no saving
Next time you're going to interrupt me today without a contempt of court charge. Is that clear? Is that clear?
No one who's made her answer.
One more word, and it's contempt of court.
Dude, he keeps going.
It's $100 a contempt, and if I get totally fed up with it, then I'm putting you in jail. Okay? Just because she and I happen to agree on the law as it applies to your case doesn't mean we're in collusion. It's possible
using Trump tactics
that you're wrong.
You notice how this doesn't work for normies?
At least accept the possibility that she and I have the same opinion about something. That doesn't mean we're colluding. You understand that concept? Do you understand that concept? I am impartial. I've been trying to save you. Just because I agree with the prosecutor doesn't mean I'm against you. It just means I agree with the prosecutor.
So it means if you're agreeing to that, that means you guys are lying against us.
So that means in any case, when I buy the arguments from one side, that means I'm colluding against the other.
You're agreeing.
Yes or no, Mr. Crucell? No, you have to answer my question. Contempt number one, $100. Answer my question. Every time I rule in favor of one side, does that mean I'm colluding against the other? Yes or no? $200. Yes or no? Because I can do this all damn day. And when I get tired of this game, then I tell them to put you in custody because it's contempt of court, criminal contempt in my view.
Yes.
It is. All right. So now, any argument you make from there, I'm going to deny because that's an unreasonable position you're taking. Judges, by definition,
$100 per one, and trust me, it gets funny.
Have to
he starts racking them up.
Side in favor of one party or the other. That's what we do.
When you made that statement, you were making.
What statement is that?
It was.
I thought we were talking about Judge Green's SOS statement.
When you made this statement that you were setting aside my American trial, saying that you're saying that the prosecutor, the township, and his court all see things the same way, setting that aside, not even allowing me to make my argument. So you were aligning yourself with the prosecution on the argument of my point and setting it aside on what you were doing.
Mr. Crucell, what I was doing was aligning myself with the law as I see it and interpret it. Stop. You can't just shake your head. You don't just disagree with me and move on. If you don't like a ruling from a judge, you have to appeal that ruling. You don't keep arguing with the ruling. That's not the way the process works. Listen, brother, listen. I have tried to save you from yourself. If you remember the first time you were in my courtroom, I tried to get you to see things the way the process was going to move forward. Because, dude, this process is going forward the way I want it to move forward. You might not like that, but I'm in charge of the courtroom. And at the end of the day, if you don't like anything I do, you can appeal me. That's why they have circuit courts. But I'm not going to let you make this a dog and pony show, especially when we've got jurors here.
Dog and pony show. This court has failed to let me make any of my statements, any of my cases. You even were trying to threaten me with contempt. Anytime I try to...
I am threatening you with contempt.
I am threatening you with contempt. That was the part that got me when I first watched this. I was just like, oh shit, he just fucked up.
No, because third contempt.
That's $300.
Do not interrupt me.
As I said, it keeps racking them up.
When I said your objections don't mean shit to me is because you were using the word objection inappropriately. You objected every time I disagreed with you. If you have an objection, you have to have a legal basis for the objection. For example, she's trying to put a video into evidence. And you say, I object, Judge. She hasn't laid a proper foundation because all she said is, Judge, I've got a video. I'd like to play it for the jury. That's a proper legal objection. When I rule in her favor and you say I object and I say, what's your objection? And you just disagree with me, that's not a legal objection. That's why I said your objections mean shit to me because you're not using the word appropriately. Because you don't know what you're doing. That's what I tried to tell you originally the first time you were here. You've never been to law school. You've never tried a case. You don't know the rules of evidence and all the other things that have to be in play to have a trial go forward appropriately and properly, and to be perfectly honest, in your best interest.
Yeah, he's explaining how court works. Yeah, but this guy is such a sovereign citizen that he's just like, I do not even recognize the authority of this court. I've never seen it get this far, to be real. This guy entertained it to a point where it was just like, this went to trial? Like, did you hear? There's a jury outside.
I'm
not spinning.
Based on you stopping, not allowing me to do it. And that's
I'm pretty sure this is in Michigan.
Okay. All right. So let's do it this way. What motion would you like to address first? The motion to postpone? Denied. I'm not denying the jury trial.
Denied.
Especially with the jurisdiction, she's never once permitted on the why is on the prosecutor to prove those things.
I like how most of his arguments sum up to just like, why not?
All right, let me
gonna be not bad for me.
Let me stop you for a minute. What do you mean you're not going to proceed? You're here.
I'm gonna walk out.
Shows exactly that there is enough to show. You need.
Once again, you're not answering the question I asked. You just said you will not participate. And I asked, what do you mean by that?
a fair trial.
I'm not asking
I
you
feel
to
bad for the prosecutor sitting here in the blue. She's just flipping through papers, just like, when is he going
explain
to stop?
your reasoning. I want to know, what does that mean? I'm not going to proceed with this. You're here.
Wow.
So when I impanel the jury, what? You're just going to sit there and not going to talk? What does it mean when you say you're not going to participate?
And go through until these things get addressed. All of my issues that have been ignored this entire time, especially excluding people.
Once again, if you accept the motion and I deny it, it's been addressed. You may not like the way it's been addressed, but then you have to appeal it.
That's the whole point of me getting all my objections.
All right, what's your objection?
It's trying the objection method
What's
again.
your objection to me denying your motion to postpone this trial at the last minute?
Go ahead and walk out, I dare you.
Whatever you would like to do from there, you can, because I don't, until these things, like I said.
Hold on. Is this statement preceding all these motions you filed? Okay, then let me make my ruling on all of them. I think there's a motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction, correct? Okay. Would you like to respond to that one? Because I think that's already been addressed.
The prosecutor's like, oh, I have to participate?
Please arrested Mr. Crusoe while he was in Huron Township. 34th District Court has jurisdiction over offenses that occur within the township, both civil and criminal and
Did you appeal Judge Green's decision on that motion?
I'm investigating because I've been in contact with the appeals.
Okay, so there's no appeal filed yet, correct? I'll take that as a yes. There's no appeal filed. That motion is denied.
Yes.
She made the ruling. You don't get to ask me to make the same ruling. Once again, don't interrupt me because I can go to 4 real quick. Judge Green, a judge in this court, ruled on that exact motion and denied your motion. That motion has not yet been appealed, and it certainly doesn't get appealed to me. Is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Next motion. Motion to
Next motion.
Come in here and say that
Yes, the judge can. Listen to me. Then appeal her to circuit court. A judge made a ruling. You don't get to keep arguing that same motion.
All she said was that Judge Martin was setting aside and that I should go sue the Secretary of State. The things that she's claiming and saying were never said to me. And I have all the recordings and they're submitted to the court. These things were never said to me. And then she comes in here and makes these accusations and saying that the judge said this, judge said that.
Fine. Then I'll say the same. I'll say the same thing to you. Listen to me. Here, on your motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction, denied. By me, you can appeal me. Because the reason she stated,
He's got like 6 appeals that he has to file.
Huron issued you a citation.
Yeah,
this court has jurisdiction over citations issued by the Township of Huron. So for that reason, I'm prepared to move forward and adjudicate that citation. Is that clear enough so you can appeal my decision?
Fine.
Okay. Next one up is motion to reconsider for bias and judicial misconduct. Denied. Would you like me to clarify that in any way?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Bro,
Then guess what? The Court of Appeals can overturn me
Yeah, right.
because I'm not biased to you. You might not like the way I talk to you. You might not like the things I say to you, but I'm not biased against you. Believe it or not, brother, I would like to save you from what's going to happen today. I really would. Because here's my dude, let me talk. You have turned what should be a fairly minor misdemeanor and civil infraction situation into a huge mess. I don't think it's going to end well for you. I tried to save you from that the first day you were here when I tried to convince you to have some conversation with a court-appointed attorney, and you didn't want to do all that.
Yeah.
I know in my heart of hearts, I have no ill feeling.
I'm not sure if it's in this video because there's another one that is in where he's just like, but the court-appointed attorney works with you
whatsoever. And I'm going to give you the best trial I can give you today if you decide to participate. But I am
He's
not
doing all this over a ticket. Yeah, over a license plate ticket.
going to let you drag things in front of this jury that I determine are not relevant because that's my job as the gatekeeper.
This is what happens after when we watch the sovereign citizen video, like arrests. This is like the procedural aspect to it, which, as I said, sometimes it's actually more interesting to see the judge get to this point where he's just like, oh, God.
the judge over the trial. I'm not going to let you get into a bunch of arguments that I think are just going to cloud issues if I don't think they're relevant. That's my job as the judge, not because I don't like Mr.
The next video I have, the judge gets mad.
It's because my job.
He gets so angry that he turns it into a joke, which at that point, when you did that to a judge.
As a judge, is to run this trial efficiently and effectively. And I'm going to do that. And if I do that, I anticipate I'm going to step all over your toes and your beliefs. But that doesn't mean I don't like you or I have bias against you. So I am denying your motion to recuse myself. Yep. Anything else you want to put on the record so you can appeal that decision? Once again, stop. That's an improper use of an objection. What you want to say is, I disagree with that, which is fine. That's why you appeal it to the circuit court. But it's not an objection.
What's your he's fucking Phoenix, right?
Legal objection to my ruling? That's not a legal.
Just object, because I do.
Objection to a ruling. That's not a legal objection. So that's two.
That's two
motions down. The next one is motion for relief from judgment. I'm assuming that's Judge Martin's decision to set aside.
Okay, I hope you guys are getting the same clarity on the video here, because like the dude's face is just like
your default.
Like he gets so dejected.
All right. Do you really want me to grant that motion? Because if I grant your motion, that means the default that was set aside, defaults that were set aside are reinstated. Is that really what you want today?
Well, listen.
Mr. Purcell, yes or no? You filed a motion asking me to set aside a decision that was made. Do you really want me to set that decision aside? Because that means those civil infractions are then in default and they're done. Is that a yes or no? Yes or no?
Boston Legal was for nothing.
No. Do you want me to set
William Shatner lied to me?
Set aside those default do you want me to set aside?
He was fucking full Perry Mason.
The default set aside.
Well, Judge, where were you on Thursday? It's almost like I have a picture of you out to dinner with a date.
I need to reinstate those.
That's my wife. Is it now?
Default judgments. Then I'll deny that motion. All right. You filed something called Notice of Constitutional Rights, which I didn't see anything where it required me to make any decisions or anything else. You're just letting me know that you're standing on the Constitution? So am I. All right. The emergency stay we dealt with. You also file an affidavit of non-consent. You didn't need to file paperwork for me to know you didn't consent with the proceedings, but I got the message there. Was that the only message I was supposed to get?
He's just like, you didn't need to say that.
Out of that document?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
That's how much a pain in the ass this guy is.
Okay. I don't need a preachy moment. I just want to make sure I wasn't supposed to get anything else out of that affidavit other than you don't like the process that we're involved in. Next thing I had on my list was affidavit of non-consent. Oh, excuse me, motion for judicial notice. What does that judicial notice of what?
Now now he's just clowning the guy. Yeah.
This prosecutor keeps trying to use and apply in this case that are not the lawful terminology being used. Okay.
For example,
Lito found a spider.
You use motor vehicle.
Okay. Motor vehicles pretty much a term of art in our business.
Law limits how it's being used.
Well, then you can make those arguments, but you can't tell her she can't use that phrase. Yeah, but I'm not the trier of fact. So if you want to make an argument to the jury that her use of the term motor vehicle is improper, you can make that argument.
He's doing this, so it's. So it's traveling because he wasn't in a motor vehicle, but he was totally in a motor vehicle because this is where sovereign citizens always ignore the whole dude, you just can't drive. You can walk your happy ass. You can hit your wagon to an ox, even though that's technically not permitted as well. Because if you're using the public roadway, that is no longer traveling. That becomes a driving infraction where, yes, most of us have to, license up all this stuff for traffic safety, insurance, and all the fun procedural bullshit of everyday life.
Is that what you're concerned about? Is you're not going to be able to make the argument?
Yes.
Get what stuff on the record?
Filings.
Well, I can guarantee you're not getting all these filings on the record because the jury has no reason to know about all your motions.
All of this has to go. Everything that's taking place.
No.
Exactly.
No. That's not the way it works, Mr. Cazell. No.
It is.
Mr. Cazell.
He just told him, Judge. Yeah, it is.
All right, listen. Brother, listen. You don't get to tell me what my job is. I've been doing it for 25 years. Listen. Well, then that's why they have appellate courts for the 4th or 5th time. I decide what this jury gets to see today. I decide. That is, by definition, the role of the judge at a jury trial. I get to decide what goes in front of that jury. If you don't like the decisions I make, you appeal those decisions. That's the way it works. What this jury has to decide today is whether or not you violated the township ordinance on that date. Hold on. None of these legal arguments about whether or not I should recuse myself or whether or not you notice me up for constitutional rights, none of that has to go to that jury. And none of it's going to.
And that's the other issue of the trial, and not emergency stop, motion to stop this.
I already ruled on that.
Certainly, my acknowledge my motions for my next travel.
Once again, I'm not trying to, I'm doing my function as a gatekeeper for a jury trial. I'm deciding what's relevant and what's not. And you can disagree with me that all day long. But we're going to do it, once again, we're going to do it my way. You can appeal me. I've been appealed before. I'll probably be appealed before I retire.
The 6th time he's explained this.
Again. It's okay. That's the way the process is set up.
Oh my God,
I encourage you to
listen.
appeal me. All right? I am open-minded enough to think that perhaps my mindset about your
You'd be better off just pleading guilty and leaving.
whole travel, whole thing, maybe that's all wrong.
At this point, yeah.
So a circuit court judge can tell me I'm wrong. But so far, and I've ruled this way a number of times on the traveling issue, nobody's ever appealed me to lead to a circuit court judge to tell me I'm wrong.
Bro, just make
But
bail. You done fucked
that
up.
idea.
Oh, he doesn't even need to make bail. His contempt charge is $300 plus his court fines plus whatever they fine him for with the traffic infraction. Like this dude just like racked up at least like $1,000 worth of traffic fines.
Each judge has done the same thing. They just
of court fines. My bad.
keep setting it aside. It's acting like it doesn't even exist, not allowing me to make my case, which is violating my rights.
Like this isn't even criminal court.
To produce my case in my head.
It's
What's
really
your
messed
case
up.
that traveling doesn't mean operating?
In fact, this court violated my due process rights in every way, the judicial bias. In fact,
All right, then appeal me. But today we're having a jury trial.
stating an unlawful jury trial, and I think that weighty statement I need to get on the record.
All right, but hold on a minute. Once again, I want to know what that means. You're not participating.
Not participate in a jury in a trial where there is clear bias in this court against. It violates my rights to a fair trial. 100%. And you want to keep overlooking. I know they make you seem like they're not a big deal, and
No, your rights are a really big deal.
obviously not, because if you can sit there and say that the things that are happening, the things you're saying, and just try to give these excuses, just because I agree on this, you are aligning yourself with the prosecutor on my right to trial, completely setting aside, not allowing me.
Mr. Purcell, no, I'm not. Listen to me. No, it's not. Listen to me. Listen to me. She could step out of the room, and I still think your travel argument is bullshit. Traveling. The right to travel was when you did it by Shank's mare. Then appeal me. That's my decision. Appeal me. When you're driving a motorized vehicle or traveling in a motorized vehicle, that brings all those ordinances into play. That's my legal ruling. Appeal it. I encourage you to do that. But that whole traveling argument, which, dude, I've been through that argument a whole lot more than you have. Trust me, in the last 25 years, I've had that argument a lot. Traveling as you try to apply it meant you could not be stopped by the government from walking from one venue to another.
Right.
But when we got motorized, then the rules kicked in.
Rulings from the American jurisprudence side that literally stated that yes, first of all, you're all that, and including automobiles, as long as one does not interfere with another's rights. And this is something that's been established to be secure.
Then appeal me. Take that precedent and appeal me.
Keep telling him to do that.
As well.
Okay, that's your right. I'm not trying to stop you from doing any of that stuff. I'm just trying to stop you from bogging down this jury with stuff that I've determined is not appropriate today.
Because just because you're determining it based off of what though? That's what I'm saying. All these things are relevant and they are accurate.
They're relevant to you. They're not relevant to me. I've made the decision. I have made the decision. I made that decision months ago and you didn't appeal that.
I mean, the process is working out.
which is not an appeal.
Is an extreme, lawyer when there's bullshit that you can't do that.
Absolutely, I do that.
100%.
No. Listen to me. If I don't
Yeah, that's the problem with these sovereign citizens is they legitimately think that they're smarter than your average person, so they think that they found the loophole.
hold you to the same standard I hold her to, then I'm treating you differently.
They also tend to be very into conspiracy theories at the same time. Coincidence? I think not.
Than her. How is that unbiased and impartial? You've decided to engage yourself in this venue, in this arena. That means you got to know the jury structure. Yes, you have.
I'm forced to be here.
But you didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do it as an untrained layperson.
Enough.
You had free access to qualified, competent legal counsel. They're still here. There's one right there behind you. He's still ready to help you. You chose to do this yourself. That means you've got to know the court rules. You've got to know the statutes and the ordinances. You've got to know the rules of evidence. And if I help you through those lapses in your knowledge base, that's not fair to the prosecutor. Then I'm taking sides. And now I'm not going to let her walk all over you and try to trick you because you don't know some of those rules and statutes. But I am absolutely going to require you to know what you're doing because you've chosen to do it. That doesn't show bias. That shows impartiality.
There is no partial anything. I have the.
Once again, Mr. Crusoe, that's your opinion. No, it's your interpretation of the facts. So you have to appeal my decisions. And look, dude, the fact that you're not in a jail cell right now shows how impartial I am.
When Officer Price literally pulled up to me.
It's like, dude, I could have had enough of your shit a few minutes ago.
Well, I knew this even happened. And talked to
Saved us all a bunch of time.
Even told me I was well within my rights. Gave me every clarification I was well within my lawful rights. This was all a retaliatory thing from the beginning. And then even when the chief called me, he even called me trying to I was like, what's that over me? And then he goes towards the motor vehicle. And then he tries to get me to not pursue legal matters. And then he's mad at me. And then the day that I file for my body cam, I'm getting removed from here on a Little League.
And stop. Hold on. I don't doubt that it is. But I think we got into this a little bit the first time you were here, and I told you that's not proper for this venue. If you want to complain about the way the Huron Township Police Department handled this, you can file a civil lawsuit against them if you want to. But what's in front of me is one civil infraction and 2 misdemeanors. That's what's in front of me.
Oh, every time I force it to make my case, the court keeps setting all my stuff and not allowing me to do it.
Because I'm going to make decisions based on the facts. That jury hopefully is going to make decisions based on the facts that are presented.
How will there be facts if this court continues to not allow me to get my facts?
Because the facts you want to get into, what facts do you want to get into? The chief had some conversation with you?
The alternate facts, sir.
It's not even just that. I mean, well, yeah, regardless, I have all of that to cover too. The fact that my defense, based off what I was doing, I didn't have to produce any of that. It just keeps all just thrown aside. Every single and just not even trying to acknowledge any of it.
So hold on. I don't understand. Hold on. You want to be able to testify to this jury?
No, it's not. I'm not testifying. That's what I'm saying. It's the amount of traditional bias in this case.
I'm done hearing about bias. You need to appeal me. I don't feel I have bias.
Well, I don't feel that I would have a fair trial here with everything that's been taking place by the final policy. Why did we?
And I've denied all these things.
That's why you need a lawyer, my man.
Again, showing again that this.
Once again, Mr. Crusoe, just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I'm biased against you. Maybe I just think you're wrong. Is it possible we could have a difference of opinion?
I need one of those.
This isn't a big deal. I'm showing.
I'm not going to.
It's no impartial.
I've never brought a Secretary of State, have I?
This is where this all stems from. These are the things I've been trying to get noticed. This thing talked about.
What do you want getting noticed that we're not getting noticed?
The fact that this is collusion.
It is not collusion. What? All right, listen. What are you going to do today? Because I'm ready to bring the jury, and I've denied all. Stop. I've denied all your motions. I'm ready to set the trial. Are you not going to be here?
Again, Your Honor, hasn't established nothing is even put in here, right? And especially regarding the jurisdiction stuff.
Once again, we're at $300 now. We're going. going to 4.
There we go.
I'm going to ask you the question again. I'm ready to call the jury. Are you going to leave?
$400. This guy owes $400 for being a pain in the ass.
There's no way they're going to be fair trial.
That didn't answer my question. I need to know how I'm going to proceed, because we can have the trial if you just sit there. I'll just tell the jury you've decided to represent yourself.
Set up one in what?
And you might not say anything today. So that's the way you want to go with the trial.
Sylvie, I didn't catch the first comment.
Okay.
Everything is on the record.
Okay. Okay. No, let's on the record as you feel they should be.
I brought the sites that I left the sites at home and bring up the person's jurisdiction.
And hold on. Once again, I want to just, because he just walked in the room. Once again, I want to let you know there's a very competent, experienced legal attorney here, defense attorney here, that's more than willing to help you with this if you want his help.
Well, the sport actually was supposed to be.
And that ain't gonna happen.
Anybody showing you were supposed to reduce yourself. It's in.
And I don't think I've shown bias. That's what we.
Oh, yeah, I can
once
do that
again,
on, yeah.
You and I disagree. That's okay. That's America. You have to appeal me. You don't just keep to argue. You don't get to argue the same thing over and over and over until I agree with you. That's not going to happen. I know I am not biased towards you. I also know that your ideas of how the law applies in mine are vastly different. But because I'm in the black robe and I'm in charge of this trial today, my ruling stands until a circuit court judge or some higher court tells me I'm wrong. That's just the reality of it.
That's what I have to do. Because this court's not going to rule it the way it's supposed to. Not going to stand by your
Not by your definition, I'm not.
Goodness, he's patient. Yeah, no shit.
Secretary of State, Attorney General, and you. I've never heard anything.
Yeah, I'm noticing like some things that I didn't notice the first time watching this. Like, yeah, he is extraordinarily patient to the point where like he's trying to even kind of help him.
You can say that again.
It's like, I'm trying to teach you the law. I'm trying to, like, you say you want to do this by yourself. Listen.
Prove it on the record.
No, it doesn't need to be proven on the record. Show me a statute or a court rule in Michigan that says I got to prove that. Michigan statute or Michigan court rule says I got to do that.
Can I take a recess, Judge?
My father was in smoking.
So you're such a great legal scholar.
MCL 168.420 and MCL 168.467 mandates that the judge was.
Oh, my guy actually has an answer. Unexpected.
Must file an oath with the state, and you provide it when asked. That is what you have to ensure.
Okay, then I don't have it. You can file that motion to dismiss with the circuit court.
I will.
But we're having a trial today.
I'm pretty sure that the circuit court isn't going to exactly meet this guy's demands.
Participating in a trial that's going to be impartial against them, right? It's going to be completely. There is no impartiality that is supposed to be here. There cannot be a fair trial for all of the amounts of evidence that they have.
Okay. Anything else you want to put on the record before I call the jury in?
Yeah, lengthy statement I would love to put on the record before we get.
How lengthy?
This fucking poor jury is just sitting out there waiting like, what is this jackass doing?
Go ahead.
They don't even get their phones.
Just so you know, you're putting this on the record. You're putting this on the record. I'm not listening. Showcase the record.
Your Honor, Judge Oak, I respectfully assert this court has failed to motions by files of the case.
I like how he's like, I got pissed.
She can make
Thank you.
I respectfully assert.
No, I'm going to let this one play through, by the way. This is worth it. Like, letting him even do this is worth it. This does pay off.
Case, including a motion to
If it
dismiss
hasn't
the
already.
jurisdiction, a motion to recuse for bias, and a motion for relief from judgment. These motions have raised significant concerns about the court's jurisdiction, judicial bias, and violations of due process under both the Michigan Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, particularly the 5th and 14th Amendments. I have also submitted affidavits and motions, including an affidavit of truth and an affidavit of rebuttal regarding the traffic stop by Officer Merrill, which is connected to this case on August 21st, 2023. Citation number 24HR-101-430, which this court also ignored. These documents directly challenge the jurisdiction of the state in this court, and failure to address them constitute a violation of due process rights. Additionally, I have filed an affidavit of not consent, a motion for judicial notice, a motion for clarification of accuser, none of which have been acknowledged by the court. In Marbury v. Madison 5 U.S. 137, the U.S. Supreme Court clearly established that any law repugnant to the Constitution is void. I believe the action or lack thereof of the court violate fundamental constitutional principles. In Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, 319 U.S. 105, the court reaffirmed that no state may impose fees or penalties for exercising a constitutional right. And Thompson v. Smith, 155, reinforced that the fundamental right to travel freely without undue interference. Additionally, Title V USC 556D, 557, and 706 require that any judicial or administrative proceeding be fair, free from bias, and based on factual evidence. I have serious concerns that this court has disregarded this evidence. I have serious concerns this court has disregarded these principles, given its pattern of dismissing my motions and statements made by Your Honor, who has stated on record that we see things the same way, referring to the prosecutor, township, state, and this court. This admission clearly demonstrates judicial bias and lack of impartiality, which undermines the fairness of these proceedings. It is also significant that Judge Tina Green has admitted in court that the Secretary of State is influencing the rulings, stating that the court is required to enforce certain rulings because of the Secretary of State.
No, this is ChatGPT. This is ChatGPT because not only does it kind of read like AI, but it also has that the affirmation part.
Do so.
Just remember, guys, it's there to make you feel like you're right, apparently, which is insane to me.
This court is not acting as an impartial judicial body, but is enforcing other rulings based on external directives rather than applying the law independently. The Secretary of State is an executive branch agency, and his influence over judicial proceedings is a violation of the separation of powers and the constitutional right to an independent, fair trial. Furthermore, there is clear evidence between the court, prosecutor, Huron Township, including the Huron Township Police Department. I have submitted body cam footage highlighting violations.
Sylvie, it's not going to. The thing is, as much as CNN, Dana Fashion, all these people want to try and blame the Democrats for their fucking rhetoric, all it takes is just a few tweets.
Policies by several officers.
People, like, this is where, as much as I say Americans are stupid, they're not that stupid.
Including
and I know I can be surprised, but realistically, if the Democrats also don't play defense a little bit and just be like, shut up, here's his tweet, move on to the next outrage. That's my point, though. You got Hakeem Jeffries out there going like, hey, we're going to move on to affordability. You guys like affordability, right? Like us.
Officer Officer Smith, and Chief Everett Lawless. These violations occurred even after Sergeant Price confirmed that my activities were.
If they go after Dems, they go after Dems. Let them. At this point, let them. Let them go after even just Democrats. Please.
Yeah.
Please.
And this court continues to overlook.
Overstep your bounds some more, motherfuckers. Like, that's my favorite part about these people. They don't understand how much they overplay their hands.
Crucial facts. Officer Merrill.
As somebody who enjoys himself some poker, I can take this analogy and run with it because I'm pretty sure that we do have the cards here.
Both myself and my wife are connected to the ongoing retaliation against me.
Now's the thing: if they all of a sudden have a 5-year-old come into the room and just say, "I want to play gin rummy,"
family, which has compounded the bias and misconduct in this case. Additionally, I have requested Your Honor's oath of office through an affidavit of fact, registration statement, demand request pursuant to the Foreign Agent Registration Act of 1938, and anti-bribery statement request, and I have received no response. This lack of response raises further questions about the legitimacy and legal standing of this court. Moreover, Judge Lisa Norton issued an unsigned default order without jurisdiction or court seal, and during court proceedings, she admitted she did not understand the sui jurisdiction. These actions reflect further incompetence and violations of due process.
She's just sipping her water bottle like,
also address the township's deliberate attempt to mislabel my private automobile as an off-road vehicle under local ordinance to circumvent my constitutional right to travel. This mislabeling is an attempt to subject me to commercial regulations.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this is so he came here with his long bullshit. Now, he thought he was going to read this to the judge, and in his head, he had this magical moment played out where the judge would just be like, I had never heard that one before. You know what, Mr. Sovereign Citizen man? You're right. The prosecutor is wrong. I rule in favor of you. The court will reward you your $400 back. Have a good day, sir. That's what this guy is expecting.
Do not apply to private.
Because that's called delusion.
Not enforce the trail. This ORB ordinance was never intended for law. Public roads. Under the agreement, Clearly, Trust Code, version United States 318 U.S. 363. When government entities operate in a commercial capacity, they lose sovereign immunity and are subject to the same legal standards as private corporations. The court's actions, including the misapplication of commercial motor vehicle codes, further demonstrate its commercial interest in misinterpretation of law.
What up, Ghost Train? How you doing, dude?
The supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution.
Thanks for leaving the comments, man. Appreciate
Article
it.
6, paragraph 2 mandates that this court is bound by the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. This court, however, continues to proceed without regard for constitutional protections, violating my rights at every stage of these proceedings. To continue under these circumstances would be a violation of constitutional laws and an abuse of judicial power. I respectfully request that the court issue rulings on the pending motions, including the jurisdictional challenge. They immediately dismiss this case by citing overwhelming evidence of judicial misconduct, bias, and due process violations. So these issues remain ignored. I will see immediate appellate relief, hold all parties accountable, including Your Honor, Judge Martin, Judge Tina Green, Prosecutor Caitlin Morgan Foley, Officer Miro, Officer Sy, Officer Smith, Chief Robert Robbins, and the Huron Township Police Department. I further assert that if this court continues to proceed with the presumption that I engage in commerce, it must present evidence to substantiate its claim. Without such evidence, this court has no authority to enforce commercial.
Sorry, guys, my cat's trying to scratch up my. I got this like little wooden stand that he's trying to.
Any further actions would be unconstitutional and unlawful.
All right, here to court this report back in session.
Bring the jurors in. Mr. Crucell, just so you understand the process, we're going to do voir dire. Did you have a chance to talk about the iPad?
No.
Hold on a minute, Joe.
Yeah, I told him I would go over it.
Okay. I understand that's your position, but I'm still going to explain things as they go. All right. I mean, I just want you to understand what's going on. So if you decide you want to jump in, you'll know where you're at. Understood? I'm not trying to talk you into participating. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, because that's being recorded for like a later thing where they show it to the jury. Like
I'm going to explain things as we go.
There's some weird
for you
procedural stuff here.
You got that?
I suppose I don't understand why I need to sit here and use my time for an
Because if you leave, I'm going to ask you a bench warrant, and you're still going to have to deal with this down the road.
Right?
At least this way. Listen. Here, one of two things can happen today if we have the trial. Either they find you not guilty and you're done, then you can file all your grievances and stuff, or they find you guilty and you're just filing one more appeal.
Instead of wasting everyone's time.
You've already wasted their time because they're all here. They're all here.
Well, that's why I filed these things weeks ago. These things should have been addressed before this process even took place.
There's a scheduling issue that takes place too. But hold on. Hold on. Don't interrupt.
500?
You didn't appeal the last round of decision. You didn't appeal the decision you didn't like from Judge Martin. You didn't appeal the decision you didn't like from Judge Green, and you didn't appeal the decision you didn't like from me last time you were here. So here's my problem. I'm not going to adjourn today because you say you're going to appeal, because if you don't, we've accomplished nothing and we're no further to resolving these files.
Right, because he's calling your bluff. You're a lazy piece of shit that also kind of realizes that you're in the wrong.
I've been in contact with the appeals court.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to educate you, okay?
Here we go.
You contacting the appellate court, first of all, this should go to the circuit court.
Yeah.
All right, you've gone. Okay. So
I thought that you were the lawyer here, man.
I didn't choose for you to be here, but you're here.
Yeah,
okay, so we have to get through it. All right. So the way it works is you don't just talk to them about an appeal. You actually file and perfect an appeal, but you didn't perfect the appeal. So there is no appeal. You started the process, but there is no appeal. So we're going to go forward today. The only question is, are you going to be in the chair or not?
No, again, if you wish to prevent it, I'll participate on one, correct?
Depending on what I set the bench warrant at. It can be whatever I want it to be. Once again. But see, you think that
it can be whatever I want.
That's bias, right?
Now he's
and
just toying with them there.
Me explaining to you the way the process works. I could set a $10,000 cash bail on this. And until a circuit court judge tells me that's...
I like how he's nicely passive-aggressive with him.
that's got to be set aside. It's the bail. That's the bond I set if I set it. Because here's the thing. And I'm trying to... Listen, dude, I'm trying to get you to see
like,
I've got a job to do. It's got nothing to do with you personally.
You got to shut up and just move on.
All right, you keep bringing this. You know, I'm having so much trouble getting through to you. I'm thinking the next step is a competency exam.
So that fact that she told me that on the record in front of her, and in all the things that she's saying, the judge said, she never said that on the record. I have the record submitted.
Well, once again,
she wasn't doing this because of the Secretary of State.
Then appeal Judge Green's decision. I've told you that at least 5 times today. If a district court judge makes a decision you don't like, you appeal it to the circuit court. You don't just keep arguing again. That doesn't get you any further along. So if you don't participate today, if you just sit there, that's fine. We'll have a trial. You can jump in if you want to. You don't have to. I mean, in any criminal trial, the defendant doesn't have to do anything. But at each step of the game, I'm going to let you know what your options are. So, for example, when we do voir dire, I'm going to ask questions of the prospective jurors. She's going to ask questions of the prospective jurors. You can ask if you want to. You don't have to. All right? When it's time to pick the jury, she has a certain number of challenges she can use. So do you. You don't have to exercise those challenges, but that's the way we pick the jury. Do you understand that process?
I've been trying to get all this stuff established with the courts and the and I still have evidence that I'm trying to get from the township that they're using lead codes for that, which they did with the policy information that I able and got them giving me the policy because they were trying to explain stuff.
Okay, stop right there. Hold on. Stop right there. Stop right there. That's something new evidence you're waiting for. What are you waiting for?
This is where I haven't got it to even get to.
No. Tell me what it is. What?
Evidence that was that I requested from FOIAs in the very beginning with my bottle camera.
No. But what is it? You're looking for some records, some ordinances? What?
The traffic comments and things that were put in there. That
hold on. In where?
In the comments.
You don't have police reports?
Well, I do, but I found out that they withheld certain documents that when I filed my FOIA, they didn't give to me. And then upon doing more filing for more stuff, I uncovered that they withheld certain documents. Okay. That are getting the whole thing.
Hold on, let me hear what she just said. Just hold on. Go ahead. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
He's playing things from the South and
you mean like the officer's personal notes? Had notes.
And for example, body on camera where they're sitting in their patrol car and the computer is on. Those are all lean material that can't be discoverable. It can't be shared with people outside of those that are have the security clearance to observe or handle lean material. So that's what he's referring to.
Okay.
That's not what I'm referring to. The notes on the computers and stuff, that's not what there's even stuff that was in the body cam that when they were talking to the chief that they purposely redacted out of the conversations. The notes that that are completely all redacted. It's nothing to do with computers. It has nothing to do with personal information and names or addresses. There were things that were stated in conversations that were taking place in these notes.
Let me stop you. During the traffic stop?
They withheld this when they should have given to me in the very beginning with my FOIA for everything that's involved in my traffic stop.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to clarify. Are you talking about like, how do I want to say this? Personal comments between 2 or more individuals?
No, it's not personal comments. It's stuff that's logged through the traffic stop.
No, stop. But I got to understand what you mean. Logged through the traffic stop. You mean it showed up on camera and then they edited the camera?
Yeah.
Or edited the recording?
As well. And there was no clear reasons why. Every time I'm trying to get reasons to why they did it, what it's next, because they're supposed to label why it is. I haven't got anything. And then it's in the comments sections of like what was going on.
Hold on. Comments on the incident report?
It's not the incident report. It was through the while the traffic stop was taking place, stuff that was being entered through like I can't remember exactly what the paper is I am. Like I said, I'm in the process of getting it all. I'm appealing to the supervisor, and then he vaguely gave just cited statute.
Apparently, this isn't too far out of the realm of like him actually like kind of bringing up something that might matter here.
But he was supposed to tell me how and why I didn't even see the applies to the lead sections. which
That
I'm
would
failing to
be
do
weird,
because
but
same thing
not-
about
All right,
I
so
mean,
hold
a
on.
W, but
so
not-
what I'm hearing, I want you to confirm whether or not I'm hearing it correctly. I think what you just said was those comments section things that you want, they're telling you that's all lien stuff and it's protected.
yeah, it's like, but other, I have other.
Hold on. Is that a yes? That's what they're telling you?
Essentially.
Okay.
So, and part of this, I had a whole thing in paper I got from them. They didn't do it in any of the other ones. Only.
Hold on. Other one what?
All the because there have been several reports, several times the cops came out of their house, and we were told, well, this has been going on for well a year, probably by anything that happened.
Okay.
So I filed get all of every cop that had been there, all the reports, anything to do with anything that I could get that was access to me. And then that's how I found out that these other reports weren't released to me. And then in my life traffic stop, they did the same thing. Everything to do with that entire traffic stop is all completely redacted. But yeah, any of the other stuff, it's all open.
Redacted from,
The whole page is just black.
hold on, redacted from the incident report?
Yeah, from the incident.
The paper report that you received?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And there with no justification at all to why any of these things are redacted. I keep trying to, and how they did it with the policy. I tried to get the policy 3 separate times to the department, and then they cite these lien codes for names and addresses and stuff, which I understand there's certain stuff.
What policy?
The policy conduct for officer conduct and how the officer is supposed to operate themselves, right? So they denied several times, stating the same need codes are trying to use all these redactions now. So
This is why he needs a lawyer. Like, honestly, like, even if he does, like, make kind of a good argument here, it's better for his attorney to find the, like, legality in the argument instead of him just be like, it's that thing where, like, they redacted a conversation and I'm supposed to know exactly what it is.
Supervisor, and he released all of my information, and it showed that the policy showed that these officers violated the policy. And
Okay, hold on. Stop. So he released everything, but not everything you want?
well, then once I realized they were doing this, I went back to even more. That's how I found out there was more stuff that was never released to me.
Okay.
And then they're doing the same process using these lien codes to not let me see what was put in these.
Why wouldn't he let the lawyer help? Because he's a sovereign citizen who thinks he knows better than lawyers.
And that's
He doesn't, because most of these guys get into arguments with lawyers the second that they get assigned to them because they're like, nuh-uh. And their lawyers try to tell them, knock off the sovereign citizen shit. It's not going to work.
I've been trying and fighting all this whole time trying to get this stuff together. And I'm getting every which way.
Sorry, Ghost Train. I just saw your comment. You've been chilling at home. What did I miss? Not too much.
I'm being screwed.
Good show, but pretty chill today.
He's raising issues that concern me. Because now we're talking about discovery requests that are being partially fulfilled.
As it is with this stop, he does have the incident report. He does have the body worn camera for 4 officers in car, dash cam, what have you. He also personally took a video. I don't have it. There was no mutual discovery. He elected to use the FOIA route to take all this information. What he's referring to again is the CAD information where there is no material. None of that affects what the substance of the incident report or the body worn camera or anything of that effect. He's also talking about incidents that I think they were probably about the township attorney is dealing with it as opposed to the township prosecutor.
See ya.
There's probably about 20 different contacts that he has sought FOIAs through. So it's not just this incident. And what I suspect he's talking about where police may have came to his house or like a traffic stop or speeding ticket, there are no incident reports. Those are CAD notes. So that's probably why those are blacked out as opposed to this incident where a misdemeanor was attached and an incident report had the event.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to be wrapping pretty much after.
Anything else as far as information you requested that
one
you
more
don't
after this, then I got to wrap.
have that you think you need?
I mean, that's the base of it. I'm still actually, now that I've been having to really dig into stuff, I'm uncovering more. Now that I've been through the body cams, I have to file more to get more stuff unredacted because there is clear points in these conversations that were purposely redacted. They had nothing to do with lien information that they keep claiming. Same thing with these CAD notes she keeps referring to. That's not what I'm trying to get hold of. And I understand that there are things that they can redact through the lien code. These entire things that are, there's no way the entire pages and these comments and everything are all lien information. I know that. I've been told.
How do you know?
I've been told for Sergeant Price, things that are said in these personally about me and stuff like that are being redacted because it can be used showing the bias and everything, the retaliation against them. And I know for a fact I was said these things. That's why I know that being redacted is more than much to say.
Oh, TikToks, YouTube videos. Like, I swear to God.
But Mr. Crisell, with all due respect, that all sounds like a civil lawsuit against the township.
Well, yeah, this is my argument. I'm trying to bring into this court, but everything's just being keep getting.
Because I'm not going to get into all that with a jury.
But that goes directly to this, is what I'm saying, and that's why I've been trying to get all of this stuff answered before we even come to this point.
I'm not going to let you get into all that with the jury. It's going to be confusing. We're going to go down rabbit holes.
That's why what's because I need to be able to present my case just fair.
So this case goes back to February. We set this trial 2 months ago.
You're right, but
2 months and 2 weeks.
I'm trying to get the jurisdiction established. I'm trying to get the judicial bias stuff taken care of. All of these things that have been not that they've just been it is what it is, just getting swept under the rug. When I
hold on. Once again.
And now he's right back to claiming like it's a conspiracy against him.
I have to take offense to that. I'm not sweeping your judicial bias argument under the rug. I'm denying it.
He's like, what?
Okay. No, seriously. See, it doesn't matter what you have to say. If I'm determining bias, I know what my heart is. Now, you appeal that decision or you grieve me to the Judicial Grievance Commission, right? They can look at all your facts and say, well, Oakley, clear bias. But I don't have to hear all your arguments and see all your evidence.
No, and the pitch of this is this judge has been almost.
No, I'm not.
Like, he has the patience of a saint is all I can say. Like, he has been too fair.
Bias.
So like this whole bias argument is gonna fall apart.
That's fine.
Wow, this is incredible. I'm telling I told you guys this one was good.
It's the best time and I have already started the process.
When I watched this one, I was like, oh, I can't wait to show these
Going down it,
guys.
Okay.
So again,
Sir, it's
going on like 30
9:02.
minutes. Oh yeah, this was a longer one. Yeah.
The jury's been here since, I'm assuming shortly after 8, some of them were showing up.
Yeah, no, this is actually like a full hour video. I knew what I was getting into when I played this one.
I cannot participate in something that I know is stacked against 100%.
Well, once again, you think it's stacked against you just because you don't agree with the way things are going. Okay.
They're going to show that these things have to be established. That there has to be any.
Then
you see bias, but that to me.
Okay, stop. We're just hashing the same arguments again. If you're right, then you've got an automatic appeal if they convict you. If you're right, and this whole thing has been nothing but a sham.
It has to be, and it's all this turned into.
Okay, bring the jury in. I'm tired of talking. Motion who? Oh, I forgot you filed a motion. Give me just a moment. Yeah. Did you?
The jury's just like, oh, what the fuck?
Hold on. Did you get her motion?
Now it's the fucking prosecutor, or it's just like, oh my God.
You got a copy? You can just at least show him so he can see if he's seen it before.
When did you send this to me?
Last Tuesday, along with my
I have never seen this.
Take a minute to look at it.
Let's like to bring up for the record too that.
Hold on. Have you had a chance to look at what you just handed you? Okay. All right. So are you ready to argue that motion?
Well, no, I had no time to prepare for anything next time. I've never seen that before. And it's just trying to keep me from being able to bring up all my valid arguments that are all applied to this.
Once again, valid as you determine them.
It's advanced to the case.
As you say.
And that's the same with the things they're trying to say, right? They have no evidence. Where's the evidence?
Right. But I haven't ruled that anything she's trying to put in front of the jury is invalid.
So my defense to my.
Well, here, let's do it one at a time. She wants to stop you from saying anything about due process violations. Did you plan on telling the jury that your due process rights have been violated?
All part of this case.
Okay.
Same thing with all the way to the traffic stop all the way till now.
Specifically, what were you going to tell them about your due process violations?
Well, I don't have my defense completely in front of me because I'm trying to get all the other matters. I'm not ready for that. So I've never even seen it, so I can't even build up a defense to that.
How was that provided to Mr. Crisell last week?
Would I like to be a jury? It depends.
Okay.
received his motion, or his $100 motions on Thursday, so you didn't much time.
I got
to
lucky. I got
respond.
out of a jury duty thing because I had I like already had my tickets like bought and ready to go for a work trip, and I was just like, you guys literally scheduled this on the day I leave. I cannot be there. I need a work release for this.
I did.
I got it.
In the mail. I dropped it off at the post office. And I didn't receive his
Ah, the
most
good old
recent
days.
motion.
That was filed Friday. Right, right.
I sent a letter certifying else, so I know what you're saying. I mean, we've never got first, last name. Never.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. If you decide to participate and present any evidence to the jury today, then if any of these A through E's come up, we'll deal with those as a point, on a point by point basis. Understood? I'm not, sir, I'm telling you, you don't have to. She wants me to give you a blanket instruction right now that you can't talk about any of these things that are listed in this motion. I'm not going to do that. If you choose to present anything to the jury and one of these topics come up,
Imagine seeing this live. Nobody could because this was a closed courtroom until they brought the jury in.
she's going to stop me probably with an objection, say, Judge, could we talk about that? And then we'll talk about that. Item by item. Understood? All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in? You said you wanted to say something before the jury came in.
Y'all good?
I thought you said.
Another point to this, I filed for records requests in court, trying to get all my court hearings and everything in order. There's still one from the very first one from Judge Martin that is crucial to this case. They still have issues.
How could it be crucial to the case today?
Rule in there, absolutely huge to all my whole.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
All of this.
No, sir, everything started on February 3rd, 2024, when your tickets were issued. So anything, let me answer. I'm trying to be patient, Mr. Crisell. Anything Judge Martin said at a hearing about those tickets after February 24th, or February 3rd, 2024 would not affect the facts of what happened on February 3rd. Agreed?
But it affects.
I mean,
what is going on?
Come on. Oh my God, he's such a pain in the ass at this point.
The only thing that's going on with this jury is deciding what facts took place on February 3rd and how they apply to the ordinances the township is trying to apply.
Yeah, they're getting someone out of that, but apparently they said it. I'm not going to subject myself to sitting here through something that I know.
Then get up and leave, Mr. Crisell. You're not under arrest. I've already explained your options. I've tried to be as clear as I can with your options.
Like I said, I will not participate in this. It was clear there's all sorts of stuff going on here that's great against me.
I understand you feel that way, but I've got a trial scheduled today. Something's going to happen. Once again, if you get lucky, they find you not guilty and you're done with this stuff.
Can I take a break to figure out what I want to do with this?
Absolutely. Oh, one thing I want to make clear. The civil infractions don't go to the jury. You understand that?
You're out.
That's a formal hearing. That's just between us. You understand that? We'll deal with that after the trial if we have a trial today. The misdemeanors will be in front of the jury. You understand that? Okay, take a minute. Make it quick, though. I hate to have the jury wait. All right, back on the record with the People versus Crisell. All right, Mr. Crisell, I just want to put on the record the conversation that we had out in the hallway with Mr. Bowditch present. Outside of your hearing, by the way. That's for that. But I filled you in. So you've agreed you're going to pay your $300 contempt charge. I put that in air quotes. I'm going to apply that towards the cost to pay this jury panel for being here today. Agreed? In exchange, we're going to
fucking whopping, 20, I think it was like $25 or something like
pick
that.
a date, hopefully in the next 2 minutes. We're going to pick a date, put this back on our calendar down the road to give you plenty of chance to perfect your appeal.
All right, so yeah, this gets put out till November, I think.
Could we? You're not asking a favor. We're just scheduling. Anything else? All right, we're adjourned.
All right, yeah. They go to November. I'm gonna play part 2 because this took place last year. Not now because I need to tease you a little bit. Because this one is hilarious. This one's a lot shorter. It's only 20 minutes. I'm going a little over time, I think. No, I got 20 minutes. Perfect. Let's go.
Yeah, play with me this morning.
No, sir, I'm not listed.
Is your last name Page?
Sir, I'm not the lead fiction. I'm
I don't want to hear this now.
living man.
Listen, you want to play games?
I do not.
Find some other court and some other judge I'm not going to play with.
Yes.
Okay. If you're not James Lee Page, then you shouldn't stand up here, and I'm just going to issue a warrant for James Lee Page.
Well, that's
Hang on.
Hang on.
Either, no,
I'm not trying to.
either you are or you aren't James Lee Page. If you aren't, back away from the podium. If you are, tell me that. I'm not going to play with you. Are you James Lee Page?
I'm a living man.
Back away from the podium.
Sir, stop.
I'll issue a warrant for you.
Sir, may I?
Then back up.
May I please ask?
No, you can't ask a question. You're not James Lee Page. You have no business being here. Back away from the podium.
Sir.
Back away from the podium.
You want to end up in the lockup?
No, this is the one where I was just like, ooh.
Back up away from the podium. You're not the defendant.
Can we hold court, please?
Back up.
Can you give me?
John, stay away. John, stay. John.
Can I please?
No, you're not James Lee Page. Back away from the podium.
Sir, I am.
Well, then don't play with me. Then don't lie to me.
I'm not trying to lie to you, sir, but you understand that they're trying to act like I'm gonna be.
I'm like,
That's what it is, no.
I'm not playing games. You want to play games? I'll go buy you a Monopoly game at the Dollar Value store. You can take it home and play games.
That's not games.
Well, then don't tell me you're not James Lee Page if you're James Lee Page.
That's got some too different.
I don't want to hear your nonsense. I'm not putting up with it today. I've had enough of you people coming in here. I'm talking about these sovereign citizen characters that want to think they run the courthouse. You're not running this courtroom.
I'm not a sovereign citizen.
Well, okay.
Okay.
But listen,
Okay.
there's nothing for you to say. You're charged with
Shut up.
operating with the presence of drugs. You have the right to a lawyer. If you want a lawyer, I will give you a lawyer right now. If you don't want a lawyer, then I'm going to arraign you. I'm going to let you go talk to the prosecutor and see if you can resolve it. Do you want a lawyer to represent you?
At any time, I could hire an attorney, right?
Sure.
Or I don't have to waive any rights for that.
I'm just telling you, you have the right to a lawyer by law through the MIDC.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So I could give you a lawyer right now that will talk to you and represent you at this arraignment and pretrial. If you want me to. If you want to waive your right to a lawyer and say, Judge, I don't want a lawyer, I'm going to go ahead and arraign you. I'm going to explain the charge, possible penalties, and your rights.
Yes, sir.
If you decide you want to hire a lawyer, then you just tell me that and I'll let you go hire it. Okay?
Well, if I tell you I want to hire a lawyer, and what if I end up not hiring a lawyer? Am I in trouble or something?
I don't know what you mean. I can arraign you today, explain the charge and the possible penalties. If you choose to go hire your lawyer, I'm going to set a new date and let you go hire your own lawyer.
Okay. Well, I was never served a summons.
I didn't ask you that.
I understand that.
I didn't ask you that.
You're trying to hold a free trial out of summons?
I'm the judge.
I'm
not a witness. You want to ask me questions, you're not asking me questions. You're going to only ask me questions about things that you don't understand. You're not going to ask me questions. I'm not a witness.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm just asking you, it's a yes or no. It's very simple. Would you like me to appoint you a lawyer right now to represent you at the arraignment and the pretrial? Yes or no?
And when would the arraignment be?
Right now, as soon as you talk to the lawyer and the lawyer goes and talks to the prosecutor for you.
How can I properly defend myself if I've never been served for summons?
I'm not going to debate. They don't pay me enough to debate things with. I'm not going to debate with you. You either tell me, Judge, I want a lawyer.
Can we adjourn this statement so I can get a summons properly service?
Sure. Sure. If you think you weren't properly served, you can file an appropriate motion. I'm going to arraign you today. I will give you a lawyer to help you through the arraignment today. And then I'm going to set a bond. And then you can decide to hire your own lawyer if you choose to, represent yourself if you choose to, and we're going to proceed with the case.
This is definitely Midwest.
So the special appearance did nothing for you? I mean,
I know these, listen, I get these things around the line. You guys like to have fun. I get it.
I'm just trying to.
You want to have fun. You want to have fun. This is not a place to have fun.
It's not fun for you.
All right. Do you want a lawyer? Yes or no?
If you're forcing an arraignment on today, sir.
I'm forcing an arraignment on you.
And
Of course.
there's an arraignment.
This judge is fucking done with his shit.
It's just where I explain the charge and the possible
He doesn't want
penalties
him coming back for another
and
day.
your rights. Or you can go get a lawyer. I'll give you a lawyer. You can talk to the lawyer.
Yeah, he
you can
wants
talk
to
about all
settle
this. That
today.
you weren't served with a summons.
Missouri.
And the government is corrupt and the government doesn't do what they're supposed to do. And
Oh,
that's
Chicago.
fine. You can raise all those all those defenses, and I will listen to you.
So you will give me an attorney to talk to right now?
Absolutely. Free of charge.
Did you say free of charge?
Free of charge. You're entitled to one. The state adopted these rules. It's not my rule, but they did that about 6, 7, 8 years ago now.
And the arraignment, you want a plea or you want just to understand the charges?
You go talk to a lawyer.
I can walk out here right now and go talk to the lawyer?
Yeah, we're going to give you one. I'll give you a lawyer.
Here we go.
John, who will be
What up,
his
Kenzie?
lawyer?
How's it going?
Crawford. Is Mr. Crawford here?
Yes, sir.
Who else do we have here today? Who? Who's Tony Carvin and Court Security? What about Christopher Shep?
Great attorney.
All right. So yes, we will set you up with a lawyer. Go right out in the hallway and he's going to give you a lawyer.
Sir, I'm not fully sure if I want one. It's just an arraignment. You just want them to charges and I just want fully.
Arraignment is where I explain the charge, possible penalties, and your rights. Period. You can have a lawyer to do that with and come in here with a lawyer and have the lawyer go negotiate this case to the extent that he wants to or you want to. Or you can waive your right to a lawyer and I will
He wants
arraign
the
you.
judge to defend him. Yeah.
Well,
it ain't happening.
I believe I can just handle the arraignment, just telling me my rights, correct?
You can say it again. I'm explaining to you the charge, the possible penalties, and your rights.
I can handle this.
You know the form he wanted you to sign that you declined to sign because for whatever reason you decided you wanted to be a little bit more belligerent?
No, not that, sir.
Well, you didn't want to sign the advice of rights form. You can read, right?
I mean,
You can read, right?
I can read.
Then why didn't you want to sign the advice of rights to
I
be
just
handed
didn't
in?
see why would I have to sign to say, hey, I want my rights, so I wouldn't.
Get down.
Well, why would I have to sign to keep your rights?
You just want to engage in this banter. It's kind of funny.
Sir.
It's kind
Now
of
he's
funny,
kinda-
really. I've seen enough of this and
Please don't.
I don't-
need to let everybody else do that.
it's always a good sign when somebody doesn't want to sign the advice of rights that they're going to come up here and argue with. I'm just a little conduit. I didn't have anything to do with the ticket.
No, sir.
I don't have anything to do with writing the law.
Not,
Right. Let's make this easy. You're going to answer, yes, I want a lawyer,
No.
or no, I don't want a
Being a
lawyer.
pain in the ass.
And if you tell me, no, I don't, then I'm going to go through your rights. And I'm still going to read all
cat
your
is
rights to
testing
you
my
because you were too belligerent to handle and sign the advice of rights that he asked you to sign. So do you want a lawyer, yes or no?
At the end of the day, no, sir.
Okay, do you want me to arraign you then without a lawyer?
I would like to prove jurisdiction, sir, so we can proceed.
You're going to have
I
to
put
file
you
a
in
motion.
kitty
on that.
cuffs.
You don't want a lawyer,
You've
right?
been locked up.
Sir, I put in a
Go to
notice.
kitty jail.
So the first one of come here to challenge
Go to
jurisdiction
kitty
only.
jail.
I'd like to
Because
prosecute
you are
him.
being bad.
Then,
They don't need
sure,
jurisdiction. They have jurisdiction. The court has jurisdiction.
can you place that evidence, sir?
The court has jurisdiction.
Can you place that evidence, sir, and explain how I'm bound to that? Any unrevealed contracts?
Unrevealed contracts. What a great
Revealed contract.
Huh? Unrevealed contracts. I love this stuff.
I'll
I
get
love
you,
this.
gadget.
You want me to arraign you or you want a lawyer?
like you to prove jurisdictions.
I don't need to prove anything. I'm not a party to the action. I'm the judge. I'm the independent arbiter.
Yeah, sir.
It is alleged, sir, that you did
Yeah, there we
operate.
go. Just tell him this. I'm gonna make him an offer. He can't refuse.
A motor vehicle while you were under
Now also get me a good cannoli and a good stromboli.
the influence
And maybe a gabagool.
of drugs. They think that you had operated that vehicle on November 28 of 25 at 12:56 in the morning on Allen near Van Horn and Woodhaven, operating with the presence of drugs. It says you had in your system THC. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to $500 in fines, 93 days jail, 360 hours community service, court costs, or all those. 6 points would be added to your traffic record. Your license would be suspended or revoked in accordance with your record. Your vehicle could be, or I might have to be immobilized depending upon your record. Do you understand that?
I understand you mean stand under jurisdiction? No.
I said, you understand what I just said?
So what you
You understand what I said, right?
I'm competent to what you said.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Competent. What do you mean?
You have another word for understanding? Sir, I'm just gonna navigate and keep my rights in your courtroom, sir.
It's not my courtroom. I don't see anywhere in here where they deeded me the property. I've never referred to this. Not one time as my courtroom. It's not my courtroom. Well, that just means I'm a little occupant. I'm a tenant here. They gave me the privilege of sitting here for the last 32 years. You see that guy? That was my father, and he was here for 18, the first and best judge of the court ever. The guy in the back there was my grandfather, who was a heck of a lawyer.
Holy shit.
And the Wayne County prosecutor and a justice of the peace. Now, I'm not playing with you.
That's a lot of
You
judges.
understand what I said?
That's
I'm competent to what you said, sir.
Good. All right, now you have the right to remain silent. That's a big right. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to say anything. If you choose to say something in or out of court, whether orally or in writing, it can be used against you. Do you understand?
Competent.
You understand you have the right to be represented by a lawyer, not only today, but at all
Stop clawing on the wood.
subsequent court proceedings.
I'm about to get tinfoil.
If you
That's where I'm at with this cat.
cannot afford a lawyer, I will be more than happy to provide you with one at public expense. If you ever choose to submit the question with law enforcement officials, and you don't have to do that, you have the right to be represented by your lawyer. Do you understand that? Do you understand that you
I
have
already did the news. This is called the fun part. Dude, I'm literally going on hour 7 of this stream. Shut up, James.
the right to a trial in this case? You have the constitutional
Go
right
watch
to
the news segment. What, 3 hours is when I started?
a jury trial.
I
At
guess.
that trial, 6 people would be impaneled. All 6 would have to agree that you're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in order for you to be convicted. At a trial, you have the right to remain silent. And that silence would not be held against you. Do you understand?
Sir.
And do you understand that at a trial, you could bring in your own witnesses? You could use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses. You could testify or remain silent.
What up, Nick?
If you just testify, that's your choice. You can cross-examine prosecution witnesses. You can use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses. And if you plead guilty at any time, we're not going to have a trial, and we're waiving the presumption of innocence. You're waiving the requirement that they prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand?
Competent, sir.
All right, so I will go ahead and I will enter a not
Sir, can I
guilty.
ask another question? I did present a motion.
I'm gonna, hang on. I'm gonna go ahead and enter a not guilty plea for you.
Well, that would be personal off the bill, sir.
Okay, would it? You want me to enter a guilty plea for you? I'll ask you how you plead. Do you plead not guilty or guilty?
Well, sir, I'm just not to plead without proof.
The court is entering a not guilty plea.
I object to it.
You want to plead guilty?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, well, you can't have it both ways. It's either not guilty, mute, or guilty. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about here. You're having your fun. I get it. I'll enter a not guilty plea, and I will look. It depends what it is.
God, what a fucking asshole. They're all fucking assholes.
I did turn in a motion for dismissal for like.
There's no.
I don't want that no guilty plea, Judge. I don't want you admit it. I don't want. I believe that I don't even belong in this court. I'm above the law because common law, maritime law. I read some shit on the internet. Just let me go. Don't charge me with anything. Leave me alone. That's what all these motherfuckers want. They're so dumb.
You're gonna file. You can file your motion to dismiss. Okay, you're gonna have to file.
And he's gonna walk out of here, and he's not gonna have a license plate. He's gonna continue to do this stupid bullshit.
Written motion.
I filed.
Serve it on the prosecutor.
And then he gets fucking thrown in here. Honestly, the court fees, yeah.
And then we'll.
I want if I was in this township and I found out about this shit, I would actually request as a taxpayer where it's like, I am not okay with my taxes going to paying for this bullshit.
Set a hearing date.
And then how do I get my summons?
You don't need a summons. They gave you a citation.
To know what information is being.
Oh, you want discovery? You want the police materials? That's different than a summons. If you want discovery, I'll be glad to give you discovery. Since you want to represent yourself, apparently, you can prepare your own discovery order. $1,000 personal bond. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance. You must appear in court as directed. And I'm going to give you a new court date. Again, I'm going to invite you to go hire your own lawyer. If you want a court-appointed lawyer, you can fill out a petition for one. But your bond conditions are no alcohol, no marijuana.
This is just a random sovereign citizen getting chewed out.
Marijuana, no illegal drugs, no marijuana either, or illegal controlled substance. Also, again, you cannot leave the state, cannot violate.
Thing is, I don't understand how he has a medical marijuana card when he doesn't have a valid license.
Violate a law, you must appear in court as directed. Heather, give me a date, please.
March 18th at 9:30.
I'm sorry, what, the 18th at 9:30?
Correct, Judge.
Got it.
If it's the same question, I'm not going to answer it. If you have a different or new question, I'll be glad to answer it.
Well, I'm a medical marijuana card patient holder, and I use marijuana for medical purposes.
Well, you're going to have to provide proof of that.
Okay.
And
I didn't.
Good night, Diego.
Do that now.
Let me put it to you this way. As of right now, while I honor the medical marijuana law, even though I might disagree with it, I'm going to tell you no medical marijuana. And the reason is that the allegation here is that you were under the, I want to be clear about this. If this involved alcohol, my standard order says no alcohol, marijuana, or illegal drugs. I would never stop somebody from using medical marijuana if they have a valid medical marijuana card.
I mean, it sounds like you just contradicted yourself there, Judge, because if he has a valid card and you're denying him, then you're lying.
The problem here is, and a court on appeal can hear me nice and loudly, the allegation here is that it was marijuana and that your ability to operate that motor vehicle was significant, was impeded. In other words, you operated with the presence of drugs in your system, which is illegal. So therefore, even if you have a valid medical marijuana card at this point, I'm denying you the ability to use medical marijuana.
I hope reclassification kind of like covers this a little bit.
And it's
because this shit's ridiculous.
Solely on that basis. Again, if this involved alcohol or some other type of drug, at least the allegation on the ticket is that you're under the influence based upon marijuana use. So I'm not allowing you to use medical marijuana right now. We will set this for a pretrial. You can file any motions. You can hire a lawyer. You can demand, you can ask for a court appointed, in which case I will do that. So you're going to go down the hall, get your court.
What was the date again?
March the 18th, and we'll give you.
Can I get a little further to try to tell people to hire an attorney?
Well, I don't know. You haven't really told me you were going to hire an attorney. You said that at one point.
2 weeks away, I had to say summons, discovery. I haven't seen nothing.
Bro, you have been a fucking pain in the ass is what you have been.
It's a pretrial. It's not a trial.
Okay.
I'll set it for a pretrial.
Pre-trial, can you please explain to me?
Pre-trial is when you or your lawyer can meet with the prosecutor. If you want to go talk to the prosecutor right now about signing a discovery order, I'll be happy to sign it. And you can get the paper discovery from the prosecutor now.
Talk about the prosecutor about anything?
You can if you choose to. If
You dumb motherfucker, you're gonna get the fucking discovery, which means you're gonna get a whole bunch of shit that proves that you did what you did.
you're going to waive your right to a lawyer, you can always talk to the prosecutor.
Oh my god.
You can go in and see if you can resolve
This
the
guy's
case right
actually
now.
kind of
You
frustrating.
can go in and tell them about your motion if you waive your right to a lawyer and say, hey, you didn't serve me with a summons.
But as of right now, I cannot do that?
No.
Okay. I'm just trying to, I don't know.
If you don't want a lawyer and you want to go talk to him and represent yourself, I can't stop you from doing that. Feel free. Maybe you can go in and tell him these things you just told me. And maybe he's going to just say, you know what? I'm afraid of you. I'm going to dismiss the case. He might say that. I don't know. You can do that.
Yeah, he's just ribbing him.
So if you want to go talk to him about a discovery order or your motion to dismiss for want of jurisdiction or anything else, feel free. As of now, though, my discussion with you is concluding. Period. Go out, get your court date, and figure out how you're going to proceed. Thank you.
Can I get a further court date?
No. No, that's 2 weeks. Let's move. Come on.
I got a hire in 2 weeks.
Yeah, motherfucker. You
Yeah.
just said that you have one in the fucking hallway.
Prepare.
What are you, deaf?
Get out of here. Back away from the podium. You've had your fun for one day. We'll have more fun going forward. Jennifer Nicole Watson.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that had to be fun to watch because that one was public. Like, oh my God. I'd just be sitting there like the entire time. Oh, okay. Oh, God. Permabate. He's too permabate to rep himself. I mean, dude, what a dumbass. No, for real. The fact is, like, the judge was even just like, hey, I can set this for you to, you know, like, so you have a lawyer. I only get 2 weeks to have a lawyer? Yes. For pre-trial. Yeah. I can talk about I can talk to the prosecutor about whatever I want. Damn. What a moron. Oh, God. Maybe he'll have more coherent, or he'll be more coherent with the J in his system. I mean, sometimes. I mean, every once in a while. I don't know. I'll be in a situation where I'm, like, kind of nervous, and then, yeah, I get a little baked, and then it's so much better, and then I can actually communicate. Then there's the other side of that, where sometimes I get too baked, and I can't communicate. So there's a fine line. Anyway, folks. Let's end this poll. I am gonna go to bed. Yeah, I gotta do the thing tomorrow. So, I am going to be on Pepaganda tomorrow, at noon, 1 p.m. Eastern. Hope you guys are there to enjoy the show. It's gonna be kind of a chill hang. We're gonna talk about more of the stuff that went on this weekend, but hopefully not get too bogged down in it, because I think that we should be really talking about the other stuff that Donald Trump does not want us to talk about. Seems to be more important. So, but I do appreciate you guys being here today. Really, really appreciate all the support. If you guys can hit the like and double tap on your way out, really, really helps out the channel, guys. Thank you. Hey, Zach, how's it going? Peace. Yes, peace, guys. I will catch you all tomorrow. And if you guys do not catch me on this space, which here is the link, it is in here with my socials and all that, then I will see you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. Alrighty? Alrighty. I will catch you guys then. Good night.
Who the heck is Peptalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Peptalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Peptalks. Peptalks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.